Is the campus belle hard to pursue? Then I'll go after her roommate instead. Qin Luo set his sights on the school's most difficult to pursue, aloof campus belle, embarking on his journey as a devoted admirer. The campus belle remained oblivious to Qin Luo's advances, yet she naturally enjoyed his meticulous care. Until 100 days later. The campus belle said, "It's too hot, hurry and buy me a cup of milk tea." Qin Luo replied, "We not close, don't get involved." With that, he ignored the shock of those around him and turned to the campus belle's beautiful roommate. "Actually, I really like you. Be my girlfriend." Chapter 1, Devotion. "Isn't he that just being a sucker? I'm really done with you, buddy. You skipped class just to make chicken soup for Shuku? What are you, gonna die if you don't do this for a day? Please be rational, Luo. You've been at this for over 3 months and still haven't made any progress. Can't you wake up a bit? She does tea like you at all?" "Exactly, Lao Qin. You're always running around like her personal assistant, but has she ever even looked at you?" In dorm 404 at Magic City University, 3 guys watched Qin Luo, who was cooking chicken soup, shaking their heads with expressions of pity and frustration. They had said similar things countless times over the past 3 months, but as the saying goes, good words can't persuade a stubborn ghost. Ever since Qin Luo developed feelings for Shuku, he had been obsessively devoted, ignoring all their advice. Like when it rained, he gave Shuku his umbrella while he soaked in the downpour. Or when it was her birthday, he risked getting a school penalty to fill the girls' dorm entrance with roses and set off fireworks. Or when Shuku wanted a new dessert from a nearby shop, he stood in line for 2 hours under the blazing sun. His roommates had witnessed all this, sighing silently. They had known each other for over 2 years, building a good friendship. Qin Luo was easygoing and friendly, and his friends genuinely wanted him to be happy, not tormented by a woman. They wanted to help him see the light. But for over 3 months, no matter how they tried to convince him, Qin Luo seemed to revel in his situation, showing no signs of waking up. If Shuku had just outright rejected him or given some response to his affections, they might have supported him with cheers and curses alike. But the reality was, Shuku had never acknowledged his feelings and took his care for granted. She summoned him at will, treating him like a servant in an ancient palace. His friends felt disdain for her behavior and anger towards Qin Luo's stubbornness, repeatedly trying to advise him. Yet after so many talks, he would either just smile or, like now, say, "You guys don't understand." With a smile, he replied, still typing on his phone. "Shuku, I made you some chicken soup, I'll bring it over soon." "Don't want it." "Come on, have a little, it's good for you." "I said I don't want it, can't you understand?" Okay, I got it. "Don't be mad, how about I get you some milk tea?" His dismissive replies made his friends gasp. Watching him smile foolishly while texting, Li Chenggang, a burly northeasterner, clenched his fists, almost wanting to punch Qin Luo. Wang Chen, a stylish local, quickly stopped him, saying, "Just let it go, bro, it's not worth it." Wu Xian, the scholarly-looking guy from Guangdong, adjusted his glasses and sighed, "You can never wake up someone pretending to sleep." Implying that Qin Luo was fully aware of what he was doing but unwilling to change, enjoying it instead. His friends often wondered if love could really turn someone into such a fool. "Damn it. I can't take this anymore." Li Chenggang cursed, turning to leave the dorm. The other 2 exchanged glances, hesitated, then followed suit in silence. Now, only Qin Luo was left in the room. He put down his spoon and glanced at the closed dorm door, helplessly saying, "You guys really don't understand." Of course, they didn't understand. After all, they didn't have a system. Just 3 months ago, Qin Luo suddenly acquired a character system. As a good lowly, cool girl, rich woman, and good wife, Qin Luo, well-read and familiar with internet novels, quickly grasped the system's functions after a moment of surprise. Once the system was bound, it would randomly assign him a character, which he needed to maintain without collapsing. The longer he maintained it, the higher his daily rewards. A character could be maintained for 100 days. After that, a new one would be assigned. If he accidentally ruined it before reaching 100 days, he'd lose the rewards, and a new character would refresh from day 1. When the system was first bound, Qin Luo received the character Devoted. After pondering the meaning of this devoted character for 10 seconds, he nearly cursed out loud how absurd. In essence, it was just being a sucker. After cursing a bit, he turned his attention to the campus belle, Shuku, one of the prettiest girls at Magic City University, known for her ethereal beauty and aloofness that made her the hardest woman to pursue on campus. Hard to pursue fit Qin Luo's needs perfectly since he wanted to be a devoted admirer. If she weren't hard to get, how could he show his devotion? Her difficulty also ensured he wouldn't accidentally find a girlfriend, allowing him to focus on Shuku for the full 100 days, acting as an emotionless gold digger. Thus, he launched a relentless pursuit, and for over 3 months, he dedicated himself to it. Unfortunately, hard work doesn't guarantee rewards. After 3 months, the struggles had become unbearable for even his roommates. Thankfully, this phase was finally coming to an end. Congratulations, host, on completing the 100-day devotion character check-in. 100-day check-in rewards, 1 million yuan, plus 5 charisma, plus 5 charm, item, magic glasses, skill, music proficiency. New character has been bound. Check INS will officially begin tomorrow. Hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Qin Luo felt overwhelmed with joy, almost tearing up. After 100 days, do you know how I've managed this? You miserable system have made my life so hard. But given the decent rewards, he let it slide this time. No more next time. Qin Luo took a deep breath to calm his excitement and checked his new character. When he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out. A scumbag. His new character was a scumbag? 1 second he was being a devoted admirer, and the next he had to be a scumbag. This system was absolutely insane. His expression changed as he contemplated how to embody this new character. Just then, his phone chimed, and he instinctively looked at it, his gaze lingering on the note goddess Shuku for 2 seconds. After all, characters are meant to be presented to others. To maintain his devoted persona, Qin Luo had considered every detail, even small notes. Now that the 100-day check-in was complete, his first action was to delete that note. Then he looked at the message Shuku had sent. Get a few cups for my roommate too. I'll be waiting for you at the girls' dorm entrance, hurry up. A straightforward message, exuding entitlement. In the past, Qin Luo would have rushed to reply, sure, and hurried to get her milk tea. But this time, he still replied, sure, but then took his time leaving. Tut, 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 the goddess is indeed the goddess. No matter how many times you look, you never get tired of it. If you like her, go chase her. Just watching here is useless. Come on, spare me. Qin Luo's legendary pursuit is still fresh in my mind. If even his crazy attempts didn't work, what chance do I have? Honestly, that Qin Luo has a decent look. He's at least 3 points better than me. Logically, there should be many girls after him, yet he is so fixated on Shuku. Maybe that's what being a simp is. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have that kind of perseverance. Shuku's roommates are just as good looking, and their personalities are much better. Chasing Shuku isn't worth it when you could go for her roommates. True, Yao Yanyan, Tang Yu, Chu Xijin, and Chu Liunyan are all just as good as Shuku. The key is they are not as cold as her. I really don't get why Shuku is so popular. Maybe it's because Shuku is the coldest. You know how people love to pursue what they can't have. Sounds like the others would be attainable if pursued. Honestly, I admire Qin Luo. Most guys wouldn't even dare to try. Even their female roommate ran away, but he has been devoted for 100 days. Respect. On campus, 5 stunning girls walked together, drawing countless gazes. The female students felt both envy and jealousy, while the male students admired this vibrant sight and whispered among themselves. They were all in the same dorm, which became known as the Goddess Dorm of Magic City University. Since there were more girls than boys, the girls' dorms mostly housed 6 people, but 1 girl transferred out due to the pressure from the other 5's beauty. Others also didn't want to endure the mismatch in looks, leaving the dorm with just 5 girls. This became a joke in the school, solidifying the 606 dorm's status. Shuku had long gotten used to being the center of attention as she walked, ignoring the gazes and discussions around her. She said to her roommates, Qin Luo went to buy us milk tea. Let us wait a bit at the dorm entrance, or we'll have to go down to get it later. Yao Yanyan, dressed beautifully with exquisite makeup and black wavy hair dyed blue, chuckled, that's so embarrassing, we're making him spend money again. Though she said that, her tone didn't sound embarrassed at all. Shuku shrugged it off, it's not much money anyway, I'll pay him back later. Yao Yanyan laughed, no need to care after all, he's chasing you. Boys have to spend a bit when pursuing girls, otherwise, how can they show they value you? Tang Yu, the poised girl, sighed, that's not the point, Shuku. It's not just about money. You can't take his kindness for granted just because he likes you. If you don't like him, just say so. There's no need to keep him hanging. Shuku frowned. Tang Yu was the most preachy in their dorm, and she had heard similar things many times. So she retorted directly, when have I kept him hanging? It's not like I made him do that, and even though I haven't said I dislike him, my attitude is pretty clear. The other guys who pursued me have stopped. It's his stubbornness, not my problem. Yao Yanyan nodded in agreement. He is quite stubborn, but honestly, how many guys these days are as devoted as he is? Even I find myself a bit attracted to him. Shuku, if you don't like him, just let him come to me. Both Tang Yu and Shuku frowned at Yao Yanyan's provocative joke. The former was unhappy with her stirring the pot, while the latter said flatly, then you talk to him. I'm not someone he has to inform. Yao Yanyan teased, I'm just worried you'd get mad if I really take him from you. Shuku replied coolly, you're overthinking. I'm not interested. The identical twin sisters, Chu Si-jin and Chu Liunyan, weren't very interested in Shuku and Qin Luo's situation. The older sister was contemplating what to have for dinner, while the younger sister was casually looking at her phone while walking. As the five of them drew attention from passers-by, they strolled back to the girls' dorm. To wait for Qin Luo, they didn't go straight upstairs but engaged in idle chatter. Just as Shuku was growing impatient, holding a few cups of milk tea, Qin Luo finally arrived. People around noticed this scene, involuntarily stopping to throw disdainful and mocking glances at him. Look over there, that guy named Qin is back to fawn over the school beauty. Tut, 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 playing with Tams is just for fun. A true simp is Qin Luo. I saw Shuku waiting over there. Judging by her expression, she's a bit impatient now. Poor Qin Luo. I bet $100 that his first words will be an apology. Do you believe it? You could just take $100 from me, but you want to bet? You're something else. I'm dying. Amidst the discussions, there were some sharp mocking laughs, but nobody thought anything was wrong. Over the past 3 months, Qin Luo's devotion to Shuku was legendary. When people first heard someone was pursuing Shuku, they just smiled, thinking Qin Luo would soon give up. But now they had to admit he was truly relentless. The term simp wasn't enough to describe him. He deserved to be called the king of simps. His persistence was almost mad, and he even earned the nickname Qin the God, which, while sounding impressive, was purely mocking. Now, seeing Qin Luo bring a pile of milk tea for Shuku, they could guess what would happen next. It was just Qin Luo trying to please Shuku, who would likely get angry for making her wait. Then, he'd hurriedly apologize and leave, like a sad puppy, only to come back the next day to fawn over her again. That's the life of the king of simps. The audience had seen similar scenes so many times that they were almost tired of it, yet they couldn't help but stop and watch how Qin Luo would court Shuku today. Under their gaze, Qin Luo finally reached Shuku. But before he could speak, Shuku shot him a reprimand. Why did it take you so long? As expected, Shuku was clearly unhappy about Qin Luo making her wait. Qin Luo smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he handed her a cup of milk tea. Just as Shuku was about to take it, the milk tea unexpectedly bypassed her and landed right in front of Tang Yu. Chapter 2, I like you more now. Here, jasmine milk green tea. I remember you like this, Qin Luo said with a smile to Tang Yu. He wasn't buying bubble tea for the goddess group for the first time and remembered their favorite flavors. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned by Qin Luo's bold gesture and instinctively glanced at Shuku beside her. Shuku looked equally surprised at first, but her expression quickly darkened. With her already cool demeanor, Shuku's frown made her seem even more frigid. Her eyes fixed intently on Qin Luo. Though she said nothing, the icy glare conveyed her displeasure at his actions. The surrounding onlookers were equally stunned, their eyes nearly popping out as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wait, what does Luo Shen mean by this? Is he really giving Tang Yu bubble tea before Shuku? Is he trying to live dangerously? Could it be he wants to switch targets and stop pursuing Shuku, instead going after Tang Yu? Come on, given how crazily he has been pursuing Shuku, I believe anyone else moving on but him. If that happens, I'll turn upside down and cry. How do we explain this situation? He can't be using this to complain about Shuku's past attitude, can he? Not that it's impossible, but with his personality, how could he dare? The crowd was perplexed, unable to decipher the deeper meaning behind Qin Luo's actions. Meanwhile, Qin Luo indicated he wasn't done with his bold tactics. Noticing Tang Yu still frozen in shock, he urged, "Take it." Tang Yu, seeing Shuku's icy expression, hesitated but ultimately accepted the drink, softly saying, "Thank you." Though she didn't understand Qin Luo's motive, her ingrained manners wouldn't let her leave him in an awkward position. Even if it might upset Shuku, she chose to take the bubble tea. "You're welcome," Qin Luo replied with a slight smile, then turned to Chu Sijin and handed her the second cup. "Here, this one's for you." Chu Sijin glanced at Shuku and hesitated, "I don't want to." Before she could finish, Qin Luo interrupted, "This is the new snow fairy milk tea from that dessert shop outside. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Hearing this, Chu Sijin couldn't help but swallow, then reached out to take the drink. Thank you." Qin Luo smiled gently, then turned to Chu Yanyan, handing her the third cup while saying, "This is the Anyer collaboration bubble tea from Spy X Family." Chu Yanyan, initially about to say something, swallowed her words and eagerly took the drink, exclaiming, "Yay! Now I have a full set of Anya, and I can get a free family portrait cup. Thank you." Qin Luo returned her gratitude with a smile. Over the past 3 months of pursuing Shuku, he hadn't talked much with the other members of the goddess group but had already learned their personalities and interests. Onlookers were stunned by the scene, especially as they noted Shuku's changing expressions while Qin Luo continued to ignore her, not even sparing her a glance. Their disbelief was palpable. "What the hell? Can someone explain? I'm a bit lost here. Not just you, even I don't get it. Oh, this guy is after the whole goddess group. Buying bubble tea with this much strategy is insane." Initially, the crowd was small, as most had heard of Qin Luo's notorious reputation as a licking dog and had witnessed his fervent pursuit of Shuku. It had lost its novelty. But as Qin Luo's antics continued, more onlookers gathered, faces filled with disbelief, discussing the spectacle as if watching an art film. Meanwhile, Shuku, who had been sulking, finally couldn't hold back. Before Qin Luo could hand out her fourth cup, she stepped forward, glaring at him without expression. "What do you mean by this?" Her voice rang clear as ice, matching her frigid aura. Though devoid of inflection, it was laced with anger. "What do you mean?" Qin Luo replied, finally speaking to Shuku. Then, as if realizing something, he slapped his forehead. "Oh right, you're eager for bubble tea, huh? No need to rush, it'll be your turn soon. Be patient." His simple words widened the eyes of the onlookers even more. Shuku, unable to believe what she heard, questioned her own hearing. Since getting to know Qin Luo, he had always been cautious, fearing to upset her. But this time, "No need to rush, your turn is next, and be patient," these were not words a well-known would say. Shuku fell silent, her brow twitching. As the crowd remained stunned, Qin Luo handed over the fourth cup. "Here, this is yours, Yao Yanyan," he said, presenting the red bean milk tea. Yao Yanyan had been watching intently. After her initial surprise, she appeared genuinely interested. Now that it was her turn, she eagerly accepted the tea, smiling brightly as she asked, "Aren't you afraid Shuku will get mad?" Qin Luo countered, "Why should I fear her anger?" Yao Yanyan instinctively replied, "Because you like her, obviously." Qin Luo blinked, then asked, "But does she like me?" "Oh." At this, Yao Yanyan found herself at a loss for words, realizing everyone knew Shuku didn't return Qin Luo's feelings. Seeing her reaction, Qin Luo continued, "See. Even you know she doesn't like me. So why would she be mad if she doesn't care?" At this, both Yao Yanyan and Shuku were taken aback, suddenly feeling their mindset was off. "Right, I don't like him, why should I be angry? Oh, it's because he ignored me earlier and was being dismissive, that's why I'm mad." Shuku quickly rationalized her feelings, ready to confront him, but then Qin Luo suddenly declared to Yao Yanyan, "And to be honest, I like you more now. Would you be my girlfriend?" With that, the atmosphere at the dorm entrance froze. Time seemed to stand still, and the crowd's expressions were frozen in shock, as if the world had hit pause. Yao Yanyan's eyes widened, her hand trembled, and her bubble tea fell to the ground, unnoticed, as her smile vanished. The sound of the bubble tea hitting the ground echoed like a bomb going off in this tense moment. The onlookers reacted as if they had just been blown away by a shockwave. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I just hear? Someone tell me what I just heard. Did Luoshan just confess to Yao Yanyan? He actually confessed to someone other than Shuku. And that person is Shuku's roommate. Who was it that said Qin Luo would never move on? Step up, I'm waiting for you to turn upside down. He must have been possessed by a novel's protagonist to pull something like this. What are we waiting for? Go get the Buddha to come help. The discussion of the spectators surged like a wave. They stared at Qin Luo with wide eyes, feeling that their three views were almost shattered. They could not connect the Qin Luo in front of them with the dog who licked Shuku for 100 days. As unrelated people, they were still like this, let alone Shuku, the person involved. Her unbelievable expression revealed the anger of being betrayed. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Luo without blinking. Complex emotions surged in her chest, but she could not make sense of them, so that she lost her ability to speak for a while, and she could not utter a word of her words. Tang Yu on the side narrowed his eyes slightly, looking up and down at Qin Luo with his eyes. In addition to surprise, there was also a hint of deep appreciation in his eyes. Chu Xijin and Chu Liunian were obviously two very calm sisters. Even though they were very surprised, they kept sucking on the straws in their mouths. They looked very excited, like the audience eating popcorn during the movie. They almost had the words, "Fight, fight," written on their faces. As for Yao Yanyan, she was stunned for a long time and didn't come back to her senses. After she reacted, she asked awkwardly, "What did you say?" Qin Luo repeated it again, "I said, do you want to be my girlfriend?" Yao Yanyan's mouth twitched. She seemed to want to laugh, but she couldn't control her expression. So she had to laugh dryly and replied, You suddenly told me this, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." As she said that, she squatted down to pick up the milk tea that had just fallen, as if she was trying to calm her agitated emotions at this time. Qin Luo just shrugged his shoulders when he saw this, and didn't pay much attention to her reaction. He just glanced at the milk tea in his bag, then smiled and said to Shuku, who was standing silently on the side, "Sorry, it's gone. I can only bring you some next time." Chapter 3, When being a licking dog is pointless, I won't chase her anymore. As soon as Qin Luo said this, everyone around instinctively focused on the bubble tea in his hand. There seemed to be at least 4 or 5 cups inside, yet Qin Luo claimed there was none left. Wasn't this just a deliberate refusal to give Shuku any? How dare he? The same question raced through everyone's mind. Shuku's chest heaved violently, her voice colder than before as she asked, "Aren't there still 4 cups?" "Oh, you mean these?" Qin Luo glanced at the tea in the bag, took out a cup in front of Shuku, poked a hole in the film, and took a sip. He smacked his lips and said, "1 is mine, and the other 3 are for my roommates. Nothing much, I'll head out first. I'll come find you to hang out another time. Bye." With that, Qin Luo directly bypassed Shuku, striding away with a certain swagger. Shuku's clenched fists trembled slightly as her gaze followed Qin Luo's retreating figure. For a long time, she remained silent, and only when he disappeared from sight did she turn her head down and silently walk into the girls' dormitory building. It was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but her back seemed to carry a hint of desolation. In her daze, her silhouette slowly overlapped with Qin Luo's when he had left her side in the past, making the expressions of those around her turn a bit subtle. Tang Yu glanced around at everyone and said softly, "Let us head back too." After saying this, she took the lead into the dormitory building, followed closely by the twin sisters. Yao Yanyan looked in the direction where Qin Luo had just left, then glanced down at the bubble tea in her hand, her expression contemplative as she entered the building. After the main characters left, the subtle atmosphere in front of the girls' dormitory lingered for a long time. Everyone exchanged glances before forming small groups to discuss. "Brothers, what do we make of this? Say I love you? I can't bring myself to say it. Seriously, is this the time to mess around? You can't just tell me what to say. It's too overwhelming. My CPU is smoking. Let us talk about how Qin Luo suddenly confessed to Yao Yanyan. What do you think? I'd say there are 2 possibilities. Luoshan either figured it out or is completely lost. Someone explain. Can we stop bothering us? I'm struggling to walk with this thing every day. It's actually pretty easy to understand. If he figured it out, it means he knows he can't keep pursuing Shuku, so he switched targets. If he lost, then he just blowing up and venting his dissatisfaction with Shuku all this time. Either way, I have to say today's events opened my eyes. Forget it, what he did today was impressive. After today, I want to see who still dares to call me a licking dog. That's possible, but he might just be acting impulsively, and now he's lying in the dorm crying, waiting to run to Shuku tomorrow to beg for forgiveness. That's indeed a possibility. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. University life can be dull, and while the onlookers enjoyed the drama, they didn't forget about their other friends. Thus, videos and photos began flooding the campus forum, quickly dominating the discussion. Meanwhile, one of the parties involved, Chin Luo, was in his dorm, trembling violently under his blanket. He was on the verge of tears, but not from sadness, he was almost crying from joy. Heaven help him, the past 3 months had been a struggle to squeeze rewards from the system. He had practically sold his soul and dignity. In a time when everyone scorned licking dog, being one was an immense pressure, especially since Chin Luo always knew he was a licking dog, leading to mounting psychological stress. The saying goes, money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. Fortunately, now he had earned the money, and he no longer needed to eat shit. With a set of unconventional tactics, he had drawn a temporary line under his relationship with Shuku, as if clouds had parted, sweeping away the gloom he had accumulated. What remained was pure brightness. Just like the information panel that appeared before him now. Host, Chin Luo. Current persona, scumbag. Duration of persona, 0 days. Items, beauty cream, classic music library, listening headphones, magic glasses. Skills, music mastery. After reading the system panel, Chin Luo nodded in satisfaction. The rewards from the system varied. Up to now, he had completed 100 daily check INS, each worth 10,000 yuan, 14 weekly check INS at 100,000 yuan each plus 1 random attribute point, 3 monthly check INS at 300,000 yuan each plus 2 attribute points and a random item, and the 100-day check in reward he just received, 1 million yuan plus 10 attribute points plus 1 item plus 1 skill, a bountiful haul. The next time he would see such a magnificent payout would be at the 100-day mark for the next persona. Looking at the gains from the past 3 months, Chin Luo felt a mix of relief and a touch of regret. He had thought he was sober in a drunken world, and clear in a muddled one. Ignoring the mockery of others, he had focused solely on earning rewards, but sometimes he also felt lost. Did he really have no feelings for Shuku at all? Not necessarily. Humans are emotional creatures, some are just more rational than others. Chin Luo had always believed he was a rational person, viewing his obsession as an investment no one else knew about, but over these 3 months, his mindset had shifted. Reflecting back, he had approached Shuku because of her aloof beauty, and upon seeing her in a flowing white dress, he had felt his heart stir. Yet he had refused to admit he liked Shuku, or rather, he had set the premise in his mind that it's impossible to pursue Shuku. That's why he could be both pained and happy as a licking dog, and now that he was finally liberated, he felt pure joy. But he couldn't deceive himself. After 3 months of contact, Shuku had filled his heart completely. If before today she had truly reciprocated his feelings, he might have been overjoyed. However, after today, that possibility was gone. There was no need to knock on a door that would never open, especially since there was always someone inside. For some reason, Chin Luo suddenly felt a bit bored, and even the thrill from his previous actions faded significantly. She might not be a good person, am I? In this world, who is nobler than whom? Just then, the dormitory door swung open. 3 roommates entered, accompanied by Li Chenggang's swearing voice. I can't stand this guy. I'm definitely going to find a chance to take him down. From now on, every time he pursues Shuku, I'll take him down once. Let us see when he'll be clear. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Chin Luo lying motionless on the bed, causing him to swallow the rest of his words. Wang Chen glanced at Chin Luo and noticed the several cups of bubble tea on the table, prompting him to look at the other 2. In the exchange of glances, they all understood each other's thoughts. He must have bought the wrong flavor and got rejected by Shuku. Maybe he even got scolded, and now he's lying there feeling emo. Sigh, you can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. In silence, the 3 exchanged glances. Li Chenggang's hand tightened and then relaxed again. Sometimes, he really wanted to go up and punch Chin Luo, even if it meant Chin Luo would hold a grudge against him. As long as he could wake him up, he didn't care. But he ultimately didn't take that step. Instead, he sighed, changing from his earlier angry demeanor to shout, "Tiez, I'm going to take a shower. Can I borrow your shower card? I'll bring you dinner." As he spoke, he crouched down to gather his toiletries from under the bed. Just as he picked up Chin Luo's shower card from the sink, Chin Luo, who had been lying still, suddenly sat up and said, "Wait. Li Chenggang frowned. What's up? You don't want to use your shower card anymore? Qin Luo shook his head, silently getting out of bed and pulling out a brand new tube of facial cleanser, handing it over while saying, "Take this too." Li Chenggang instinctively reached out to take it, and then his eyes went wide in shock. Wang Chen was equally stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell, SK?" Wu Xian, pushing up his glasses with trembling hands, stammered, "Lao Qin, if I remember correctly, this is the gift you were going to give Shuku, right?" What? He struggled to find the right words, still shocked by Qin Luo's sudden action. Li Chenggang swallowed hard, both worried and nervous, and asked, "Tiez, did something happen? Is it because you bought the wrong flavor and got rejected by Shuku?" "You. The bubble tea is for you guys," Qin Luo suddenly interrupted, then smiled and added, "You were right. Being a licking dog is pointless, I won't chase her anymore." At this, the entire 404 dormitory fell silent. The three burly guys stared at Qin Luo, their faces filled with disbelief, even instinctively raising their hands to check their ears, wondering if they had misheard. "Tiez, what's going on? What did you just say? Lao Ge, can you be normal? I'm scared. Lao Qin, how about you say that again? I might have rewarded myself too much lately, and my ears might not be working well." Seeing the three of them in such a silly state, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, and without further explanation, he said, "Just check the school forum yourself." Chapter 4 I Really Deserve to Die. The three of them stared at Qin Luo in amazement, then looked at each other, and silently opened the campus forum, and were immediately dazzled by the keywords Luotian and Shuku on the full screen. Shocked. School beauty Shuku was publicly NT-read. Unbelievable. The biggest bootlicker on this campus actually fell in love with someone else. Shocked my mother for a whole year. The goddess group gathered at the door of the dormitory building, all for a man. Why did the school beauty break her defense in public? What is hidden behind Luotian's confession to the school beauty's roommate in front of the school beauty? Is all this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? There are many similar exaggerated theme posts, and the three men were stunned, their eyeballs almost turned into airbags on the spot, and then slowly clicked into a post with trembling fingertips. Then they saw the picture of Qin Luo happily handing milk tea to Shuku's roommate, as well as Shuku's frosty face and sharp eyes. And the jaws of the onlookers dropped. With pictures, videos and text descriptions, the poster of this topic post used vivid language to fully restore what happened at the entrance of the girls' dormitory not long ago. Within 20 minutes of posting, the post had spread throughout the campus and attracted countless heroes to watch. The comment area was bustling with activity. "I must have used the wrong posture to surf the internet today. I'll disconnect and try again." Luotian stopped licking Shuku and confessed to Yao Yanyan in front of Shuku. "Do you believe this, or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? If the OP was just talking nonsense, I would call it a bad job, but since there are pictures and the truth, I must call it a unique skill. There are so many cups of milk tea, and each of the goddess group has one, but Shuku didn't get one. Shrimp and pig heart, shrimp and pig heart." At the scene, I was the cup of milk tea in Luotian's hand. He was so manly when he exposed me. Fuck, what kind of pervert is upstairs? Add me to the pervert group quickly. What stimulated Luotian? How could he do such a thing when he licked Shuku so crazily before? There are big points analyzed, saying that he either figured it out or not. We don't know, we dare not ask, we just want to see where the one who said he was going to stand upside down and run away has gone. I should say it or not, seeing Luotian suddenly come to his senses, I was actually a little touched. I understand the truth, but I still hope he can apologize to Shuku tomorrow. After all, my roommate and I bet 100 yuan. I bet 200, he will not apologize to Shuku tomorrow. I bet 500, Shuku will take the initiative to apologize to Luotian tomorrow. I bet 1000. Luotian will soon sit with Yao Yanyan. It's so outrageous. Shocked, gossiping, teasing, nonsense, telling jokes, all kinds of outrageous findings filled the comment area. The three big men couldn't come back to their senses for a long time, and finally swallowed their saliva involuntarily. The silence of 404 was deafening. 10 seconds later. "Awesome, buddy. So awesome. It's not easy, Luo Ge, you finally figured it out. Old Qin, no more words, let's play 2 games while we're still going strong. I have a feeling I can get to gold today." The ceiling of the dormitory was almost blown off by the shouting of the three people, Li Chenggang clenched his fists excitedly, Wang Chen almost cried with joy, and Wu Xian directly pulled Qin Luo to sit in front of the computer. As Qin Luo's roommates, they didn't know how many times they had persuaded Qin Luo in the past 3 months, and now this surprise came too suddenly, as if their son, who was still single yesterday, suddenly brought a beautiful girl back today and said he was going to get married. The joy of both relief and sighing filled their hearts in an instant. Li Chenggang was so excited that his face was red. He shouted directly, "I'm going to buy barbecue. Today, one person gets one. The minimum is half a catty. I will be angry with anyone who drinks less." Wang Chen blinked at him, "Brother Gang, didn't you just say you were going to take a shower? What the hell am I going to take a shower for? I'm just going to soak in wine tonight. I'm just happy." Li Chenggang laughed and went out. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll take a shower first." "Brother Luo, your SK spit." Qin Luo raised his chin, "Take it and use it." Wang Chen's face was happy. Just as he was about to take the legendary SK spit in his hand, Qin Luo suddenly glanced at him. "Did you forget something?" Wang Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly his face froze and he said in a deep voice, "Godfather." Qin Luo nodded with relief, "Go ahead." The burly northeastern man went to buy wine, and the delicate Magic City guy went to take a shower. There were only 2 men left in the room, and they began to have a passionate time in the Summoner's Rift. However, as soon as the game started, Qin Luo's phone started to ring non-stop, all of which were messages from Shuku. "What do you mean? You gave milk tea to everyone, but not to me. And what do you mean by your confession to Yao Yanyan? I'm telling you, Qin Luo, what you did today made me very unhappy. If you don't come back and apologize to me now, I'll never talk to you again in this life. Qin Luo, talk to me. Didn't you reply to me quickly before? If you have the guts to make me angry, you have the guts to reply to the message." Looking at the messages that Shuku kept sending in the chat box, Qin Luo's expression also seemed a little subtle. Since he met Shuku, this was the first time he received a message from Shuku on his own initiative. It was also the first time that he didn't reply to the message immediately after seeing it. Thinking of this, Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh. Wu Xian noticed his expression and saw the messages from Shuku on the phone screen. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but persuade him, "Lao Qin, although we don't know what happened to you today, the brothers all support you, but we also know that you still like Shuku. You must have made her very angry today, so how about par?" Before Wu Xian finished speaking, Qin Luo suddenly slapped himself and gritted his teeth and said, "How could I do such a thing? I really deserve to die." Wu Xian glared at the time, "Fuck, it's not that bad, Lao Qin, it's really not that bad." Qin Luo shook his head, operated the phone for a while and threw it aside, then held the mouse and said in a deep voice, "How can I be distracted while playing games? Hurry up, the first level group in the river." Wu Xian. The 2 bought equipment and went straight to the river with the other 3 teammates. 15 minutes later, they typed GG in laughter. At the same time, in room 606 of the girls' dormitory, the situation was completely opposite. Chapter 5 He Doesn't Like You Anymore. The depressing atmosphere lingered in room 606 of the girls' dormitory, and it had lasted for quite a long time. Tang Yu quietly observed Shuku, a little curious about her current mental state. Shuku had been sitting on the chair with a cold face since before she came in, and she gritted her teeth from time to time, and her cold eyes were always fixed on the mobile phone screen, as if waiting for something. "We have known each other for more than 2 years, and we are used to her usual indifferent appearance. We really feel a little strange about her current appearance. And all this was caused by a person she didn't like." This made Tang Yu very puzzled. If Shuku really didn't care about Qin Luo at all, why would she be so angry with him? Yao Yanyan, who was sitting on the side, was browsing the campus forum, looking up at Shuku from time to time, and then pursing her lips and shaking her shoulders, looking like she wanted to laugh but was forcing herself to laugh. She is a person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the big things. Now the campus forum is full of posts about what happened at the door of the girls' dormitory building. Yao Yanyan, as one of the parties involved, has also been followed by many people. Especially Qin Luo's words, "I like you more now," pushed her to the forefront. Many people also said that she secretly snatched Shuku's love and snatched her away. Yao Yanyan didn't care much about such rumors. She was just like Tang Yu, just curious about what Shuku was thinking and what he would do next. As for the sisters Chu Sijin and Chu Liunyan, one was sipping milk tea while watching a food video, and the other was concentrating on watching the new anime. From time to time, the soft voice of a beautiful girl from the second dimension came from the phone, which was the only movement in this quiet dormitory. Suddenly, bang! The dead silence was broken by a muffled sound. Everyone looked up and saw Shuku slamming her phone on the table. Her eyes, which used to be like an iceberg that would not melt for thousands of years, seemed to be replaced by a volcano and could erupt at any time. Qin Luo, this bastard. Why didn't he reply to my message? Why didn't he apologize to me? He even dared to block me. I will never talk to him again. I will never talk to him again. She seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. She said something to vent her anger. Her fair face flushed a little. Her slightly rapid breathing caused her chest to rise and fall. For this woman who has been loved and spoiled by people around her since she was a child, what Qin Luo did today was nothing short of an insult to her. Before, she couldn't help wanting to explode at the entrance of the dormitory building, but she was shocked by Qin Luo's several actions and couldn't react. In the end, Qin Luo withdrew and she had no target to vent. Now she is back in the dormitory, thinking about it, she can't get over it. As the saying goes, if you endure breast hyperplasia for a while, you will have ovarian cysts. Shuku was eager to make Qin Luo bow his head and apologize, and even took the initiative to send a message to Qin Luo for the first time, but in the end, he ignored and blocked her. How could she accept this? Looking at Shuku's out-of-control appearance, Tang Yu couldn't help but look at Shuku's mobile phone screen. Then she saw the messages sent by Shuku, and the glaring red exclamation mark next to the last message. This made Tang Yu fall into deep thought after being surprised. According to her previous guess, the reason why Qin Luo did that today was probably because he could no longer tolerate Shuku's attitude towards him, so he wanted to seek change, so he deliberately did not give Shuku milk tea, and used Yanyan as a gun to stimulate Shuku. In Tang Yu's opinion, things have developed to this point. Qin Luo's plan is successful, then he should find a way to coax Shuku and let her know that he also has a temper. But not only did he not, but he also blocked Shuku's WeChat. Did he not control the strength well and use too much force? Or, he really doesn't like Shuku anymore and plans to give up? Tang Yu couldn't figure it out for a while, so she had to persuade, okay, it's just a cup of milk tea, there's no need to be so angry, I'll give you this cup. After that, she handed the unopened jasmine milk green tea that she had received from Qin Luo to Shuku. Do you think I'm angry because of a cup of milk tea? Shuku seemed to be angry and laughed coldly, then stared at Tang Yu and said, he gave milk tea to all of you, but not to me. He clearly had several cups left in his hand, but he said that he brought them to his roommates. Isn't this deliberately trying to make me look bad and embarrassed? Tang Yu frowned. She did this with good intentions, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, making Shuku even angrier. Yao Yanyan, who was standing by, shook her long legs wrapped in black stockings and said slowly, to put it bluntly, it's just because of a cup of milk tea that you got angry. Is it worth getting so angry? After saying that, she sipped her cup of red bean milk tea, and her face showed a slightly exaggerated expression of enjoyment. Shuku glanced at her, as if he was stimulated again, his mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly walked forward, give me your cup. Yao Yangyang raised her eyebrows, why? I drank this cup. What? Is the milk tea Qin Luo gave you delicious? Are you so reluctant to give it up? I don't understand what you are talking about, it's just a cup of milk tea. Just a cup of milk tea? Isn't that a gift Qin Luo gave you to confess his love to you and show his goodwill to you? Puff. Yao Yangyang couldn't help it, and the milk tea that she had just sucked into her mouth sprayed out, looking at Shuku with a bit of absurdity in her eyes. Shuku sneered at this, why? Such a big reaction. Did I say it right? Tell me, when did you start with Qin Luo, did you two discuss what happened today, just to make me look bad? Fuck. Yao Yangyang stood up with a swoosh, her temper exploded, and she couldn't help wanting to pour the milk tea on Shuku's face. She really felt innocent and wronged now. Although there were always some bad news about her in the school because of her personal style, she didn't care because she did it on purpose. But it was different now. She was completely unaware of what happened today, especially after Qin Luo gave her the milk tea, he even confessed to her in public, which shocked her. And now Shuku used this to stab her, saying that she had been having an affair with Qin Luo for a long time. How could Yao Yangyang tolerate it? Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became tense, Tang Yu hurriedly persuaded, okay, Shuku, calm down first. I believe Yanyan will not do that kind of thing. The reason why Qin Luo did all this today is nothing more than for one reason. What reason? These 4 words were asked by the 4 people except Tang Yu. It's okay for Yao Yanyan and Shuku, but why are you 2 people who only know how to eat and watch joining in the fun? Tang Yu looked at the Chu sisters speechlessly and said in a light voice, it's very simple, because he doesn't like you anymore. Chapter 6 Real love is not gal game. You said he doesn't like me anymore. Shuku slightly widened her eyes, and then subconsciously retorted, impossible, he can't possibly not like me. What's impossible? Yao Yanyan asked back with a playful smile on her face, if he still likes you, how could he not send you milk tea? How could he confess to me in front of you? At this point, she paused and added with a smile, but it is not ruled out that he may have fallen in love with someone else. There is no way, who makes me prettier than you? Yao Yanyan, shut up. Shuku couldn't help but raise her voice, wanting to show her strength, but the slightly floating tone still exposed the fact that she was guilty. Although she was confident in her charm, she still couldn't help but start to doubt herself, wondering if Qin Luo really fell in love with someone else. Thinking of everything Qin Luo had done for her before, Shuku found it hard to believe, and didn't want to believe it. He was so good to her, how could he just give up? But, if he didn't dislike me, how could he do such an excessive thing to me just now? Shuku couldn't figure it out for a while, so she had to grit her teeth and said, why doesn't he like me? Is this how you chase a girl? If you like her, you like her, if you don't like her, you don't like her, and you give up halfway through the chase. How can he chase a girl like this? My mother has told me since I was a child that men are all liars and none of them are good. Now it seems that it is true. You? What kind of outrageous statement is this? Tang Yu swallowed the second half of the sentence back, and there was a hint of shock in her eyes when she looked at Shuku. She couldn't figure out why Shuku had such an idea. She had never responded to Qin Luo's feelings, but she could take everything he gave for granted. Now that he has figured it out and doesn't want to chase her anymore, she is not happy first, and even blames him for giving up without authorization. As women, are the differences in brain structure really that big? Tang Yu took 2 breaths and finally didn't respond. On the other hand, Chu Liuyan, who was watching the fun, couldn't help but say, you said he gave up halfway through pursuing you, but real love is not like playing gal game, and there is no strategy bar. Will he ask you every day how much you have conquered you? After a pause, she added, anyway, if it were me, if I had been conquering a game character for a long time but never succeeded, and I couldn't see the strategy bar, I would give up early. After all, it's just a waste of time. If I had that time, I would have achieved the harem ending long ago. Why would I hang myself on a tree? As soon as Chu Liuyan said this, the dormitory instantly fell into a strange silence. Tang Yu, Yao Yanyan and Chu Sijin all looked at her in shock. They couldn't understand how this 2-spined newt, whose mind was full of anime and figurines, could say such a sophisticated thing. Only Shuku asked blankly, what is gal game? Chu Liuyan introduced with great interest, it is a visual text interactive game. Players can control the protagonist in the game to have love stories with various beautiful girls, such as the one I am playing recently, Saya. Stop, stop, stop. Chu Sijin quickly covered her sister's mouth, fearing that she would recommend something incredible. As a sister, she knew her sister's hobbies too well. Although she played and watched some normal works in public, in private, it was really. The pictures were too beautiful for her to watch. Shuku realized the meaning behind Chu Liuyan's words belatedly, and asked with an ugly face, so, he now thinks that chasing me is a waste of time, so he wants to chase someone else. After that, she looked at Yao Yanyan coldly again. Yao Yanyan smiled and was about to speak, but Tang Yu suddenly asked Shuku seriously, Shuku, I want to ask you, tell me honestly, do you like Qin Luo? Of course I don't like him. Shuku said subconsciously. Then Tang Yu asked again, why do you care so much about someone you don't like? Why do you get so angry about someone you don't like? Why do you care whether he wants to chase someone else? You are not his girlfriend, and he is not your boyfriend. You can refuse to respond to his feelings. He is free to do what he wants. You have no right to restrict him. Forget it, Shuku, I told you a long time ago that since you don't like him, don't take his kindness for granted. Now it's good for both of you, isn't it? Faced with Tang Yu's repeated inquiries, Shuku's face changed again and again. She kept opening her mouth to try to refute, but the words in her mouth were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say anything. So she fell into silence. For some reason, the past scenes suddenly appeared in her mind, flashing before her eyes like slides. She had dysmenorrhea, and Qin Luo made chicken soup for her after hearing about it. Once, it was pouring outside after class, and she didn't bring an umbrella, so Qin Luo gave her his umbrella, and he ran back in the rain. During his birthday this year, Qin Luo placed a sea of roses and fireworks downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He was given a minor demerit for this, and the boys laughed at him for being a dog, but I don't know how many female classmates were envious that night. There have been many such things in the past 3 months. Shuku always showed little concern for Qin Luo's kindness, and even sneered at it, but she never rejected his kindness. Even when Qin Luo showed Shuku love and care in front of others, Shuku would feel a sense of satisfaction. I don't know when she got used to this kind of life, and got used to getting a sense of superiority and satisfaction from Qin Luo. Because of this, she couldn't accept Qin Luo's behavior today, couldn't accept that the man who only cared about her suddenly said that he liked someone else, and couldn't accept that he left her without permission. Is this love? I like him? No. Impossible. I don't like him, I just can't stand him betraying me like this. Shuku gritted his teeth and concluded. If people choose to give up when they are pursuing their other half but can't get it, it is called betrayal, then there are too many traitors in this world. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and finally said nothing, sitting aside silently. Yao Yanyan stood up at the right time and said with a smile, I understand that Qin Luo doesn't like Shuku now, and Shuku, you have never liked him, right? Shuku felt that there was something wrong with her tone, but nodded. Yao Yanyan smiled even sweeter, that's easy, I guess Qin Luo won't chase you anymore, and you don't have to see him anymore, out of sight, out of mind, everyone is happy. Shuku frowned when she heard this was not the result she wanted. What she wanted was Qin Luo to apologize to her, and then continue to treat her well as before, instead of really breaking up and parting ways. And even if they really wanted to part ways completely, she should bring it up first, instead of being forced to break off the relationship after being embarrassed by Qin Luo's behavior. So she glanced at Yao Yanyan, with a sneer on her lips. Why? You are so anxious for me to leave Qin Luo, are you planning to be with him? Yao Yanyan looked at her without retreating, and said with a smile, this is none of your business. Anyway, he is not chasing you anymore, and I happen to be single. Who knows whether we can be together? Yao Yanyan, I know you have bad intentions. Give me that cup of milk tea. I won't give it to you. If you have the guts, come and grab it. Shuku was so angry that he was about to pounce on her and snatch the milk tea away, while Yao Yanyan ran away with the milk tea, and closed the dormitory door with a bang. Shuku was almost hit on the nose by the door. Looking at the closed dormitory door, she gritted her teeth, but finally did not chase out again, but looked at the few people left in the dormitory. Tang Yu sat at his desk, drinking milk tea and reading a book, ignoring her unfriendly eyes. Chu Siji noticed that Shuku's eyes were not right, and hurriedly used a straw to expand the seal of the cup, and then, tun to her little mouth. After drinking it all in one breath, she burped, wiped the milk tea stains on the corners of her mouth and said weakly, drink it. Chu Liunian on the side was unwilling to be left behind, and directly tore open the seal of the milk tea, and then poured the milk tea inside into another cup. After doing all this, she hid the empty Ania Co-branded milk tea cup, and then handed the milk tea in the changed cup to Shuku, saying, here, milk tea. Chapter 7, Moving Towards the Tauren Warrior. Your bad man character is deeply rooted in people's hearts. You successfully signed in on the first day and received a reward, 10,000 yuan. A good day starts with the system prompt sound. Qin Luo lifted the quilt, rubbed his slightly swollen head, and glanced at the mess in the dormitory. Li Chenggang was sleeping on the bed, Wu Xian and Wang Chen rolled onto the same bed. There were empty wine bottles scattered all over the floor, and the whole room was filled with a pungent and unpleasant smell of alcohol. To celebrate Qin Luo's escape from the sea of suffering, the 4 men in 404 drank until they were drunk yesterday, and they are still a little unconscious now. Li Chenggang is a drinker. He likes to call everyone to drink when he has nothing to do. That's fine, but Wu Xian and Wang Chen's alcohol tolerance is not very good. Even they drank like this, it can be imagined that they are happy from the bottom of their hearts that Qin Luo gave up Shuku. No matter how much they curse on weekdays, they can always express their true feelings when encountering problems. It is rare to have a confidant in life. Qin Luo feels that he is still very lucky to meet such roommates. My friend, if you can't drink, sit at the same table with the dog. Brother Luo, I can't do it anymore, let me raise a fish. Lao Qin, why don't you chase Shuku again, and then let her introduce her roommate to us? Qin Luo. Listening to the three people's vague sleep talk, Qin Luo's forehead slid down a few black lines, and then he slowly turned over and got out of bed. The first thing he did was to open the curtains and open the window. Facing the morning sun and warm wind at 8 o'clock, he took a deep breath and felt particularly comfortable. In the past few months since he obtained the system, he has obtained the physical strength attribute many times, and his physical fitness has been improved, so other people are still confused after drinking until now, while he is relatively sober. After tidying up the dormitory, Li Chenggang woke up slowly and saw Qin Luo dressed neatly and about to go out. He asked in a daze, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Qin Luo replied casually, "Class." After this, Li Chenggang was half sober and shouted with his eyes wide open, "There is no class this morning, where are you going to class? Don't tell me you lied to us yesterday and thought about going to accompany Shuku to class again." In order to get close to Shuku in the past few months, Qin Luo has done everything he can. Going to Shuku to take classes when he has no classes is a routine operation. Li Chenggang was afraid that Qin Luo would not change his bad habits and was obsessed with it. He wanted to struggle to jump off the bed and tie him back. As a result, because of his dizziness, he hit his head on the ceiling after getting up, and lay back straight with a bang. It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Qin Luo suppressed his smile and turned to look at Wang Chen and Wu Xian. Because Li Chenggang made a lot of noise, the two animals woke up slowly. They were hugging each other at this time, and their eyes met in confusion. After a while, the two woke up, pushed each other away with horror, and covered their buttocks tacitly. After confirming that there were no strange signals from the body, they breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Li Chenggang and Qin Luo. Old Qin got up so early. Brother Gang, what was the noise just now? Li Chenggang struggled to raise his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and tie this bastard to the bed, he wants to lick Shuku again." Hearing this, Wang Chen and Wu Xian woke up immediately and pretended to hold Qin Luo down. Qin Luo had no choice but to explain with a smile, "Nonsense, I'm going to take a music class, and Shuku didn't choose that class." "You didn't choose it either," Wu Xian responded subconsciously, and then he seemed to think of something and said in surprise, "Yao Yanyan seems to be a music major." "Damn, Lao Qin, you are not really going to pursue Yao Yanyan, are you?" Qin Luo answered irrelevantly, "Then don't worry about it, anyway, I don't plan to find Shuku. By the way, it's still early, I plan to go to the cafeteria to eat first, do you want to go?" "Oh. I won't go. I won't go either. I didn't wake up last night. I have a headache. Knowing that you are not going to find Shuku, I feel much more at ease. I won't eat. I need to sleep again." After confirming that Qin Luo really didn't seem to repeat the same mistake, the three animals lay down again. Qin Luo glanced at them expressionlessly, "Then bring it up for you. 2 trays of steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk, thank you, buddy. Brother Luo, you know me, I'm really not too lazy to go down. 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu brain, thank you. Old Qin, do you remember the last time I brought you food? I won't say anything extra, a bowl of Longjiang pork leg rice, eat out the romance of a man." He, man, Qin Luo sneered, turned around and was about to leave, but when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said faintly, "Did you forget something?" After 3 seconds of silence, the 3 animals shouted with full energy, "Godfather!" Qin Luo nodded with relief, and then slowly went out, and at the same time began to think about what he should do next. Since the new personality has become a scumbag, if you want to get wool from the system, you have to constantly consolidate your scumbag personality. Then the question is, how can you be considered a scumbag? Qin Luo has never been a scumbag, but that doesn't mean he knows nothing about scumbags. There are many descriptions and understandings of scumbags on the internet. The simplest one can be summarized in one sentence: not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Qin Luo felt that this summary was too one-sided, at least it was not applicable to people like himself who had few female friends, so after putting himself in his shoes, he chose to take the initiative, which is why he hit Yao Yanyan hard yesterday. It was to make others think that he didn't like Shuku anymore, and instead fell in love with Yao Yanyan. Now similar topics have spread in campus forums. As a celebrity in the school, Qin Luo was quickly labeled as a scumbag by some people, so it was considered the first step to success. However, this is not enough. What is really important is the next step. If you want to consolidate the scumbag man's image, there must be no less than 2 women around him, and ordinary women are not enough. Under the premise of having a former girlfriend like Shuku, the other women he contacts cannot be worse than Shuku, otherwise others will involuntarily compare the next woman Qin Luo contacts with Shuku. This is not conducive to the consolidation of the scumbag's personality. Therefore, the other members of the goddess group are very good candidates. Tang Yu, Yao Yanyan, Chu Xijin, Chu Liunyan, they are all famous beauties in the school, and their appearance is not necessarily worse than Shuku, and they have their own merits, and are deeply loved by the majority of male compatriots. The reason why Shuku is the most popular in the goddess group is largely due to her temperament. People like to ask for what they can't get. Shuku's cold temperament, like a flower on the mountain, is really a plus. In addition, Qin Luo's pursuit for more than 3 months has added a halo to her, so she can surpass the other members of the goddess group in popularity, but this does not mean that the other members are inferior to her. For example, Yao Yanyan, this woman has a tall and slender figure, knows how to make up and loves to dress up. She always looks fashionable and beautiful when she goes out, and has the maturity and charm that other girls of the same age do not have. There are countless male compatriots who are obsessed with her beauty. Even because of her personality, many men with girlfriends fall in love with her, but the ending is often tragic. Qin Luo has seen people publicly tearing up Yao Yanyan on the forum more than once, saying that she is unruly and undisciplined, and she specifically seduces men who have lovers. After seducing the men to the point of losing their souls, she kicks them away. The main point is to kill them without burying them. Similar news will appear on the forum from time to time, so many girls regard Yao Yanyan as a public enemy, and they are just about to set up an anti-Yao Yanyan alliance or a Yao Yanyan victims association. Especially those girls who have boyfriends, as long as they meet Yao Yanyan when they are with their boyfriends, they will turn around and leave with their boyfriends, as if they are afraid that Yao Yanyan will steal their boyfriends if they stay for a second longer. Boys love and hate Yao Yanyan. Singles can't chase her, and those who have a partner are afraid of being played with by him. The thought of enduring psychological pressure and moral condemnation but getting nothing, and even losing their original girlfriend, is simply a big tragedy. In view of this, Yao Yanyan is also a celebrity in the school. After multiple analyses and comprehensive considerations, Qin Luo decided to find Yao Yanyan as his first step to be a scumbag, just because of her reputation. After having breakfast and being brought back 3 portions by his silly roommate, Qin Luo walked slowly into a teaching building. Let me meet this Minotaur warrior today. He looked at the music classroom in front of him and strode in. This is where Yao Yanyan usually takes classes. Chapter 8. Do you really want to chase me? I'm so annoyed. In the classroom, Yao Yanyan sat alone in a corner of the back row, holding a small makeup mirror and looking at herself. The mirror reflected her beautiful face with delicate makeup, and there was a layer of light gray and black around her eyes. It was not visible without careful observation, but it still made Yao Yanyan a little unhappy. Because of Qin Luo's series of actions yesterday, Shuku was greatly stimulated, and Yao Yanyan, as the defendant at that time, was immediately targeted by Shuku. Shuku, who could not vent his emotions with Qin Luo, simply vented his emotions on Yao Yanyan. And her way of venting was also very simple and direct. She did not speak, but stared at Yao Yanyan with cold eyes with an expressionless face. From dusk to night, from night to bed. Yao Yanyan couldn't sleep last night, because every time she closed her eyes, she could feel a pair of eyes staring at the back of her head from a close distance, which was even more painful than watching The Grudge. The resentment was so strong that everyone in the dormitory felt it, and Yao Yanyan was the first to bear the brunt, so she woke up with dark circles under her eyes today. TSK, I didn't hook up with your little dog. It's his own problem that he confessed to me. You stared at me for nothing, which made me have dark circles under my eyes. I'm so angry. Thinking of Shuku's attitude towards her nose last night, Yao Yanyan was speechless and muttered complaints. And at this moment, she found that the classroom, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Yao Yanyan thought that the teacher had come to prepare for class, so she put away the small mirror, but when she looked up, she was stunned. Why is he here? A handsome face was reflected in her naturally charming eyes. Who else could it be but Qin Luo? At the same time, Qin Luo just looked at her. The two looked at each other. Qin Luo showed a gentle smile on his face, and then strode towards Yao Yanyan. Oh my god! He is not coming for me. Yao Yanyan stared at Qin Luo in amazement, her face changed, and her mind became active instantly. She studied music, and this class was a compulsory course for her. Qin Luo was not a student of this major. Although he could take this course, Yao Yanyan had never seen him in this class before, which also meant that Qin Luo did not take this course. And now he suddenly ran here, and he ran directly to her with a clear purpose. Could it be that this boy was really playing? He really fell in love with me. Yao Yanyan couldn't figure it out for a while. As Qin Luo walked along, the eyes of the students around him were all fixed on him, and every one of them had an extremely wonderful expression. The boys' eyes were filled with doubt and surprise, while the girls were curious and had a little admiration and doubt. Universities are not short of students who are bored, and the selection of school beauties is not just in novels and film and television works. For example, in this Magic City University, Shuku, Yao Yanyan and other goddess groups are recognized as the school beauties in the school. Although no one is idle enough to select the school grass, if there is a school grass selection, the female students will definitely vote for Qin Luo from the bottom of their hearts. There is no way, after all, he is really too handsome. Since obtaining the system, Qin Luo has obtained many bonuses of charm and temperament. These attributes act on his appearance, which makes him have a lethality far beyond other male compatriots when facing female classmates. However, this is not the point. The point is that the classmates in the class now have the same doubts as Yao Yanyan. Why did Qin Luo, who had not chosen this course and had never been to this classroom before, suddenly appear here? The students looked at each other, thinking of what happened in front of the girls' dormitory yesterday, and then they all showed a look of realization. Fuck, why did Qin Luo suddenly come to our class? He went straight for Yao Yanyan. He wouldn't really like Yao Yanyan, right? What nonsense, didn't you hear that he confessed to Yao Yanyan yesterday, and he confessed in front of Shuku? If he didn't really like Yao Yanyan, would he do such a thing? It's amazing. He can like anyone else, but he has to like Yao Yanyan. This kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. How many male compatriots have been tortured to death by Yao Yanyan? This kid just got freed from Shuku and turned around to find Yao Yanyan. He is really stubborn. It's hard for me to judge, but I know he is a ruthless person. The male compatriots cast admiring eyes at Qin Luo, as if they were looking at a warrior who would never come back. The girls had different opinions. Is that Qin Luo? This is the first time I've seen him up close. He's so handsome. Yeah, I only heard about him pursuing Shuku before. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Didn't you read yesterday's forum? He's not pursuing Shuku anymore. It seems he's in love with Yao Yanyan. Yao Yanyan? No, why? Even if you like someone else, don't like Yao Yanyan. That woman is not a good thing. It's unnecessary to say whether she's a good thing or not. Anyway, I think Qin Luo is not a good thing either. He just gave up pursuing Shuku and turned to find Yao Yanyan. He's really a scumbag. A male classmate heard the female classmate's discussion and couldn't help but defend Qin Luo. You can't say that, he and Shuku are not together, it is his freedom to pursue whoever he wants. The female classmate glanced at him and said expressionlessly, you can't just stop pursuing her. Where does he put the girl's face? He only thinks about himself and doesn't consider the girl. What else is he but a scumbag? Hard fist. The male classmate took a breath. If you say so, I will have a good fight with you. The female classmate stared at him fearlessly. Try to move me. What? You want to have a fair warrior duel with me? Come on, who's afraid of who? This boxing match that was doomed to fail did not start after all. Qin Luo ignored the eyes and discussions around him and came straight to Yao Yanyan, and looked at her carefully on the way. She had long black wavy hair with blue highlights in her hair, a pointed chin, and a standard melon-shaped face with perfect facial features. The bridge of her nose is high, her lips are thin and rosy with lipstick, and her pair of phoenix eyes that seem to be naturally charming, coupled with exquisite makeup, give people a feeling of natural charm. Especially, there is a small natural teardrop mole under the left corner of her eye, which adds a bit of charm to her. The overall look is fashionable and beautiful, with a charming beauty different from women of the same age. In addition, her figure is also very hot. The white t-shirt can't cover her proud development. The long hem of her clothes blocks her denim shorts. Her two big white legs are exposed in the air, giving people a visual illusion as if she is not wearing pants, which is very tempting. This woman is thin where she should be thin, and has no ambiguity where she should have meat. She has a standard S-shaped curve. Even if you don't look at her face, she can beat the surrounding female classmates in seconds with her figure alone. In ancient times, this is the Sudeji who brought disaster to the country and the people. Normal people would be controlled on the spot when they see her. No wonder so many men with girlfriends can't resist Yao Yanyan's charm. With this look and this figure, no one can resist it. This can't be called a Minotaur warrior, this is a Minotaur god of war. Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The goddess group has its own beauty, but when it comes to the most enchanting and charming, it must be Yao Yanyan. Just like her name, a pure little enchantress. Is there anything? Yao Yanyan suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on Qin Luo's face, as if guessing why he came here. Is there anyone next to you? Qin Luo asked with a smile, without a direct answer. Yao Yanyan shook her head. Since the news about her in the school was constantly exposed, she has been alone in class. The female students hated and envied her, and the male students kept their distance from her. Not to mention sitting next to her, even if there was no one 3 tables away, it was as if they would lose something important if they got close to her. She was like a human-shaped self-walking plague. Qin Luo could guess why no one wanted to sit with her, but he didn't care, because he approached Yao Yanyan with a purpose. It didn't matter whether she was a good person or a bad person. Anyway, she was just a tool to get the wool of the system. It was better for others to keep their distance from her, which made it easier for Qin Luo to approach her. So Qin Luo sat down next to Yao Yanyan, and then smiled and said to her, "Come and take a class, is it okay?" Yao Yanyan looked at him steadily, her eyes slightly narrowed, her expression was sometimes puzzled, sometimes playful, and finally showed an interested look, and whispered, "Do you really want to chase me?" Qin Luo smiled and asked back, "No. It's not up to me whether it's okay or not. It's your freedom to chase who you want, just like you chased Shuku. So I have the initiative. Do you have a boyfriend? What if you do? Then don't worry about it. Mind if there's one more." Yao Yanyan couldn't help laughing, and said with a very happy look, "I didn't realize before that you're actually quite interesting." Qin Luo smiled back, "After all my thoughts were on Shuku before. I was afraid of making her unhappy if I said a few more words to you, so of course I wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you." Yao Yanyan asked him with a smile, "What about now? Not afraid anymore?" Qin Luo blinked, "Guess." Yao Yanyan didn't respond, just rolled her eyes at Qin Luo, and then took out her phone to play. Chapter 9 Laughing to Death, Is My Lady So Easy to Fool? The first round of confrontation between Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan started without any fireworks, and ended in silence. The whole process was full of skills, no emotions. People around couldn't hear what they were saying, they could only see that the two seemed to be very close, talking and laughing all the time. For a while, there were more voices of discussion. "Oh my god, they are not really in love, are they? It seems that they are. Luo Shen is amazing. If he can't catch up with the school beauty, he will catch up with the school beauty's roommate, right?" About the confession to the goddess roommate in front of the goddess after I woke up from my identity as a dog licker. I am submissive in front of the cold school beauty, but I punch the Minotaur warrior hard. "Good fellow, which bookstore can I buy your works?" "What? There is no bookstore? I will smash the bookstore right now." There were more and more discussions around, and all the students focused their attention on Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan. While guessing the content of their chat, they did not forget to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. After all, Qin Luo is an old celebrity in the school. Although he didn't have a good reputation before, with the good show yesterday, more and more people no longer use the title of Luo Shen to imply Qin Luo. Instead, they use an admiring tone when mentioning this nickname. As for Yao Yanyan, black and red are also red. Two people who should have nothing to do with each other are now together in such a dignified way, and they are together the day after Qin Luo gave up Shuku and confessed to Yao Yanyan. Such news is posted on the forum, and there is no need to worry about the lack of views. In this era of entertainment to death, people's lives are always boring and monotonous. They need something stimulating to bring a little different color to their black and white world, and Qin Luo is now the one holding the paintbrush, and 2 strokes of understated strokes can mobilize their emotions. Qin Luo turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the people around him. He was also playing with his mobile phone at this time, but he was secretly glancing at Yao Yanyan from the corner of his eyes. From the previous confrontation, Qin Luo had no idea what Yao Yanyan was thinking. It stands to reason that she is Shuku's roommate, and what she did yesterday should make Shuku angry. As Shuku's good friend, it is normal for her to blame herself or question herself. But how did she do it? She didn't mention what happened yesterday at all, and sat with Qin Luo naturally and chatted happily. Faced with the suggestive words Qin Luo deliberately said, she didn't have any big reaction after listening to them. Instead, she avoided the important points and answered them with questions. She even tried to analyze the reason why Qin Luo came to her in 1 or 2 sentences. It seems that she answered everything, but in fact, she didn't answer anything. Is this the strength of the Minotaur god of war and high-end scumbag? It's really so terrifying. Qin Luo sighed secretly in his heart, and then gave up the test. In this world, the most difficult thing to guess is the human heart, and the more difficult thing to guess than the human heart is the woman's heart. So Qin Luo decisively swung. He no longer tried to guess Yao Yanyan's inner thoughts, he chose to cheat directly. As soon as he moved his hand, a small and exquisite simple style in-ear headset appeared in his hand. Heart-listening headphones, one of the props Qin Luo currently has, can hear the current voices of others. It can be used on different targets, but can only be used 5 times at most. After 5 times, it will become an ordinary headphone. He took the headphones in his hand and felt that its material seemed very ordinary, giving him a feeling that it could be crushed with a squeeze. Qin Luo didn't care about it. After playing with it for a while, he put it in his ears and then selected Yao Yanyan as the target. The next second, Yao Yanyan's voice sounded directly in his mind. "You bastard, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You lick Shuku so madly, and suddenly you stop chasing her. Who would believe that? You still like me. I think you're just using me as a pawn. You want to use me as a breakthrough to change the status quo and increase Shuku's attention to you, right? Now you're coming to me on purpose. Isn't it just to let Shuku see and stimulate him? I have to say that this bastard is still a bit manipulative, but it's a pity that he met me. Oh my. You still sneak a glance at me from time to time. What's the matter? You really want me to think you like me? I'm dying of laughter. Am I so easy to fool? You're just a little naive to play this trick with me. It's not that easy to use me as a pawn. See how I'll make you look bad later. Qin Luo. Girl, can you be less dramatic like your pure love factor? He couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his eyes revealed a hint of complexity when he looked at Yao Yanyan. He didn't expect that Yao Yanyan's seemingly calm appearance actually hid such a rich inner drama. Yao Yanyan, who was standing next to him, felt his gaze, turned her head and asked, "What's that look?" Qin Luo thought for a while and said, "I think if you become an actor, you will definitely be popular." Yao Yanyan was stunned after hearing this, and a surprised expression immediately appeared on her face. "Are you serious? Why do you say that? Do I really look like I have the potential to be an actor?" Her reaction surprised Qin Luo a little. After all, he just said a teasing remark, and Yao Yanyan seemed to like it very much. Could it be, being an actor is her dream? Well, it's very likely. After all, she is a student majoring in music, and maybe she wants to get into the entertainment industry by singing in the future. But we can't be careless. Qin Luo concluded from the first conversation that this woman is a high-level player. Her expression, reaction and words may be a disguise. It's not certain what she actually thinks in her heart. If I continue to follow her words and say something to praise her and affirm her, she might climb up the ladder and then, as she thought in her heart, come up with a way to tease me and make me look bad. Hey, woman, your methods are indeed good, but unfortunately, I have a cheat. Qin Luo smiled but did not respond to Yao Yanyan's words. This made Yao Yanyan a little unsatisfied. She was about to say something else when the class bell rang and the male music teacher over 40 years old walked in slowly. Just looking at the flowing hair and healthy hairline, you can tell that he must be the object of envy of countless math teachers. He walked all the way to the podium, his eyes swept through the students in the classroom, and when he saw Qin Luo, he was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, "You don't seem to be a classmate of our class." Qin Luo was a little surprised, and couldn't help but complain, "Teacher, you are not only hair volume, but also memory is enviable." The teacher smiled and said meaningfully, "If it were someone else, I wouldn't recognize it, but you are more famous than teachers and deans in school." This made Qin Luo's face as thick as a wall blush at this time. The classmates around couldn't help laughing. Qin Luo has been known by countless people for chasing Shuku in the past few months, and because of his tricks in front of the girls' dormitory yesterday, he became popular. The teacher said that he was more famous than the dean, which was really true. After the pleasant episode, the teacher started the class as usual, talking about some music-related knowledge. The students are divided into 3 groups. One group is serious and eager to learn. They are sitting upright and looking straight at the teacher on the podium. The other group is not interested in learning and is sleeping on the table. As for the last group, they are of course the happy spectators. Their eyes are constantly scanning Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan, as if they can find out something big from them by looking at them a few more times. Qin Luo turned a blind eye to all this and started to listen to the class seriously. At first, he did come for Yao Yanyan, but now after listening to the teacher's music class, he found it quite interesting. This is thanks to the music mastery reward he received yesterday. Originally, he had no interest in music. At most, he was at the KTV level. It was just because his voice was more magnetic and not out of tune, so his singing was pretty good, but it was definitely not comparable to professional singers, and he knew nothing about music. But after obtaining music mastery, he can now do anything related to music. Whether it is piano playing, guitar singing, bass mixing or high notes, it is not difficult at all. That is why he can't help but nod his head after hearing the music teacher talk about some professional knowledge. With that serious and focused look, people who don't know him would think he is an old professor who comes to listen to the class and evaluate. Yao Yanyan on the side always looks like she is reading a book and listening to the class seriously, but in fact she has been secretly observing Qin Luo. Seeing that he didn't talk to her after class, Yao Yanyan was not in a hurry. She guessed that Qin Luo would definitely find another opportunity to contact her, try to get closer to her, and then use her to stimulate Shuku. Yao Yanyan didn't mind cooperating with Qin Luo, because she didn't have much affection for Shuku, and sometimes she even couldn't stand Shuku's cold look. Especially Shuku's performance yesterday really made her angry, so she didn't want to cooperate with Qin Luo to stimulate Shuku. However, apart from that, she was still dissatisfied with Qin Luo's use of her as a gun, so she had been thinking about how to teach Qin Luo a lesson. Now, seeing Qin Luo's focused appearance in class, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. "You're pretending to be serious and knowledgeable to attract my attention? Har, man, your name is childish." Yao Yanyan was thinking so in her heart, and the teacher on the podium suddenly picked up a guitar and said, "Everyone has been learning music for a while, and many people in the class have learned piano and guitar. Is there anyone who can sing a song for everyone? No matter good or bad, as long as you come up and sing, I will give you an extra credit." As soon as these words came out, the students in the class suddenly became restless, and even the students who were sleeping on their stomachs straightened up involuntarily, revealing their deep desire for that credit in their eyes. Unfortunately, not many people dared to try. Everyone seemed to think it was embarrassing to sing in front of so many classmates, so no one moved for a while. Only Yao Yanyan had a different reaction. Chapter 10 The Little Demon Makes a Move. Here comes the opportunity. Yao Yanyan's eyes lit up, and her excited expression was like a hunter who had found his prey. But she quickly hid this emotion, lowered her voice and said to Qin Luo beside her, "Hey, do you really like me and want to pursue me?" Qin Luo turned his head and glanced at her. After learning about Yao Yanyan's level, he could guess that this girl was up to no good even without using earphones. So, just like in the first confrontation, he once again adopted the question as answer approach, "What if it is?" Yao Yanyan blinked and said, "Then what you are doing now is not up to standard. How can you pursue a girl like this? Where is the enthusiasm you had when you pursued Shuku?" Qin Luo thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, you want me to make soup for you and arrange a sea of roses?" Yao Yanyan waved her hand, "Forget about those formalities. I'm not interested in them." Qin Luo pondered and said, "That means eating, shopping and watching movies." Unfortunately, Shuku and I have never done these things, and she never agreed. Just because she didn't agree doesn't mean I won't agree. After Yao Yanyan finished speaking, she suddenly put on a cute smile and winked at Qin Luo. To be fair, considering her charm, this posture is very lethal to a man. If Qin Luo was just a rookie, he might be killed in the blink of an eye by this walking Deiji. But unfortunately, he is a man who has been a bootlicker, and even though he has never had a formal relationship, he cannot be easily won over by anyone. So he was not bewitched by Yao Yanyan's charm, and asked in a slightly routine way, "So what you mean is that you want to have dinner, go shopping, and watch a movie with me?" I don't want to, but if you want, I can give you a chance. Yao Yanyan did not respond and naturally threw the question back to Qin Luo. Qin Luo asked her, "What do you mean?" Yao Yanyan smiled and said, "It's very simple. As long as you go up and sing a song and I think it sounds good, I will agree to go out with you." She made a move. Xiao Yaoyang seized the opportunity and struck out with a heavy punch. Qin Luo knew without guessing that this girl wanted to use this conspiracy to embarrass himself, so he frowned slightly and didn't speak for a while, as if he was lost in thought, and his expression seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yao Yangyang smiled self-deprecatingly and said faintly, "I knew it. You said yesterday that you liked me and wanted me to be your girlfriend, but that was all a lie. For Shuku, you didn't even care about being punished, but when you came to me, you didn't even want to sing a song for me." When Yao Yangyang smiles, she is charming. When she looks resentful, she looks pitiful and sympathetic, which is really attractive. You really are a natural actor. Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that this girl was pretending without listening to the earphones, but it didn't matter. The outcome of this gamble without any suspense had been decided as early as when Yao Yangyang proposed it. "Okay, I promise you, but the conditions have to be changed. We can't use you as the standard. Otherwise, no matter how well I sing, you can still directly say that I sing badly if you don't want to. We will use the whole class as the standard. As long as I can get more than half of them to applaud, I will win." Qin Luo seemed to be in an awkward situation, but he was actually taking advantage of the situation and changing the rules to show weakness to the enemy, making Yao Yangyang think victory was in her grasp. She can use open tactics, so why can't I? Yao Yangyang smiled immediately upon seeing this, and agreed without hesitation, "Okay, that's settled. You bastard, you look so strong, but I don't know how weak you feel inside. Let us see how you make a fool of yourself later." She was already certain of her victory, but at the same time she felt a little curious about Qin Luoshen. Because in the few exchanges just now, she found that Qin Luo was something. The way he spoke always made her feel inexplicably familiar, and in a trance, it always reminded her of the pattern when she was hanging with other men. Isn't the rhythm of asking without answering, answering by asking, and constantly trying to control the dominant power of discourse the same as myself? Yao Yangyang considers herself a scumbag woman, so isn't he anyone the same as her a scumbag man? Is Qin Luo a scumbag? After this thought popped up in Yao Yanyan's mind, she threw it away the next second. It made me laugh to death, just because of the way he licked Shuku before. If he was a scumbag, there would be no good men in the world. Maybe I was just overthinking it. After all, wasn't that bastard still in my hands and had to take my attack anyway? Humph, let's see how he makes a fool of himself later. Yao Yangyang showed a confident smile on her face, and Qin Luo beside her also smiled knowingly at her. The two people with ulterior motives sat together with a smile, and it really felt like they were in cahoots with each other. Crack! A crisp electronic sound suddenly rang out, and both of them were dazzled by the flash. Qin Luo subconsciously picked up his mobile phone, while Yao Yangyang took out her makeup mirror and stared in the direction of the flash. Not far ahead, a female classmate holding a cell phone shrank her neck and said weakly, My hobby is photography. I saw that you two were a good match just now, so I couldn't help but take a picture. I'll delete it now." After saying that, she glanced at the photo that had just appeared on the screen of her mobile phone reluctantly, and couldn't help but feel annoyed in her heart, wondering why she forgot to turn off the mute and flash. Qin Luo silently put down his phone after hearing this and asked, "Are you planning to post on the forum?" "No. Absolutely not. It's okay. I won't stop you if you want to post it. Just remember to send me a photo later. I want to see how well you match each other." The female classmate was stunned on the spot. Yao Yangyang glanced at Qin Luo and said to the female classmate with a smile, "Send me one too." Oh. The female classmate turned around with a confused look on her face. After a little hesitation, she decisively opened the forum to upload the photos. Then she deleted the photos in the album and saved the photos in the forum. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Well, I found the picture on the internet, so it doesn't count as a candid photo." The sudden incident made the originally quiet classroom a little restless again. The teacher pressed his hands towards the audience, then looked at Qin Luo and said helplessly, "That student, remember to mute your phone during class in the future. And Qin Luo, I have no objection to you coming to class, but please don't make trouble, okay?" I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong, Qin Luo admitted his mistake decisively. You don't seem to be sincere in admitting your mistake like this. The teacher thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, how about this, why don't you come up and sing a song for everyone? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Qin Luo looked very hesitant and kept glancing at Yao Yanyan, with the word guilty almost written on his face. Yao Yanyan noticed this, her face expressionless, but she laughed in her heart. You bastard, even God won't let you go, just go on stage and make a fool of yourself. It doesn't matter, feel free to take your chances. Well, okay then. Qin Luo walked up to the podium, took the guitar from the teacher, and said, I only know a little bit, please don't be surprised if I don't sing well. The teacher laughed and said, it's okay, just keep singing. We are all professionally trained and we normally wouldn't laugh. Unless your wife gives birth. Qin Luo glanced at the teacher, then stood aside holding his guitar. A lively classmate asked, what song are you singing? Do you want me to use my phone to play the accompaniment for you? Qin Luo glanced at him and smiled politely, no, there is no accompaniment for the song I want to sing on the internet. When these words were spoken, everyone present showed surprised expressions. In today's internet age, is there any song that dares to say that it has no resources on the internet? Unless it's an original song that has never been released. Could it be that this guy wants to create something original? The moment this thought came up, many people couldn't help but laugh, and there was a hint of teasing in their eyes when they looked at Qin Luo. Yao Yanyan couldn't help but cover her mouth, fearing that she would accidentally laugh out loud. A person who went on stage with all his might now says he wants to sing an original song. If you really have this ability, you should have used it to pursue Shuku a long time ago. Everyone had the same idea, and even the teacher couldn't help laughing. However, he didn't criticize them, but encouraged them, okay, then let's enjoy the original song that Qin Luo brought to us. What's it called? Qin Luo said softly, you are April in the world. You are the April on the earth. Many people murmured to themselves, and they all thought that the title of this song was very beautiful, revealing a pure and beautiful meaning. However, before they could savor it, a light and melodious melody had already resounded in their ears. Chapter 11. You two are both very short-sighted. Crossing mountains and rivers to embrace you. No matter how big the storm is, we are together. Hear the most beautiful memory. All the news about you. Along with the cheerful melody, the magnetic singing began to echo in the classroom. All the students couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at Qin Luo as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, filled with horror and shock. And after the silence, there comes the surprise. They stared at Qin Luo, listening to the brisk melody and beautiful singing, as if they were completely immersed in it. The teacher's face was filled with astonishment, his eyes widened a little, and Yao Yanyan was so shocked that she almost jumped up from her chair, with one sentence in her mind: this dog man pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. Just at this moment, Qin Luo glanced in her direction. Looking forward to seeing you every day. Even the rainy days are sunny and windy. In the colorful world. I will only like you. He was singing a song, but his eyes were teasing, playful, and a little bit proud of having succeeded in his conspiracy. Yao Yanyan was very keenly aware of this. She wanted to be angry, but her heart was involuntarily moved by the song and melody, and she couldn't help but get caught up in it. May you be safe where I can't see you. May your winter never lack warm sunshine. May your tomorrow no longer experience rain and wind. May your future always be filled with tears. After a high-pitched song ended, the beautiful lyrics turned into humming without lyrics, but with Qin Luo's beautiful voice and melodious melody, the interlude also sounded extremely pleasant. Many students have begun to hum along with Qin Luo involuntarily, and their bodies are swaying slightly, as if they have been completely infected by the music and integrated into the beautiful melody. Yao Yanyan stared at Qin Luo intently, and gradually, she noticed that Qin Luo's eyes had changed. He no longer seemed to be filled with pride as if his conspiracy had succeeded, but instead became melancholy and sad. Yao Yanyan couldn't help but think of Shuku. He wrote this song for Shuku, right? Of course, after all, it is impossible for such a beautiful song to be created on the spot. There is only one reason: this is created for Shuku, and it is a gift he wants to give to Shuku. Those beautiful lyrics and the cheerful melody that represented beauty and yearning were all an outpouring of his love for Shuku. For some reason, Yao Yanyan suddenly felt a little jealous of Shuku. She once had such feelings toward Shuku, but that was because Shuku was more popular than her, but now it was for a man. She couldn't help but think, if Qin Luo had fallen in love with her in the first place and it was her he kept pursuing, would he have sung this song for herself as well? One question after another emerged in Yao Yanyan's mind. Qin Luo's singing was still beautiful, but Yao Yanyan's mind was already in chaos. In the best years. You. The spring breeze brings me to you. April moistens the air. The students tried hard to open their eyes wide and prick up their ears, as if they wanted to record the scene of the boy singing and playing the guitar and the beautiful singing in their minds. The teacher clenched his fists involuntarily, forcibly suppressing the urge to interrupt Qin Luo and ask him about the source of the song. In a world that is not gentle. You are my luck. All my good temper. Because I love you. Yao Yanyan stared at Qin Luo quietly. In a trance, the tenderness in his eyes seemed to be directed towards her, and even the words, I love you, seemed to be spoken to her. So she brushed away her messy thoughts, stopped thinking about anything, and enjoyed the song that brought her a surprise with a smile. No matter what happened in the past, at least this song is sung to her now, isn't it? As for Shuku, she doesn't deserve such blessing. The smile on Yao Yanyan's face became even sweeter. Qin Luo just looked at her from a distance and sang beautiful songs in the melodious rhythm. I wish I could watch the sunset with you when I'm 60 years old. I hope that when I think of you, the corners of my mouth will slightly rise. I wish I could put a coat on you in the winter in the north. I wish I had you by my side when I was penniless. The beautiful singing gradually faded away, leaving only the cheerful melody still echoing in the classroom. The classmates were mesmerized by the song until the melody faded away. Suddenly, a female classmate muttered to herself, this song is what he wants to sing for Shuku. As soon as these words were spoken, several students around who were originally immersed in the singing came back to their senses. They lowered their heads in silence, their expressions looking somewhat subtle. The other people around them seemed to be infected as well, detaching themselves from the music, their emotions starting to dissipate uncontrollably. At this moment, they all couldn't help but think of the story of Qin Luo and Shuku. They recalled the ridicule and mockery Qin Luo had endured when he first pursued Shuku. This kind of sound continued for a long time, until later, everyone found out that Qin Luo was still pursuing Shuku, so there were a few more exclamations in the harsh sound. Everyone admires Qin Luo's tenacity and affection, and affirms his character, but so what? In this era, beneath the prosperous appearance there is a layer of haze of setting sun, which separates people from each other like a real barrier, leaving only endless sorrow. The so-called affection is nothing more than dog-licking. So everyone laughed at him, looked down on him, ridiculed him for overestimating his own abilities, and mocked him for being so infatuated. Yes, this is a world where even infatuation will be laughed at. But what does it matter? He ignored the cold eyes of others, ignored the obstruction of others, and just wanted to express his love with all his heart. All the little things he had done for Shuku and his beautiful yearning for future life were hidden in this song. It's a pity that the person who could have accepted this love will never have that chance again. People all thought of what Qin Luo did in front of the girls' dormitory yesterday. For some reason, they suddenly felt a little blocked in their hearts. Several sentimental girls couldn't help but cover their mouths with tears in the corners of their eyes. Even the teacher cast a sympathetic look at Qin Luo and wanted to say something, but in the end it all turned into a sigh. The singing has stopped, the melody has faded, and the joy and surprise that everyone had expressed when they were immersed in the singing just now have now completely disappeared. All that remains is sadness. Qin Luo looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly. WDNMD, I'm trying too hard. I don't know why these people are so sentimental. They are stunned and don't even know how to applaud. This makes me look stupid. Maybe even my image as a scumbag man will collapse. He smacked his lips secretly in his heart, and couldn't help but want to shout at them to slap them twice. And at this moment, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out. Qin Luo looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yao Yanyan standing not far away clapping her hands non-stop. It sounds good. It sounds good. She cheered loudly for Qin Luo, with a bright smile on her face and affection in her eyes, like a child who could not hide her joy. There was a hint of surprise in Qin Luo's eyes when he looked at her, while the other students were awakened by the applause. They belatedly raised their hands and began to applaud, shouting words of support. Awesome! Luoshan is awesome! Good fellow, I didn't expect you to have this skill. You said you only know a little bit, right? You're playing the pig and eating the tiger with your buddies, right? If you had brought out this killer weapon sooner, Shuku would have been in your pocket a long time ago. The last student's shouting stopped abruptly, and his mouth was blocked by someone next to him. "Thank you, everyone." Qin Luo faced the applause and encouragement from the crowd with a smile. Just as he was about to return the guitar to the teacher grabbed his shoulders. He stared at Qin Luo intently, his eyes flashing with fanaticism and excitement, and his words were also full of excitement. "Who wrote this song?" "Oh, I wrote it." "You are very talented, transfer to my department and learn singing from me." "No, coach, I still like playing basketball." Qin Luo shook his head and left the podium after putting the guitar on the podium without saying anything more. The teacher stretched out his hand towards his back as if to keep him, and just as he was about to say something else, the bell for the end of get out of class suddenly rang. When I came to my senses again, Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan had disappeared. So the teacher had to grit his teeth and sigh, then took out his mobile phone and started searching for which department and major Qin Luo was a student of. Walking side by side with Yao Yanyan on the stairs, Qin Luo suddenly asked, "Why did you applaud just now?" Yao Yanyan glanced at him with a half-smile. "What? Are you not happy about my applause?" Qin Luo shook his head. "That's not what I meant. According to the atmosphere at the time, if you didn't applaud, they probably wouldn't be able to react for a while, so wouldn't you have won?" Yao Yanyan thought about it and said, "At first I wanted to win, but after listening to that song I suddenly didn't want to win anymore. Somehow I suddenly understood the meaning of the saying people are divided into groups." Qin Luo asked subconsciously, "What?" Yao Yangyang smiled brightly. "I heard that people will be attracted to another person who has something in common with themselves. You are probably attracted to Shuku. Well, you two are both quite short-sighted." Qin Luo was stunned when he heard this, and it took him 2 seconds to realize the meaning of her words. So he was a little surprised, because if he guessed correctly, Yao Yanyan was actually trying to attack Shuku on her behalf. But why is this? She and Shuku are roommates, shouldn't they have a good relationship? Or was it because of the song I just sang that she revealed her true feelings to me? Several questions popped up in his mind, and Qin Luo automatically gave answers, but in the end he discarded them one by one, and couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. It was a close call. I almost got fooled by this woman. You have to know that this is a scumbag who plays with men at a high level, and a Minotaur warrior who specifically targets married men. Her true feelings might just be a disguise to let her prey down, so you must be on guard. What a scary woman. Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then laughed. Why do I feel that you deliberately lost to me just to date me? This is my only class today. Yao Yangyang blinked, her smile seemed meaningful. Come to think of it, I haven't been to the amusement park for a long time. Qin Luo immediately understood her implication and took her out of the school without saying a word. At the same time, in a classroom, Shuku was in a bad mood. Chapter 12. She never looked at him seriously. It was the end of get out of class time and the students in the classroom were dispersing one after another, some alone and some in groups of 2 or 3. Only Shuku did not move. She folded her arms and had no expression on her face. She had maintained this posture for the entire class. During this class, the only movement she made was to turn her head from time to glance at the classroom door. When she looked away, her expressionless face seemed even colder, with a hint of anger in her cold eyes. After a night, her resentment towards Qin Luo not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. Because she had been waiting for Qin Luo's attitude, waiting for him to apologize to her. So she came to the classroom early today, because she knew Qin Luo had no class this morning, and whenever he had no class, he would run to Shuku's classroom to attend class with her. Even though what happened yesterday, Shuku still took it for granted that Qin Luo would come to her today as usual. Then he would bow his head, apologize to himself, and explain why he did that yesterday. Shuku even thought about how to face Qin Luo with a cold and resolute attitude when the time comes, thinking of using this method as a punishment for him. But the final result was that Qin Luo never showed up, and Shuku did not receive the apology he was expecting. This made her resentment towards Qin Luo reach a new level, to the point that she gritted her teeth, and secretly made up her mind that she would never pay attention to Qin Luo again, and forced herself to throw everything about Qin Luo out of her mind. However, when the get out of class was about to end, the classroom suddenly became noisy. The students picked up their phones and pointed at the photos on the screen, their faces showing surprise and making clicking sounds. Shuku didn't know what they were doing, nor was he interested in knowing, but they all looked at Shuku, and each look was weirder than the last. It seems like pity, like sympathy, and also like gloating. Their looks made Shuku feel irritated, but at the same time a little curious. And soon, her curiosity was satisfied. When she opened her phone and saw a photo of Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan sitting together and smiling at each other in a post on the campus forum by a person named Nanner who loves taking photos, her body unconsciously became stiff and even her breathing stopped for a moment. Surprise, anger, doubt, resentment, all kinds of negative emotions burst out in her chest, making Shuku's face turn a little pale, so much so that when the class was over and everyone else had left, she was still holding her phone and looking at it. He didn't come to see me, but went to see Yao Yanyan. Why does he do this? Why doesn't he come to apologize to me? Could it be that he really fell in love with Yao Yanyan? This scumbag. 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 The anger continued to spread, causing Shuku's body to tremble slightly uncontrollably. In addition to Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan, she also disliked the poster, Nanner who loves taking photos. At this moment, a female student who had not yet left suddenly came over and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my, who has made our school beauty angry again? If you don't know, you would think someone owed you 80,000 yuan. Shuku subconsciously looked up at her and frowned unconsciously. Because of her personality, Shuku is definitely not popular among girls, and many people even dislike her. The female classmate in front of him was one of them. She would always find the opportunity to make some sarcastic remarks to Shuku, but Shuku would usually ignore her and just think she was childish and noisy. However, this time, she was in a rage, so she responded rudely, "What's it got to do with you?" Seeing Shuku respond to her words, the female classmate immediately showed a gloating smile. "Let me guess. Oh, it's not because of Qin Luo. Because Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan are together, so you are angry." Shuku's eyes twitched, and his expressionless and cold face seemed to lower the temperature around him. He opened his mouth and responded indifferently, "What does it have to do with me?" Seeing that she was obviously angry, the female classmate laughed even more happily. Yes, it's really none of your business. After all, you are not related to Qin Luo. It's his freedom to like whoever he wants. I just think you are amazing. You are willing to give up such a good man to others. You are affectionate, loyal, talented, and sing so well. It's a pity that now all of that belongs to Yao Yanyan. Before the female classmate finished speaking, Shuku interrupted her and asked, "What did you say?" "I say, now that's all Yao Yanyan." "That's not what I'm asking you. You said he sings well? How come I don't know? Have you ever heard him sing?" Shuku's stern face and cold eyes were quite intimidating. Normally, this female classmate only dared to make a few sarcastic remarks but did not dare to confront Shuku head-on. However, this time it was different. The female classmate seemed to have caught some handle on Shuku. The angrier Shuku showed, the happier she was. Just like now, the corners of her mouth are almost stretched to her ears. How rare. The whole school should have heard it in a while. Oh, by the way, you didn't know it yet, right? Har har, that's really interesting. Qin Luo wrote the song especially for you, but you didn't know it. In the end, Yao Yanyan got the benefit. Har har, I'm dying of laughter. The female classmate looked very happy and laughed louder and louder, which made Shuku frown more and more. She had known Qin Luo for such a long time, but she had never heard Qin Luo sing. How could she have heard it? And why would the whole school hear it in a while? Shuku was silent, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and quickly operated his mobile phone. Soon, a post came into view. The goddess of Luo River presents a song, and the heroine is not Shuku. Just the title made Shuku's face darken. She gritted her teeth unconsciously and clicked on the post with stiff fingers. Soon, the content of the post came into view. There was only a video in it, a video of Qin Luo standing on the podium, holding a guitar and singing by himself. "In the best years of my life, the spring breeze brings me to you, and April moistens the air. In this unkind world, you are my luck, all my good temper, because I love you. I wish I could watch the sunset with you when I am 60 years old. I wish the corners of my mouth would slightly smile when I think of you. I wish I could put a coat on you in the northern winter. I wish I could have you by my side even when I am penniless." The brisk melody and the magnetic singing voice came into his ears. Shuku stared at the smiling boy in the video, and saw the other students in the video being intoxicated by it. He was unconsciously a little absent-minded. It was not only because of the beautiful melody and singing, but also because she felt that she had never seen Qin Luo look so high-spirited. She didn't know that he looked so good when he smiled, that he sang so beautifully, and that he could attract so many people's admiration. In Shuku's impression, he has always been an ordinary student with a shy smile and mediocre appearance, so when the Qin Luo in his impression overlapped with the Qin Luo in the video, Shuku actually had an absurd sense of strangeness. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never looked at Qin Luo seriously. The only thing that made him feel familiar about the high-spirited young man in the video was his tender eyes. In the past, when he looked at Shuku, there was always tenderness in his eyes. Shuku finally found a sense of familiarity, but at this moment, the person recording the video suddenly moved the camera. Then, a familiar figure appeared in Shuku's sight. It's Yanyan. She sat upright at her desk, her back straight, her body leaning forward, her right hand covering her mouth, her eyes slightly wide open with bright colors in them. It seems like surprise, like obsession. On the other side of the screen, Qin Luo and Yanyan were staring at each other at the podium. The tenderness in his eyes and the songs that contained beautiful visions of the future seemed to all be given to Yanyan. For some reason, Shuku suddenly felt his breathing become a little sluggish and his heart felt a little blocked. She stared blankly at the video, unable to come back to her senses for a long time, and didn't even listen to what Qin Luo sang. But when the video finished playing, she unconsciously slid the screen and looked at the comment section under the post. Lotus Goddess, O Lord Luotian, what other unique skills do you have that I don't know about? I thought your actions when pursuing Shuku were already amazing, but I didn't expect you to still have such a big move. I have to say, the word hold is used very cleverly. Those who understand will understand. What a sin! Just by looking at the lyrics, you can tell who this song was originally sung for, but now, the female lead has been replaced. That's a good change. With Shuku's aloof personality, she probably wouldn't react even if you sang this kind of song in front of her. She might even give you a cold look in the end. You can't look for Yanyan, this damn Taran warrior is not a good person either. Qin Luo, why don't you look for me? I can do it. Even if Yanyan is not a good person, at least she responded. Look at the way she looked at Qin Luo in the video. It's amazing. And the way Qin Luo looked at her, I don't believe there's nothing going on between these two. I'm curious about Shuku's reaction after seeing this video. Will she regret it? It's so funny. With her attitude, how can she regret it? She will only blame others for not being affectionate enough to her. I'm not interested in their love scenes. I just think this song is nice. So the question is, why can't I find this song online? Nonsense, this was originally written by Luotian. He came to our class to look for Yanyan. I was there at the time. My friends and I were all shocked. I'm more interested in their love story. By the way, Qin Luo and Yanyan left the school directly after class. What exactly did they do? He. Shuku, Why do I suddenly feel something green on my head? What the hell, she didn't agree to Qin Luo's pursuit at the beginning, and now he has changed his target. Is it her turn to complain? You're right, but I still think the spaghetti should be mixed with number 42 concrete. I forgot about the latter. Luotian really doesn't lick Shuku anymore. My youth is over. QAQ. Comments after comments came into Shuku's eyes. Those that mentioned her, those words that she had sneered at in the past, at this moment seemed to have turned into sharp knives, deeply hurting Shuku's heart. She didn't know why she had such a reaction, she only knew that her heart was very blocked, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her. Even the strength in her body quickly disappeared, and she was even too weak to hold the phone. With a dong sound, the phone fell on the desk with a dull sound, accompanied by Shuku's gritted teeth and low growl. Yanyan. Chapter 13. How can a woman be so stupid? Seeing Shuku's somewhat inappropriate reaction, the female classmate looked a little surprised. She had thought that this incident would cause some stimulation to Shuku, so she deliberately made sarcastic remarks. However, Shuku's current reaction was somewhat beyond her expectations. Under her gaze, the cold and arrogant figure that was once praised by many students as the flower of the mountain seemed to be gradually collapsing. Even the pretty face that had made her jealous for a long time revealed a hint of paleness that was different from her usual coldness, and the voice that shouted her roommate's name with gritted teeth revealed a hint of hatred. For some reason, seeing Shuku like this, the female classmates suddenly felt that bullying her was not so fun. She frowned and was about to say something, but Shuku suddenly stood up silently with his phone in hand and said coldly to the female classmate who was blocking her way, "Get out of here." The female classmate raised her eyebrows and was about to retort, but Shuku stepped forward, pushed her aside with his shoulder, and then quickly left. She didn't run, but her steps seemed so hurried and messy. The female classmate looked at this scene, but finally she couldn't resist scolding her and shrugged angrily. Passing through the teaching building and across the campus, facing the various gazes from people around him, Shuku returned to the girls' dormitory without stopping. Bang! Room 606 was roughly pushed open, and the door made a muffled sound. Chu Si-jin, who had no classes in the morning, was the only one in the room. She was watching TV series and eating snacks in her bed. The sudden noise startled her and caused the bag of snacks in her hand to fall, with the snacks inside spilling all over the floor. This made Chu Si-jin very distressed. She instinctively wanted to complain, but after seeing Shuku's murderous and stern expression, she silently shrank her neck and dared not say a word, just like a little white rabbit that suddenly saw a big bad wolf. Shuku's cold eye swept across every corner of the dormitory, and finally looked at Chu Si-jin, and asked in a cold voice, "Where is Yao Yanyan?" Chu Si-jin replied weakly, I don't know. I just woke up a while ago and haven't seen her." So Shuku ignored her and took out his cell phone to call Yao Yanyan. The call was connected quickly, and Yao Yanyan's cheerful laughter came from the other end. "Shuku? What's wrong? Where are you? Playing outside? With whom? What's it got to do with you?" Listening to the faint male voice coming from the phone, Shuku felt a surge of anger that made her chest heave and even her pale face turned a little red. "Yao! Yang! Yang!" She gritted her teeth, her words revealing undisguised anger. "Don't go too far. I don't understand what you're saying. Ask Jin Luo to answer the phone." "No, he's not available. We're both busy, okay? I'm done with this. Bye. Yao." Before Shuku finished her words, a busy tone came from the phone. When she called Yao Yanyan again, there was no response from the other end. So Shuku wanted to call Jin Luo again, but then she realized that she didn't have Jin Luo's phone number at all. He had given it to Shuku before, but Shuku didn't write it down. The only way they could contact each other was WeChat. But he has blocked me. Shuku gritted his teeth, and finally couldn't control his emotions, so he sent a message to Jin Luo. However, the next second, all he saw was a glaring red exclamation mark. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly came over Shuku, causing him to sit down on a chair beside him. She leaned against the back of the chair, her arms hanging on both sides, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, looking pale and weak like a lifeless paper flower. Shuku didn't know why he was like this, why his emotions, which usually didn't fluctuate easily, were so turbulent, and he didn't know what that dull pain in his chest was. She only knew that when she saw the photo of Jin Luo and Yao Yanyan, when she saw Jin Luo singing to her, and when she heard Jin Luo's voice ringing in Yao Yanyan's mobile phone, the feeling that made her uncomfortable became more intense. This unprecedented experience made her not know how to resist, and she was left with only helplessness and confusion. Chu Si-jin, who was lying on the bed, looked at Shuku with surprise and worry. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked, "Shuku, are you okay? Are you sick? Do you want to see a doctor?" "I'm sick." "Am I sick?" Shuku asked himself silently in his heart, but he couldn't get an answer. She just vaguely felt that something important seemed to have left her. Chu Si-jin became even more worried when she failed to get a response from Shuku. Considering the series of events that happened yesterday, she guessed that the conflict between Shuku and Yao Yanyan seemed to have deepened again, and judging from what Shuku said on the phone just now, Jin Luo seemed to be still with Yao Yanyan. Are they really together? But even if that was the case, Shuku wouldn't react so strongly. After all, she doesn't like Jin Luo. Chu Si-jin's little head was filled with huge doubts, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. However, she was worried about Shuku's current condition, so she thought for a long time, and finally sent a message to Tang Yu. She didn't look for her twin sister, because based on her understanding of Chu Yanyan, this two-dimensional sister must be wearing headphones playing games or watching anime, and she might not even know that the get out of class was over. She is just so dull, with nothing but the second dimension in her eyes, it's really worrying. But Tang Yu is different. She is not only the vice president of the student union, but also has a generous and gentle personality, is mature and steady, and is 1 year older than them. Many of the problems they encounter on a daily basis are solved by Tang Yu. In Dormitory 606, Tang Yu is like an older sister, or an old nanny, always tolerant and helping them, so it has become a consensus in Dormitory 606 to find Tang Yu when there are problems. Not long after, Tang Yu, who received the news, rushed back. Her pretty oval face was slightly flushed and her breathing was a little rapid, as if she had been running all the way back. This was because Chu Si-jin did not explain the situation clearly. She only said that Shuku was not feeling well and asked her to come back quickly to check on him. Tang Yu was concerned about his roommate, so he ran back without stopping. Before he had time to catch his breath after entering the room, he saw Shuku slumped in the chair with a dazed look on his face. She looked even more out of control now than when she was provoked by Qin Luo yesterday. Seeing this, Tang Yu hurried over to support her and asked worriedly, "Shuku, what's wrong with you?" While speaking, she looked up at Chu Si-jin, but Chu Si-jin didn't know what the situation was, so she just shook her head to indicate that she didn't know, and then got out of bed quietly. So Tang Yu had no choice but to ask Shuku again, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you want me to take you to the infirmary?" Shuku still did not respond. He just sat in the chair in a daze, as if he had lost all sense of his surroundings. Tang Yu frowned and wanted to take Shuku directly to the infirmary, but Chu Si-jin beside him suddenly exclaimed. Tang Yu subconsciously looked at her, but Chu Si-jin said nothing and just quickly turned the phone screen away. Tang Yu took a closer look and was stunned involuntarily. At this moment, what appeared on Chu Si-jin's mobile phone screen was the message that Chu Yanyan had just sent. The content of the message is not important, what is important is the photos and videos attached. In the photo, Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan were sitting next to each other, their eyes locked with each other, with smiles on their faces. In the video, Qin Luo was standing on the podium holding a guitar, surrounded by fascinated students. Yao Yanyan was among them, looking at Qin Luo from a distance. Tang Yu was a little stunned. She was amazed by Qin Luo's song and also surprised by the seemingly unusual relationship between Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan. She wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't open her mouth. She just looked at Chu Si-jin silently. Both of them saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. The reason why Shuku was like this now must be related to these photos and videos. In other words, it has something to do with Qin Luo. So Tang Yu turned his head and looked at Shuku, with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that Shuku actually likes Qin Luo? Otherwise, why would she have such a big reaction? But, if she liked Qin Luo, why did she keep denying it before? And why didn't she respond to Qin Luo's feelings? Tang Yu wanted to ask directly, but seeing Shuku's distraught look, he finally didn't say anything. On the one hand, she didn't want to further provoke Shuku, and on the other hand, she didn't think Shuku would let the person she liked run away. After all, what woman in the world would be so stupid? Amusement park. Qin Luo got off the bumper car and asked Yao Yanyan, "Who called you just now?" Yao Yanyan looked at him with a half smile and asked, "What? Are you jealous?" Qin Luo shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he asked this question not because he really wanted to know the answer, but just wanted to use an opening line like, "The weather is nice today," or, "What did you have for breakfast," to naturally start the subsequent communication. However, this little beauty seemed to have engraved a certain chat routine into her DNA. She could often lead the topic to a certain rhythm as soon as she opened her mouth, which really made people hard to guard against. Seeing that he was speechless, Yao Yanyan said with a smile, "Okay, it's a girl's call, are you relieved now? Here it comes again, this stinky woman is trying to trick me again." Qin Luo glanced at her and didn't respond. He said to himself, "I'm going to buy ice cream." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the ice cream stand not far away. Yao Yanyan followed closely beside him, with her hands behind her back and her upper body slightly leaning forward. She asked him like a mischievous little girl, "Aren't you curious? It's just a phone call, what's there to be curious about? What if it's a call about you? Why does your phone call have anything to do with me?" "Because it was Shuku calling. She seemed to be looking for you and seemed very anxious. She just said she wanted you to answer the phone." "Really? Then why did she come to me?" "I don't know, maybe she likes you and is afraid that I will snatch you away." Hearing this, Qin Luo suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Yao Yanyan for 2 seconds, and suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. "This joke is quite funny." Yao Yanyan grinned, "It's quite funny. Even I find it impossible. If she really likes you, how could she let you run away? No woman would be so stupid." "Yes, so she can't possibly like me." Qin Luo smiled slightly, took a step forward and continued walking forward. Chapter 14 Just Friends. Apart from attending a class together in the morning, Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan spent most of the rest of the day together. They played in the amusement park for half a day, then had lunch together in the park, and went shopping and watched a movie in the afternoon. During this process, they were always talking and laughing. Their close relationship did not seem like two people who had just met, but rather like a couple in love. Of course, Qin Luo knew that he was pretending, and he also knew that Yao Yanyan was pretending. He pretended to be a scumbag in order to establish himself as a bad man. As for why Yao Yanyan pretended, he was not sure, but he could guess roughly. It was nothing more than the nature of a bad woman. This was something he knew so well that he didn't even need to use the earphones to confirm it. The earphones could only be used for times, and he hoped to use them at critical moments. Qin Luo also felt that this kind of casual flirting was a bit awkward at first, but when he thought about it carefully, this approach was actually no different from when he pursued Shuku. The difference is that one is self-torture and the other is self-indulgence. In comparison, the latter makes Qin Luo feel more relaxed than the former, and, a scumbag man and a scumbag woman, isn't it quite suitable? Since he approached the other person with a purpose from the beginning, he shouldn't expect any true treatment in return. In fact, if Yao Yanyan was really deceived by him, he would even feel guilty. Fortunately, Yao Yanyan wouldn't do that. She is the public enemy of the girls in the school and a monster in the eyes of the boys. Stealing someone's love is her unique hobby and arousing people's emotions is her specialty. Facing such a woman, Qin Luo did not need to have any psychological burden, and he had already seen the final outcome. It was nothing more than repeating the same mistake he made with Shuku, but it didn't matter because he had long been accustomed to it and even felt that it was natural. After all, before he threw a heavy punch at Yao Yanyan, he had already put himself in the position of their bad guy. And since he is a villain, he certainly shouldn't have a good ending. So Qin Luo gave up thinking and devoted himself to this scumbag game. The date with Yao Yanyan lasted until after dinner. Near 9 o'clock, Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan returned to school together, and he was considerate enough to send Yao Yanyan to the door of the girls' dormitory. The girls who were walking in and out saw this scene and recognized Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan. Their expressions were complicated and subtle, but they were not surprised. Yao Yanyan noticed the gazes of the people around her and said to Qin Luo with a smile, "They probably think we are in love now." Qin Luo blinked at her, "What do you think?" "Well." Yao Yanyan stretched out her tone but didn't answer directly. Instead, she said something irrelevant, "After spending this day together, I seem to have gotten to know you again. You are considerate, gentle, handsome, and talented. I think I really like you a little bit. But that's not what I want to say." Qin Luo asked her, "What do you want to say?" Yao Yanyan asked bluntly, "Do you still like Shuku?" Not sure if it was an illusion, but Qin Luo felt that when Yao Yanyan said this, the smile on her face faded a little, and her tone seemed more serious than before. But he didn't take it seriously, and just responded casually, "I don't like it anymore." Yao Yanyan narrowed her eyes, "Is it true?" Qin Luo answered with a question, "If I say it's true, then will you be with me?" TSK, Yao Yanyan smacked her lips lightly, and suddenly changed the subject, saying, "If your song." Halfway through her words, she suddenly paused and then showed a mischievous smile. "Okay, it's getting late, I have to go back to the dormitory, see you later." Qin Luo looked at her with a helpless look on his face. "Hey, it's shameless to keep people in suspense like this. Basic operation of a scumbag. Aren't you used to it yet?" Yao Yanyan's smile was still mischievous, with a hint of charm in it. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Qin Luo's response, but just put her hands behind her back and hopped away in 3 steps. Qin Luo shook his head helplessly, and did not bother to figure out what the last half sentence Yao Yanyan had not finished was. Instead, he remembered something, and when he turned his hand, he suddenly saw a pair of simple black framed glasses. After putting it on, he glanced at Yao Yanyan's back, which had not yet disappeared, and some information immediately emerged in his mind. Name, Yao Yanyan. Appearance, 94. Body size, 98. Special, 95. Hobbies, music. Specialty, acting. Magic glasses is one of the 100-day sign-in rewards Qin Luo received when he was in their affectionate character setting. Its function is as magical as its name. After wearing it, you can see some basic information about the target. Yao Yanyan's basic information was consistent with what Qin Luo had observed. Her seductive and charming face was worthy of a 94-point rating, and her slender figure was also worthy of a high score of 98. Her specialties and hobbies were also within Qin Luo's expectations, except for this special. Looking at the score of 95, Qin Luo's expression became a little subtle. Because according to the information he learned from the system, a woman's special score represents the depth of her interaction with the opposite sex. The higher the score, the less interaction there is with the opposite sex. Conversely, the lower the score, the more interaction there is with the opposite sex. A score above 90 means being illiterate. In Qin Luo's opinion, the special score of Yanyan, a Minotaur warrior who could kill people in her dreams, should be below 60 points, but the reality is just the opposite. Doesn't this mean that beneath her seemingly casual appearance, she actually has a heart as pure as gold? Qin Luo was a little confused for a moment, and even doubted his life for a moment. However, his greatest strength is that he can let go of things easily, and he simply doesn't think too much about things he can't figure out. So he put away his glasses and slowly returned to the boys' dormitory. Before pushing open the door of dormitory 404, he took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and removed Shuku from the blacklist. I seem to have a talent for being a scumbag, he muttered to himself. He has never had a real, complete relationship, but now he is going to become a scumbag. This is a path he never imagined. So the smile on his face revealed a hint of bitterness and self-mockery, and turned into calmness after 2 seconds, and he pushed open the door of the dormitory. The next second, 3 pairs of green eyes stared at him. Qin Luo couldn't help but tighten his legs, leaning his back against the dormitory door, looking at them with a little vigilance. What? Li Chenggang grinned and said kindly, "Don't be afraid, buddy. Come in quickly. Our dormitory is quite big. Be obedient and come in and let us have a look." Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. "So you are very brave." Wu Xian pushed the frame of his glasses, a bright light flashed through the thick lenses, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was very obscene. "Just kidding, we are super brave, okay." Qin Luo sighed helplessly. "You have changed. You are no longer the 3 fools who took the thief as their father for a meal." This move cost himself 800 lives and injured 1,000 enemies, and directly silenced the 3 animals in the dormitory. Finally, Wang Chen, who was of a relatively normal character, asked, "Brother Luo, the forum is now full of discussions about you and Yanyan. What's going on between you two?" Qin Luo did not answer, but asked, "What did you discuss?" Wu Xian handed the phone over directly. "I was just browsing it, you can check it yourself." Qin Luo took the phone and browsed the posts in the forum with interest. After a day of fermentation, the news that Qin Luo went to Yanyan for class and sang a song for her had spread. Some people even claimed to have seen the 2 of them dating intimately outside of school, and they seemed to have confirmed their relationship. Some people applauded and praised, saying that Qin Luo should have given up Shuku and found true love long ago. This was said by the male compatriots who were moved by Qin Luo's behavior. Some people expressed concern, saying that Yanyan is not a good person. This is what fellow members of the Yanyan Victims Association said. Some people expressed regret, saying that Qin Luo should not have given up halfway. If he had sung that song to Shuku, maybe Shuku would have agreed to be with him. This is what the pure love warrior said. There is also a group of people who said that Qin Luo gave up pursuing Shuku and immediately turned to Yanyan. His behavior can be called a seamless transition, so they scolded him as a scumbag. When he saw the first 3, Qin Luo had no reaction, but when he saw the last one, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Because this was exactly what he had caused and the effect he wanted to see the most, just like when he pursued Shuku earlier. It turned out that his operation was very correct, even perfect. The 3 roommates didn't expect Qin Luo's reaction to be so calm, and he even had a smile on his face. They were all a little confused for a moment. Li Chenggang couldn't help but ask directly, "Tiezi, tell me the truth, are you really in love with Yanyan?" Yanyan. Qin Luo recalled the charming face that accompanied him all day today, and replied with a smile, "Just a friend. Just friends." Yanyan said to Tang Yu with a smile as beautiful as a flower. She and Tang Yu were staying on the small balcony of the dormitory building at this time, and she was brought over by Tang Yu as soon as she entered the room. After Tang Yu brought her in, he locked the balcony door and asked her a question right away. "Are you and Qin Luo really in love?" After getting Yanyan's answer, Tang Yu's brows were still furrowed, and he continued to ask, "Just a friend, will he come to you for class? Will he sing for you? Will he go out to play with you? Come on, it's normal for friends to go out and play together after class. What's the big deal?" Yanyan shrugged, looking a little unconcerned, and then said, "Besides, who is that song for? Don't you know?" Hearing this, Tang Yu's expression eased a little, and he said softly, "Yanyan, have you ever thought that Qin Luo is just using you as a gun to change Shuku's opinion of him and make Shuku pay more attention to him?" Yao Yanyan narrowed her eyes and the smile on her face faded. "So what if I know? So what if I don't know? What do you want to say?" Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. After Shuku saw the photo of you and Qin Luo, and the video of him singing, her reaction was very big, even bigger than yesterday. "I think she actually likes Qin Luo. It's just that she has never admitted it, or she hasn't realized it yet. We have all seen how much Qin Luo likes her. How can we believe that he gives up just like that?" After a pause, Tang Yu continued in a persuasive tone, "If what you did before was just because you didn't like Shuku and wanted to provoke her, then doing this is enough. After all, we are friends in the same dormitory, aren't we?" Yao Yangyang opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She just turned around expressionlessly, unlocked the door and entered the dormitory. Chapter 15. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. After Yao Yangyang returned to the dormitory, she packed her toiletries and prepared to remove her makeup and take a shower. According to her original plan, she did want to stimulate Shuku again after she came back, but after hearing what Tang Yu said just now, she suddenly felt a little bored, and even a little inexplicably irritated. So she gave up her original plan and ignored Shuku, who had been sitting in the chair and staring at her quietly. However, just because she didn't look for Shuku doesn't mean Shuku won't look for her. "Don't you have anything you want to tell me?" Shuku's voice was the same as usual, without any emotion, but Yao Yangyang heard a deep sense of resentment in it. Yao Yangyang looked back at Shuku, pulled the corners of her mouth with a fake smile, and said sarcastically, "You have no vision. Did you have fun today? It's okay. You're very proud of taking Qin Luo away from me, right?" After these words were spoken, Tang Yu covered his forehead and sighed. Chu Sijin chewed potato chips much slower, and even Chu Yanyan, who was following anime, took off one of his headphones. Yao Yangyang narrowed her eyes and looked at Shuku, and said in the same cold voice as hers, "He is not yours, and I have never taken anything from you." Shuku sneered, "That confession, that cup of milk tea, and today's song, they were all supposed to be mine, but now they've all been taken away by you, right? Don't you just like to steal other people's things?" Yao Yangyang raised her eyebrows, and a nameless anger suddenly rose in her heart. Her tone became tougher. "I say it again, I have never taken anything from you. It is his freedom to be with whoever he wants. It is also my freedom to make friends with whoever I want. You have no right to interfere." When their eyes met, sparks flew and the tense atmosphere suddenly exploded, sweeping across the entire dormitory in the blink of an eye. "I can't control other people, but him. He likes me. Stop being so narcissistic. He doesn't like you at all." "What did you say?" "Say it again." "I said he doesn't like you at all. He told me so himself." The two men's voices became louder and louder, and their speech speed became faster and faster, as if they both wanted to overpower the other and show how strong they were. But after Yao Yangyang said the last sentence, Shuku suddenly stopped. She looked at Yao Yangyang in a daze, her lips bumped against each other several times, and then she asked in a trembling voice, What did you say?" Shuku's reaction was somewhat beyond Yao Yanyan's expectations. She couldn't help but think of what Tang Yu had just said. She hesitated for a moment, but finally sneered and said, "I said, he doesn't like you anymore. He told me this himself. You can go and confirm it yourself." Shuku had heard such words yesterday. Her reaction at that time was to question, and she subconsciously refuted them. But this time, she did not react excessively. She just sat in her chair in a daze, just like she did in the dormitory in the morning. "He doesn't like me anymore. How is this possible?" She muttered to herself. Her voice seemed to tremble a little, and when it reached Yao Yanyan's ears, she suddenly regretted what she had said. Chu Sijin swallowed the potato chips in her mouth and whispered, "Yanyan, stop talking." Chu Yanyan wanted to chime in, but he didn't know what to say, so he just turned into a repeater, "Yanyan, stop talking." Yao Yangyang opened her mouth, but seeing Shuku looking so distraught, she didn't say anything in the end and went into the bathroom with her toiletries. Tang Yu sighed. She slowly walked to Shuku and sat down, gently holding her hand, and softly comforted her. "Shuku, in fact, I think Qin Luo should still like you." Her simple words were like a fountain of life poured into the drying up desert. The man, who was still in a state of dismay the previous second, grabbed her hands the next second, and said as if to verify, "Right, he must still like me, right? I knew Yao Yanyan was lying to me. Qin Luo likes me so much, how could he give up on me just like that?" "Calm down first," Tang Yu patted Shuku's hand. After she calmed down a little, he said, "What I want to say is that he may still like you, but he doesn't want to like you the same way as before." "What do you mean?" Shuku was a little confused. Tang Yu said slowly, "It's very simple, because the way he pursued you before was abnormal and wrong. It was also that kind of blind flattery and unscrupulous hobby that created your attitude towards him. When this kind of thing happens, the person involved may not be aware of it, but we outsiders can see it clearly, which is why so many people say that Qin Luo is a licker, cough, and even give him various nicknames. And the current situation is that Qin Luo has come to his senses. He knows that the way he has been pursuing you is wrong, so he wants to seek change in order to attract your attention, hoping that you can respond and make some changes for him. Like when he came to give you milk tea yesterday, he gave it to all of us but not to you, and he went to Yanyan for class today. These were all just his ways of expressing his feelings to you. In fact, you can tell just by listening to that song. If he didn't really like you, how could he write that kind of song? And how can he, who likes you so much, really let go?" Tang Yu spoke slowly and softly, just like a close friend whispering in your ear. Shuku's originally excited emotions were easily calmed down by her, and after listening to her words, he felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. "Yeah. He likes me so much and even wrote that kind of song for me, how could he just give up on me?" Just like Tang Yu said, he just wanted to seek change, so he did those things. Whether it was delivering milk tea or going to see Yao Yanyan, it was just a way for him to seek change. All these explanations are reasonable, and in fact he still likes me. He just wanted me to take him more seriously, just like today when I saw that video, I realized for the first time that he was different from others. He succeeded, Shuku said in a somewhat complicated tone. Tang Yu's eyes lit up, and he was about to continue talking, but Shuku suddenly sneered again, "But his behavior only makes me feel childish, just like the trick of a primary school student grabbing a female classmate's braids. How old is he and still uses this kind of trick? He is so self-righteous. He only makes me hate him more. And he wants me to change for him? Why? He likes me, not me like him." Shuku's voice became louder and louder, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered in the past 2 days, and as if he was reconsolidating his unattainable position. No matter what he said, he refused to lower his head, and was as cold and hard as a stone on a snowy mountain. Tang Yu was shocked by her remarks at this moment. She had the same thought as yesterday. What kind of outrageous statement is this? It was obviously you who was provoked and lost your mind, but now you are still proud of it. The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched. She originally wanted to ask Shuku whether she liked Qin Luo or not, but seeing Shuku's expression, she was too lazy to ask. She even felt a surge of regret in her heart, thinking that she shouldn't have said those words just now. She said these words with the intention of calming Shuku's emotions, but also to express a guess in her mind. Because just as she said, everyone knew who Qin Luo sang that song for, and everyone also knew how much he liked Shuku before. Even if he was really sad and upset because of Shuku's long-term silent treatment, she didn't believe that Qin Luo could really let it go. So she said those words. Her original intention was to let Shuku see Qin Luo's feelings clearly, and also see her own feelings clearly. But now it seems that it is just like putting putty on your lips, useless. It's hard to persuade that damn ghost with good words. She is just a moron. It's useless for you to talk to her. A slightly teasing voice came from the distance. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they saw Yao Yanyan looking at Shuku with disdain. Shuku glared back without hesitation. "Who are you calling stupid?" Yao Yanyan seemed too lazy to pay attention to her and just sneered. Shuku was about to say something else when she suddenly saw her phone light up, and the content on the screen made her eyes widen involuntarily. The next second, her expressionless face suddenly broke into a smile, and her words revealed an irrepressible joy. "Qin Luo sent me a message." After she finished speaking, she suddenly paused, then stopped smiling, glanced at Yao Yanyan coldly, and said in a low voice, "He must have come to apologize to me." "Hey, you said he said in person that he doesn't like me anymore? Don't you feel embarrassed to tell such a lie?" Yao Yanyan narrowed her eyes, and finally she was too lazy to argue with Shuku anymore. She just said, "I don't want to pay attention to you," and went back to the bathroom. Tang Yu was too lazy to care and returned to his bed silently. He felt secretly annoyed and thought that he would think carefully before speaking next time. As for Shuku, she seemed calm but actually climbed onto the bed in a hurry, then got into the quilt, holding her cell phone, and looked at the message Qin Luo sent her. Report it, I didn't realize it was you before, I thought you were selling insurance, so I blacklisted you. In the dark bed, Shuku's cold face was reflected by the phone, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. She knew that Qin Luo still loved her, and there was no way he would give up on her. Inexplicably, Shuku regained her former determination and confidence, so she did not reply to Qin Luo immediately, thinking of leaving him alone first to express her resentment towards him. She thought that Qin Luo would send her another message soon. Maybe it was an apology, maybe it was an explanation, maybe it was asking her what she wanted to eat tomorrow. In short, it must be a gesture of goodwill. But she didn't expect that 10 minutes later, Qin Luo's second message still hadn't arrived. This made Shuku feel a little uncomfortable. She tapped her fingers lightly on the screen, trying to type some words but pulling back every time she wanted to send. At this time, new content finally appeared in the chat box. Chapter 16 Is Qin Luo with you? I'm too tired today. I'm going to sleep first, and... Before Shuku had time to be happy, he was stunned by the message sent by Qin Luo, and the resentment in his heart surged out uncontrollably. So she quickly typed the text and replied to Qin Luo, forgetting that she had already vowed not to pay any attention to Qin Luo. You didn't even give me a note. What do you mean by too tired? You must be tired from playing with Yanyan today, right? Qin Luo, speak up. Don't you feel sorry for me? Don't you feel you owe me an explanation? I know you still like me. Since you wrote that song for me, I'm willing to give you another chance. You don't have class tomorrow morning, right? I have class in the morning. Come to my classroom and accompany me to class. Apologize to me in person, and I can forgive you for what happened before. Qin Luo, say something. Don't tell me you fell asleep so quickly. Shuku sent several messages in a row, but never received a reply from Qin Luo. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. The feeling of anxiety and fear came over her again, easily destroying the determination and confidence she had just regained. It's getting late now, he probably didn't reply because he was afraid of disturbing my rest. Or maybe, his phone was set to do not disturb, so he couldn't receive any message alerts, so he didn't know that I had replied to his message. That must be the case, otherwise he would have replied to my message as soon as he saw it. He has always been like this. When he wakes up tomorrow and sees my message, he will know that I am angry and will go to class with me. He will definitely. Shuku's mind began to wander uncontrollably. Voices emerged from her heart and turned into reasons that she could accept, which to a certain extent calmed her messy heart. So Shuku stuffed his phone under his pillow, closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, wanting to greet tomorrow and Qin Luo's belated apology as soon as possible. But the more she wanted to sleep, the more she couldn't fall asleep. The young man's high-spirited figure lingered in her mind. Shuku thought of everything he had done for her and how unfamiliar he looked in the past 2 days. Her heart was choked up, but when she thought that Qin Luo would be back soon, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, a feeling she could not understand, called fear of gain and loss. It's okay. He likes me so much, he will definitely come to apologize to me. Shuku muttered to himself, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. On the bunk not far away, Yanyan faced the wall, the light from her cell phone screen illuminating her enchanting and charming face. She looked at the chat box belonging to Qin Luo in WeChat, opened it and closed it and opened it again, and finally gritted her teeth and stuffed the phone directly under the pillow. She thought she would not be affected in this way, but she started to feel inexplicably irritated. She knew the source of this irritation, because she had been wondering what Qin Luo and Shuku were talking about since just now, whether Qin Luo apologized to Shuku, and whether he denied what he said. I don't like it anymore. She didn't want to see that kind of result, no reason, just simply didn't want it. So she wanted to send a message to Qin Luo to ask, and even inexplicably began to look forward to seeing Qin Luo in her classroom again tomorrow. But she was unwilling to take the initiative towards Qin Luo because it went against her attitude towards life, so rationality and sensibility disturbed her heart. As a woman who calls herself a scumbag, Yanyan finds it hard to accept that she has such a mentality. She struggled with this mentality for a long time, and finally gave herself a reasonable explanation. I just don't want to see Shuku's proud idiotic face. She murmured to herself and gradually closed her eyes. On the other side, Tang Yu lay there for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. Things about Qin Luo, Shuku and Yao Yanyan kept circling in her mind, making her a little upset for a while. This is even more troublesome than the work of the student union. In comparison, she would rather have twice as much work as she does now than get involved in this game called emotions. But Shuku and Yao Yanyan are both her roommates. She is a sentimental person and doesn't want to see anything go wrong with them. As for Qin Luo, thinking of the endless love he had shown to Shuku, thinking of all the little things he had done, thinking of his sudden changes in the past 2 days, Tang Yu finally couldn't help but sigh. Although I think he still likes Shuku, that's just my guess after all. Let's test him tomorrow. TSK, I still have to deal with the planning of the school anniversary party, so annoying. She murmured to herself and gradually closed her eyes. There are 5 people in a dormitory. 3 of them are forcing themselves to sleep, while the remaining 2 are in a completely different situation. Yanyan, I am getting more and more confused about them. Does Qin Luo like Shuku or Yanyan now? Does Shuku like Qin Luo or not? Was Yanyan jealous of Shuku just now? By the way, what are we going to eat tomorrow morning? Pancake, I want chicken fillet. But I heard that the pancake with chicken fillet is not authentic, although I also like to eat chicken fillet. It's okay if it's not authentic, the taste is what matters. Oh, okay then, what are we having for lunch? No, you missed the point, you haven't answered my question yet. Oh, I don't understand love. The 3-dimensional world is so weird. It's not as pure and beautiful as the love in the 2-dimensional world. This is the fundamental bad nature of human beings. When will you ever be able to get over your chinibya? Even a sister like me feels embarrassed sometimes. If you add, I have a lot of fish lips after this sentence, I will call it a unique skill. What are you talking about? Forget it, let me tell you, I do have some opinions about their affairs. By the way, I'm a little hungry again, I want to eat some potato chips, but they are all sleeping now, and I'm afraid that the noise will disturb them. Give me one too, I want the original flavor. What else can you say? We've both been single since we were born, so just stay single with me. In 10 years, we can both become great magicians. Chu Si-jin, who was lying on the bed, rolled her eyes and didn't respond to Yamajuo's stupid remark. Instead, she pouted her chubby face and started to get upset. Finally, she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, and tiptoed to take out 2 bags of Lay's potato chips from the small basket hanging on the wall. I got a bag of Texas barbecue flavor and my sister got a bag of original flavor. Chu Si-jin raised her hand and threw it, and with a par sound, it hit Chu Yanyan's face. Chu Si-jin quickly closed her eyes and lay down, indicating that what happened just now had nothing to do with her. She opened her eyes a little to make sure that the other people were not disturbed by the noise. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, crawled into the bed and began to quietly eat potato chips. Chu Yanyan took the potato chips off his face slowly, opened it, and ate while watching the video. He sucked his fingers from time to time, and smiled like an auntie when he saw something exciting. He, Connor-chan, my Connor-chan. Her rustling laughter was accompanied by her figure twisting like a maggot. Her laughter was not loud, but it was still clearly heard by Shuku, Tang Yu and Yao Yanyan. But they didn't react and continued to force themselves to fall asleep. Unfortunately, this night is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. The next day, because Tang Yu was busy with various affairs, he had long been accustomed to getting up early. Even though she was worried about trivial matters and did not sleep well last night, her good biological clock still allowed her to wake up on time. But she didn't expect that the other roommates, who usually woke up one after another after she left, also got up at the same time. Needless to say, the twin sisters of the Chu family always like to stay in bed, whether they have classes or not. But Shuku and Yao Yanyan were a bit abnormal. They sat up from the bed at the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand, looked at each other tacitly, and then got up from the bed, packed up and washed up. They looked leisurely, yet somehow seemed to be in a hurry, so much so that they even crowded together at the dormitory entrance when they left. So the 2 of them looked at each other, both narrowed their eyes, then snorted coldly, turned their heads away, and left the dormitory in big strides. Tang Yu looked at this scene speechlessly, and inexplicably felt like he was watching a cat and mouse game. After parting ways with Yao Yanyan in front of the girls' dormitory building, Shuku had a simple breakfast and then walked step by step to the classroom for the first class in the morning. She arrived early, and there were still 20 minutes before class, and there was no one in the class. Shuku randomly found a seat in the corner of the back row and sat down. Then he straightened his back and stared at the classroom door, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Therefore, the moment Shuku's classmates entered the classroom, they were all baptized by her gaze. Even though everyone was used to Shuku's cold expression and sharp eyes, they still found that Shuku today was extra different from usual. Some of them even felt inexplicably guilty after being looked at by that gaze. They could not help but shiver, lowered their heads and hurriedly found a corner away from Shuku to sit down. However, Shuku ignored those people and stared at the classroom door from beginning to end, quietly waiting for the figure he was expecting. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The sense of anticipation was consumed bit by bit, and Shuku's face became more and more ugly, until 20 minutes passed. Even the teacher came, but Qin Luo still did not show up. At this moment, Shuku's face looked extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone, and bombarded Qin Luo with a series of messages. Why didn't you come to my class? Oh, I have something to do this morning. What surprised Shuku a little was that Qin Luo replied to their message very quickly, but the content of the message made her frown, so she typed a question directly. Something? I see you went to see Yanyan. No, I'm busy with other things. Qin Luo. Come to me now. Otherwise I will never forgive you again. I'm really busy. Let's do it another day. Be good. Looking at the messages sent by Qin Luo, Shuku's anger value began to accumulate and swell. She didn't believe Qin Luo's excuse at all, and just thought that he was in love with Yanyan, so she sent him questioning messages one after another, but they were like a drop in the ocean and she received no response. This time, Shuku couldn't hold it anymore and sent a message directly to Yanyan. Is Qin Luo at your place? Is Qin Luo at your place? Shuku was stunned for a moment, staring at the message that Yanyan sent almost at the same time as himself, and he was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Qin Luo, didn't he go to find Yanyan? Chapter 17. I heard some rich ladies like this. Qin Luo, didn't he go find Shuku? Yanyan looked at the messages on her phone that Shuku and she sent simultaneously with the same content, and was confused for a moment. She came to the classroom early today just to see if Qin Luo would come to her for class like he did yesterday. As a result, after waiting for a long time, even until the teacher arrived, Qin Luo did not show up. So Yanyan naturally thought that Qin Luo must have given in to Shuku, and he must have gone to accompany Shuku to class again and become Shuku's little dog again. When she thought of this possibility, Yanyan became furious. She didn't know why she was so angry. When she saw Qin Luo licking Shuku before, she was just watching from the sidelines with an attitude of watching the fun. But ever since Qin Luo had changed in the past 2 days, and even after he sang that song yesterday, Yanyan didn't want to see Qin Luo chasing Shuku anymore. So she tried to hold it in for a while, but finally couldn't help it and sent a questioning message to Shuku. But she never expected that Shuku was also questioning her at the same time. This made Yanyan a little puzzled. Qin Luo should not have classes this morning, but he neither came to find her nor went to find Shuku. So where did he go? You can't be going to find Tang Yu, right? The moment this thought came to her mind, Yanyan couldn't help but sneer, and she herself felt it was a bit ridiculous. Something must have happened today. Never mind. I don't want to care. Yanyan relaxed. After learning that Qin Luo did not go to find Shuku, she was no longer so upset and looked at the classmates around her with interest. Because they had witnessed Qin Luo's musical level yesterday, the students in the class were looking forward to Qin Luo coming to class again today. Unfortunately, they never saw Qin Luo, so they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The teacher couldn't help but ask Yanyan, didn't Qin Luo come today? Yanyan smiled and replied, he is not a student in our class, so it is impossible for him to come every time. The teacher sighed immediately, and after struggling for a while, he tentatively asked Yanyan, I heard that Qin Luo confessed to you before. If you win him over earlier, then he will be a student in our class, right? When these words came out, even the students' eyes lit up, and they thought to themselves that the old ones are still the best. The teacher is worthy of being a teacher to be able to think of such a way to get Qin Luo for free. Only Yanyan was laughing so hard that her body shook uncontrollably. She laughed and said, I'll try my best. At the same time, Qin, who was being cared for by countless people, was on his way to the library. He held his phone, ignored the WeChat messages from Shuku that kept popping up, and slowly searched the forum for the information he wanted. Keywords Tang Yu. That's right, Mr. Qin is still firmly on the path of being a scumbag today. Now that he has established a friendly relationship with Yao Yanyan, he has once again extended his claws, and this time his target is Tang Yu. As a member of the goddess group, Tang Yu's popularity can be said to be second only to Shuku, who is known as the flower of Galing, and it can even be said that she is on par with her. Judging from her appearance and temperament alone, Tang Yu is first-rate. Shuku has the bonus of a cool temperament, which makes her sit firmly on the throne of school beauty, while Tang Yu's advantage lies in her approachability and friendliness. When people in school talked about Shuku, most of them maintained an admiring yet timid attitude, and this was the attitude of the boys. If it's a girl, probably half of the people would snort and curse, "You just act pretentious all the time." But Tang Yu was different. She was a very kind person with a gentle and generous temperament. She looked dignified, like a lady from a noble mansion. She is well-spoken and has elegant manners. Anyone who gets along with her will feel comfortable as if basking in the spring breeze. Therefore, not only male classmates like her, but there are also many female classmates who like her. In addition, Qin Luo also learned from the campus forum that Tang Yu was a person with outstanding personal abilities. Her hometown is the imperial capital. She was admitted to the Magic City University from the imperial capital more than 2 years ago, not through the college entrance examination but through recommendation. On the first day after entering school, she was elected class monitor with a high vote, and then joined the External Relations Department of the Student Union, gradually showing her skills and talents. While other freshmen were still helping their seniors with chores and running errands, she was already able to help with advice and was deeply appreciated by her seniors and leaders. In the first semester of her freshman year, at a school sports meet, she brought in sponsorship fees for the school that far exceeded expectations, and she was promoted to Deputy Director of the External Relations Department. She continued to demonstrate her talents after that, and before the end of her freshman year, she became Director of the External Relations Department and concurrently served as a member of the Presidium. At the end of the first semester of her sophomore year, she became the Vice President of the Student Union through an event planning. Her academic performance, interpersonal relationships, and personal abilities are all extremely outstanding. She can be said to be a truly well-rounded genius. If Shuku is a flower on the mountaintop, then Tang Yu is a genuine genius. Such a woman naturally has no shortage of suitors in school. Unfortunately, although there are many people who can talk to and make friends with Tang Yu under various reasons and excuses, no one has been able to win her over yet. If Qin Luo were asked to rank the difficulty of conquering the goddess groups, then Tang Yu's difficulty should be no less than Shuku's, and might even be higher. He originally thought that Yao Yanyan was the easiest to conquer. After all, she had a good reputation and didn't look like an honest person at all. But after looking at her information with the magic glasses yesterday, Qin Luo became skeptical about this. As for the two sisters of the Chu family, one is a foodie and the other is a spiny newt. How difficult can it be to conquer them? It's a bit difficult. This woman is too perfect. Normally, she will smile when someone greets her, but that's just a greeting. If you want to have further communication, you have to have a legitimate reason, such as work, but I'm not a member of the student union. Qin Luo muttered to himself, looking at the various information about Tang Yu found in the forum, while thinking about how to approach Tang Yu naturally. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears. "You are Qin Luo, right?" Qin Luo looked in the direction of the sound and found that he had unknowingly walked to the campus parking lot. A Mercedes was parked not far away. A woman wearing sunglasses leaned her head out of the car and was smiling and waving at him. "May I ask who you are?" Qin Luo looked at the other person in confusion. Sunglasses concealed her well-dressed face. Judging only from the part below her nose and her mature and magnetic voice, this woman should be around 30 years old, and there were no women of this age in Qin Luo's social circle. The woman smiled and said, "Let's get in the car and talk." Qin Luo hesitated for a moment. The woman then teased him, "Don't worry, this is a school after all. Are you afraid that I will kidnap you in broad daylight?" He was not afraid of being kidnapped. Qin Luo had had the strength attribute bonus many times. Although he had never fought, he believed that 3 or 5 ordinary adult men were not his opponents. Unless this woman brought something that could defeat the enemy in one move. But to be fair, in such a peaceful era, and in a university, would anyone drive a Mercedes-Benz to kidnap a male college student? It's hard to say. I heard some rich ladies like this. Could it be that this woman is attracted by my beauty? Qin Luo swallowed his saliva involuntarily, but still sat in the passenger seat of the car. At the same time, his hand did not leave the door handle and the car door was not closed tightly, in order to prevent some emergencies. As the saying goes, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be on guard against others. Although the possibility of that happening is very small, Qin Luo still remained vigilant enough. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Qin Luo asked calmly. The woman glanced at him and chuckled, "Little guy, you may be young, but you have a lot of ideas. Don't worry, I'm not here to kidnap you, nor do I want to support you, although you are quite handsome and meet my requirements for a spouse. And you still say you are not greedy for my body." Qin Luo complained angrily in his heart, and then he saw the woman take off her sunglasses. After seeing her face clearly, Qin Luo was stunned for a few seconds, then silently opened the car door, slammed it shut, and took his hand off the door handle. He politely called out, "Hello, teacher Shenfang." Shenfang smiled sweetly, "Do you know me? I thought young people nowadays don't listen to those old songs anymore." "You're joking. Your songs are all classics. My parents are your fans. You haven't been doing anything for all these years, and my parents are always sad," Qin Luo responded in a polite enough tone, while a series of doubts arose in his mind. Shenfang, a well-known veteran singer, made his debut at the age of 16, rose to fame at the age of 18, and reached the peak of his performing career at the age of 30. He sang countless great songs and had fans all over the country. After the age of 35, she retired behind the scenes and rarely appeared in the public eye. Qin Luo had also heard many of her songs, and his parents were her fans, so he knew a little about her. If he remembered correctly, Shenfang should be at least 45 years old this year. Although she has taken good care of herself and looks like she is in her early 30s, she can still be considered a mother. Why would such a senior veteran in the music industry suddenly come to me? You can't really want me to work less for decades, right? Facing Qin Luo's slightly puzzled gaze, Shenfang did not continue to keep him in suspense and said bluntly, "Yesterday I accidentally saw a video on the internet. In the video, a boy sang a song called 'You Are April in the World.' I really liked that song, so I searched for it online, but couldn't find it anywhere. So I looked up that video again and learned from the comments that the song was originally written by you and you are a student of this school. So I came to you on purpose. My purpose is very simple. I just want to buy the cover rights of your song. Do you understand?" Shenfang slowly recounted the reasons and consequences of why she had specially sought out Qin Luo, and then looked at Qin Luo with a smile, quietly waiting for his reply. Chapter 18. Do you want to work 10 years less? After hearing what Shenfang said, Qin Luo felt both surprised and shocked. Surprisingly, he didn't expect that the song he sang yesterday could actually attract Shenfang. What is surprising is that as a well-known singer in the music industry, she would have such a great interest in this song. Indeed, one of Qin Luo's props, Classic Music Library, is filled with classic songs from parallel worlds. You Are the April on Earth, as one of the works also has a certain value. But compared with Shenfang's personal abilities and achievements, Qin Luo really didn't think this song would be that attractive to her. In comparison, there are many other higher quality songs in the Classic Music Library, covering a wide variety of languages and genres, which can be said to be extremely comprehensive. It is like a cash cow. If Qin Luo wants to venture into the entertainment industry, he can easily reach the top of the music scene with this Classic Music Library. Even if he doesn't want to be a singer and only wants to be a songwriter, he can earn wealth that an ordinary person cannot earn in 10 lifetimes by slowly monetizing the songs in his Classic Music Library. You Are the April in the World is just one of them, and it's not the best one. Young people who don't know much about music can be very interested in it. Qin Luo can understand that, but he doesn't understand why Shenfang came to him specifically for this song. All kinds of doubts lingered in Qin Luo's mind. He thought about it and finally asked, "Do you like this song very much?" "I like it very much," Shenfang nodded without hesitation, and then slowly said, "I roughly know what you are thinking. Indeed, the quality of this song is not that good. With the achievements I have made so far, it is not necessary for me to come to you in person. Then why do you? For money." Qin Luo. This answer is really wonderful. Qin Luo was speechless on the spot. He wanted to complain, but he felt that his throat was stuck by the word reasonable and he couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Shenfang smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" "Actually, there is no need to be surprised. I did achieve great success and made a lot of money back then, but because I have disappeared over the years, I am almost going to pay it back. You know, women tend to spend money lavishly. It was also some time ago that my old club approached me, hoping that I could make a comeback. I agreed without much thought. Then a new problem arose. I am no longer young, and I no longer have the ambition and talent I had back then. I can no longer write those excellent songs. The company knew all this, but they didn't despise me. After all, the popularity and foundation I had accumulated back then were still there, and they hoped to make money from that. I also hoped to earn enough for my retirement before I got too old and weak, so we hit it off, and they asked songwriters to help me write songs. It's a pity that although I have lost my talent, I still have the ability to appreciate. The music scene is now in a mess, and the songs written by those songwriters are simply shit. The few songs that are pleasing to the eye lack some connotation, and the singing can only be considered mediocre. Of course, I have no right to look down on others, because now I am just returning to my old love, and I have no right to look down on this or that, but at least, I hope that my first song after my comeback will not be met with a barrage of criticism. It was also at this time that I accidentally heard your song. Although the quality is not top-notch, both the lyrics and the style are pretty good. What I appreciate more is the story behind this song. At this point, Shinfang paused, and looked at Qin Luo with a bit of tenderness and sympathy in her eyes. You are a good child with rich emotions. Only people with rich emotions like you can write good songs that can really mobilize the emotions of others. I admire you very much. Shinfang said a lot, and Qin Luo just listened quietly. It was not until she heard her last word of praise that he smiled and said thank you. He felt a little sad. The music star who was so brilliant in the past is now old and ugly. The company wants to squeeze out her surplus value, and she has bowed to reality. She is no longer as young and talented as she used to be, and she no longer has the charm that Qin Luo once saw on the stage. Although she has achieved something that many people will never achieve in their lifetime, she now seems to be just an ordinary woman working hard for a living. For money, what a reasonable reason. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Shinfang asked him, do you think my reasons are too realistic and that I don't match the image you have in your mind? Qin Luo shook his head. On the contrary, your image in my heart has become even taller and more vivid. In my opinion, the most important thing in life is to be able to see yourself clearly. Many people can't see themselves clearly until they are old, but you have already done it. Shinfang blinked, a hint of surprise flashed across her bright eyes, and she sighed. I thought you were just a college student with some talent, but after this exchange, I discovered that you have great potential. After a pause, she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, young man, do you want to work 10 years less? Qin Luo was shocked at the time, and subconsciously leaned back to the tactics, stammering, This is not good. My mother will beat me to death if she knows. Shinfang looked at him with a bit of laughter and tears, and explained, you young people, your brains are always jumping around, always thinking of all sorts of messes. I want to ask you, are you interested in becoming my apprentice? You are very talented and have good looks, so I can take you to the entertainment industry. Although my popularity is not as high as it used to be, my foundation is still there. At least I can still take you for a while before I completely retire. God, my brain is jumping out of control. It's obviously your sentence that has the problem. Qin Luo complained indignantly in his heart, but at the same time he felt a little surprised. Just as Shinfang said, although she has disappeared for a long time, her past is still there, and once she makes a comeback, there will still be many voices supporting her. At this time, once someone appears as her disciple, he or she will definitely receive a lot of attention and popularity. If this disciple has some talent, his or her career in the music industry will be smooth sailing. Just like what Shinfang said, I can still take you for a while. It seems easy to say, but this part of the road is a chasm that many people who dream of becoming a star will never be able to overcome in their lifetime. To be honest, Qin Luo was flattered that she could maintain such an appreciative attitude towards him. But he finally shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Shin, but I have no plans to work in the entertainment industry. Is that so? That's such a pity, Shinfang said with some regret, but she didn't force it. She turned to the main topic again. After talking so much, what do you think about that song? I have no problem. It's an honor for this song to be noticed by teacher Shinfang, Qin Luo said politely. Hearing this, Shinfang's smile suddenly became more relaxed. That's good, let's exchange contact information. I will let my agent contact you later. He will come to you with the contract and will satisfy you with a copyright fee. There's no need for copyright fees. If my parents knew that you had to pay me for singing my song, who knows how they would scold me, Qin Luo said politely. In his opinion, the copyright of this song's cover is worth at most about 18,000 or a few tens of thousands, and there are many such songs in the classic music library. If Shenfang agreed, it would be equivalent to accepting a favor from Qin Luo, which is much more valuable than the song. It doesn't matter if she doesn't agree, Qin Luo will not lose money in a normal transaction. Shenfang shook her head. That won't work. Although we had a pleasant chat, we should be more formal when it comes to business. Although I'm relatively poor now, I can afford to buy a song. Besides, it's not me who gives you the money, but my old employer. Sure enough, even for a former diva, it's not so easy to get a favor. Qin Luo nodded in agreement, then exchanged contact information with Shenfang, and then they went their separate ways. Qin Luo watched Shenfang drive away, and then slowly came to the library. The meeting with Shenfang was just an unexpected episode. He hasn't forgotten today's main task. Tang Yu is a very self-disciplined person. Apart from attending classes, she spends most of her time handling work in the student union. The other places where she can be found are the cafeteria and the library. At this time, the first class has already started. Qin Luo learned from the forum that Tang Yu did not have classes this morning, and it was impossible for her to be in the cafeteria at this time. She was most likely in the student union, but Qin Luo could not get through without a valid reason, so he could only choose to try his luck in the library. When you arrive at the library, what catches your eye is the clean wooden floor, neatly arranged rows of bookshelves, and a wide variety of books. There are long tables scattered throughout the room, and there are quite a few people reading and studying. Apart from those who like to read quietly, most of them are probably students preparing for postgraduate entrance exams. Qin Luo walked into the library and looked around. He had been in college for more than 2 years, but he had not been to the library very often. After walking around for a while, he sighed with some regret. Tang Yu is not here. But it doesn't matter. Thanks to Yao Yanyan's help, his image as a scumbag man has already taken shape. Even if he doesn't have contact with most opposite sexes in the short term, his image will not collapse. So he simply picked up a book and sat down in the corner, temporarily pausing his steps towards becoming a scumbag and quietly reading. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Kigo Higashino's White Bird and the Bat. Do you like to read mystery novels? Qin Luo looked up following the sound, only to see a dignified and beautiful woman looking at him with a smile. Chapter 19. You are so shameless, my dear brother. Tang Yu stood in front of the table, holding a stack of information in her hands, looking at Qin Luo with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Different from Yao Yanyan's foxy face that exudes charm everywhere, Tang Yu has a very regular oval face with slender and soft lines, bright eyes, thin and rosy lips. The overall look is like a perfect sculpture of nature, without any flaws, and every detail reveals a bit of ancient charm. Her long, smooth black hair was draped behind her. Under her white neck, a V-neck shirt wrapped around her graceful body, with a grey sleeveless vest on the outside. The waistband of the grey straight leg pants held her slender waist and the hem of the shirt together, and the long straight trouser legs perfectly highlighted her long and straight legs. At first glance, she doesn't look like a student. She has a maturity and stability that girls of the same age do not have. If she wears a pair of glasses, she would look more like a young female teacher. But because she doesn't have glasses, she now looks more like an office lady from an educated family who has entered society. Dignified, elegant, intellectual beauty. She is like the other extreme of Yao Yanyan. Yao Yanyan's beauty is not concealed at all, unrestrained and passionate, charming and enchanting. Tang Yu's beauty is restrained and subtle. At first glance you may be more amazed by her temperament, but upon closer inspection you will find that every detail on her face has a charm that makes people never tire of looking at it. It was also the first time that Qin Luo looked at her so seriously. With admiration in his eyes, he responded naturally, "It's okay. It's quite interesting to unfold the story step by step and clear the fog from different perspectives and limited clues." Tang Yu glanced at the book, and after making sure that Qin Luo had only read half of it, he blinked and asked, "Then have you deduced who the final murderer is?" Qin Luo thought for a moment and said slowly, "The story started with the death of a lawyer. The author started by telling the story from the perspective of 2 police officers. He investigated step by step based on the clues and finally found an elderly man living alone who had had an encounter with the deceased. The various abnormalities displayed by the old man are like the words, 'I am the murderer,' written on his face, but Higashino Kigo is an old writer after all, and it is impossible for him to identify the criminal from the beginning, so this old man is just a smokescreen, or it can be said that it is the author's deliberate guidance. Tang Yu nodded, looking somewhat interested, and sat down naturally on the chair opposite Qin Luo. Qin Luo continued, the two police officers believed that the old man was the murderer, and then launched an investigation, which led to the daughter of the deceased, the old man's son, and a mother and daughter who ran a restaurant. Their appearances one after another made the story even more confusing, and the case became confusing. Even though the old man had confessed, various details still showed that he did not seem to be the murderer. Qin Luo talked to Tang Yu eloquently. During the process, he never read the book once, but he could clearly tell some details, the names of the characters and their trajectories in the content he had read. He even analyzed the characters' psychological state, with clear words and logical analysis. Suddenly, Tang Yu even felt that the person talking to him about this book was the author himself. So she couldn't help but ask, so, who is the final murderer? Qin Luo smiled and replied, it was the daughter's child of the mother and daughter, and the reason why he killed the deceased lawyer was not to avenge his family, but simply because of a personality defect. In other words, he simply likes to kill people. Tang Yu couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and after a few seconds he said with some admiration, excellent, you can deduce all these things even though you only watched half of it. It would be fine if you could tell who the murderer is, but the key is that you can even guess the murderer's psychological state. I really didn't know you were so amazing before. After a pause, she jokingly said, if I didn't know you only read half of it, I would have thought you had read this book before. Qin Luo blinked, I really haven't seen it before, but I turned to the end to find the murderer before I saw it just now. Well, I believe in the truth and I like to be spoiled in advance. After hearing this, Tang Yu was stunned on the spot. After she realized what was going on, her expression changed again and again. She was a little speechless and a little amused. Why don't you play by the rules? Why didn't I realize that you have this side before? Qin Luo shrugged, that's normal. Although we have known each other for a long time, we don't have much in common. To be honest, my understanding of you may be far greater than your understanding of me. For example, I know you like to drink jasmine milk tea. Hearing this, Tang Yu's expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry gradually subsided, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Luo became a little more complicated. After a few seconds of silence, she said faintly, you want to please Shuku, so you deliberately try to get to know us. Qin Luo smiled without saying anything, which was considered as his agreement. Tang Yu sighed, to be honest, everyone in the school can see your love for Shuku. No one might have expected things to develop to this point, but, to be honest, I am still very happy for you that you can wake up. Qin Luo blinked and showed no reaction on the surface, but he was actually shouting, oh shit, in his heart. What's going on between you two? Yao Yanyan is fine, but it's obvious that she can't get along with Shuku. It's normal that she's happy after Shuku and I broke up. But you are different. You are gentle, intellectual, polite and well-mannered woman. How could you and Shuku be just a fake roommate? Qin Luo was a little confused about Tang Yu's true thoughts for a moment, so he quietly put on a pair of headphones. The next second, Tang Yu's voice rang directly in his mind. He should still like Shuku. Although this is just my guess, it doesn't matter. I will find a way to verify this from him next. Shuku should also like him, otherwise she wouldn't have reacted so strongly before. But Shuku's way of thinking is different from that of ordinary people, which makes people speechless. By the way, I just found out that he's quite handsome, and his speech and behavior are very mature and steady, which is different from most boys of the same age. He's right, I don't know him at all, but he knows me better. Alas, the student union already has a lot of things to do, and now I have to help solve other people's relationship problems. I've never been in a relationship myself. You stinky brother and stinky sister are so annoying. I didn't sleep well last night. I even have dark circles under my eyes. Qin Luo. Goddamn, Shuku likes me, girl, how did you come up with such an outrageous idea? And what about Shuku? Where is your normal brain circuit? But considering that you praised me for being handsome, mature and steady, I'll let it go this time. But don't do it next time. Speaking of which, Mr. Vice Chairman, who is dignified and intellectual in the eyes of others, do your family members know that you like to call people bad brothers and bad sisters behind their backs? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Tang Yu suddenly asked, because she found that for some reason, Qin Luo's eyes suddenly became subtle when he looked at her. Qin Luo nodded, pointed at her eyes and said, "You have quite dark circles. I didn't expect a good student like you to stay up late." Is it that obvious? Tang Yu subconsciously touched the area around her eyes, regretting that she should have put on a little more makeup earlier. She couldn't help but complain, "What's the point of staying up late? It's all because of you that I didn't sleep well all night." Not sure if it was an illusion, but Qin Luo felt that there was a hint of resentment in her words. As soon as he said this, Tang Yu realized something was wrong. When he looked again, Qin Luo's eyes had indeed become more subtle. So a blush appeared on her ancient oval face, and she quickly explained, "What I mean is that I have been worrying about you, Shuku and Yanyan, so I didn't sleep well last night." Qin Luo seemed to accept this statement, nodded and said, "Young lady is so gentle. It's okay. They are my dormitories after all." Tang Yu didn't finish his words. He was stunned for a moment, staring and asked, "Wait, what did you call me?" Qin Luo blinked, "Miss, what's the problem? I'm 20, you're 21, 1 year older than me, right? Why are you calling me little sister all of a sudden? I just praised you for being mature and steady. How come you suddenly became frivolous? You stinky little brother has two faces, right? It's true that I'm 1 year older than you, but you can't just call me sister all of a sudden. We're not that familiar." The blush on Tang Yu's face became more obvious, and the tone of his voice no longer had the calmness and composure as before. Qin Luo smiled calmly when he heard this. "Okay, I was careless. I'm sorry. We are not that familiar with each other." Looking at his slightly bland smile, for some reason, Tang Yu suddenly felt as if he had done something bad, and a sense of guilt suddenly arose in his heart. So she hesitated and said, "You don't have to apologize. Although we haven't talked much before, we have known each other for a long time. And you always thought of us when you brought food and drinks to Shuku. So I have received gifts from you many times, so, can I call you little sister?" Qin Luo concluded decisively. "Damn brother. You are so shameless." Tang Yu scolded loudly in his heart, but sighed helplessly on the surface, "Just call me by my normal name, let's not talk for now, I have to deal with work." After saying that, she spread out the information she had just brought in front of her without looking at Qin Luo again. Qin Luo didn't care and continued reading the book in his hand, but his intuition told him that Tang Yu had been stealing glances at him. Of course, this is not to say how charming he is, but Qin Luo knows that Tang Yu came here with a purpose, and he wants to confirm something from him. It's a pity that he didn't give her the chance. Chapter 20. Thank you for your hard work, little sister. Tang Yu looked at the various documents in front of him seriously. He seemed to have entered the working state, but in fact he was always stealing glances at Qin Luo. She came to the library originally because she wanted to find a quiet place to handle her work. After all, there were too many people in the student union, and most of them were incompetent people who loved to chatter and were very noisy, so she always liked to work in a quiet library. But she didn't expect that she would meet Qin Luo by chance. This reminded her of her decision last night, so she decided to go with the flow and wanted to find out from Qin Luo whether he still liked Shuku. The pace was good at the beginning. Tang Yu started a conversation with Qin Luo through novels, and Qin Luo also took up the topic with humorous words, which immediately broke the distance that should have existed between the two of them. They chatted and laughed like a pair of good friends who had known each other for a long time. However, Tang Yu soon found that he could no longer control the rhythm. In other words, the rhythm has always been controlled by this stinky little brother. Tang Yu was unable to start the conversation and get the information he wanted from Qin Luo. He was also a little embarrassed by Qin Luo's words, so he had to retreat temporarily and look for another opportunity. She thought that as long as Qin Luo took the initiative to talk to her again, she would definitely lead the topic to Shuku and Yanyan, and then take the opportunity to ask for the answers she wanted to know. It was a pity that she pretended to read the information for more than 10 minutes, but Qin Luo didn't even look at her. He was concentrating on the book in his hands the whole time, his eyes following the lines of text, and only moving his fingers occasionally to turn the pages. The morning sunlight shines through the window beside him and shines onto his profile, illuminating a perfect profile and highlighting his quiet and restrained masculine charm. In a trance, Tang Yu was actually looking at it in a trance. This stinky little brother is quite handsome. Is the novel so good? Is it so fascinating? Tang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart, then retracted his gaze, forced himself to get rid of Qin Luo's influence on himself, and officially entered the working state. Looking at the piles of documents in his hands, Tang Yu frowned and sighed from time to time. It was obvious that the work was not going smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, she felt a slight pain in her neck, so she raised her chin and tried to move it. As a result, when he looked up, he met Qin Luo's eyes, and Qin Luo had put on a pair of ordinary black-framed glasses without knowing when. For some reason, Tang Yu subconsciously looked away and asked calmly, "What are you looking at?" "It depends on how many points you have." Qin Luo answered silently in his heart. Name, Tang Yu. Appearance, 97. Height, 93. Special, 97. Hobbies, reading. Features, learning. Qin Luo went over Tang Yu's basic information in his mind, then took off his glasses and replied with a smile, "It is said that men look the most handsome when they are working." This sentence seems to apply to women as well. "If I had met you instead of Shuku more than 3 months ago, I think I might have pursued you." Tang Yu heard the praise in his words, but she had heard similar words countless times, so she didn't feel much of a stir. It was the second half of Qin Luo's words that made Tang Yu raise his eyebrows, thinking that he had seized the opportunity. "Thank you," Tang Yu first thanked him politely, and then he went straight to attack, "but to be honest, you are quite different now than before. You only said similar things to Shuku before, but now you not only confessed to Yao Yanyan, but also said such things to me. Don't you really like Shuku at all?" Qin Luo smiled and had no intention of answering. Instead, he changed the subject directly. "I saw you sighing several times just now. Did you encounter any problems at work? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you." The topic change was too abrupt, so Tang Yu was a little unhappy. After all, this matter was really tricky, and even she was a little helpless. Qin Luo was just an ordinary student who only knew about love. How could he help her? So she continued to strike back, "Shuku and Yanyan have already been affected. I don't want this to affect the harmony of our dormitory. As their friend, I have an obligation to help them. So please answer me, do you still like Shuku?" Qin Luo still did not answer, but asked directly, "They are your friends, so you have an obligation to help them. I am not your friend, so you can expose my scars and question my heart here without any psychological pressure." His attitude suddenly became strong, completely different from the gentle and smiling him before, so that Tang Yu was speechless for a moment, and even felt a little guilty in his heart. She subconsciously looked away, pursed her lips, and said softly with a slightly lowered attitude, "I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings, but this matter is very important to both of you, so it's better to solve it as soon as possible. What do you think?" After saying that, she looked at Qin Luo again. As their eyes met, no one spoke, allowing the subtle atmosphere to spread. It was not until a few seconds later that Qin Luo suddenly said, "Tell me why you sighed just now, and I will tell you the answer." Tang Yu frowned, "This is my work, why are you so interested?" Qin Luo shrugged, "Didn't I say that? What if I can help? Or you can just think of me as just curious. If you don't want to, forget it." Seeing his reckless attitude, Tang Yu felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he said, "You can't help me even if I tell you. This is about the school anniversary party. This year is the 30th anniversary of the school. According to the school, they plan to hold the graduation ceremony and the school anniversary party together. In addition, it is the 30th anniversary, so they plan to hold it in a grand manner. If it was the same scale as in previous years, it wouldn't be a problem for me, but this time the school leaders gave me a difficult problem. They wanted to find a celebrity with enough influence to do the opening performance. In this day and age, it's not uncommon for universities to hire celebrities to perform at ceremonies. As long as the money is in place, anyone can be hired. But the school leaders are unwilling to pay a high price. The funds approved are not enough to hire a big star, and they don't like small stars. We are not a music school, nor a film school or drama school. We can't even find alumni to perform as friends. Sometimes I really want to see what those school leaders are thinking. They really think of me as a wish-granting machine that can handle anything, right? Really?" It was not known whether it was because he had received too much pressure and grievances from the school, but Tang Yu, who had been acting generous and calm before, actually lost his composure at the end and poured out all the complaints in his heart. After she finished speaking, she realized her own gaffe, and quickly coughed twice, then said seriously, "I'm sorry, maybe I've been under a lot of pressure recently, so I couldn't help but complain to you. Don't mind it. Can you tell me the answer now? Qin Luo still did not cooperate with her, but sighed softly. You are so popular in school, your classmates admire you, and the school trusts you, but you have been holding all these pressures and grievances in your heart, so that now you can only vent to someone like me who is not even a friend. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Tang Yu pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but remained silent. She had heard similar words of comfort from others many times, but for some reason, Qin Luo's gentle voice seemed to have entered her heart, especially the word, little sister, which made her a little emotionally disordered. She took 2 deep breaths to calm her inexplicably chaotic emotions, and said calmly, It's nothing, it's all what I should do, and although we don't have much in common, at least now we are friends. Also, don't call me little sister, it's very embarrassing. Are you embarrassed? I saw that you were quite happy to call him stinky brother in your heart before. Qin Luo complained silently in his heart, but Tang Yu did not forget her mission and asked again, So, can you tell me now? Qin Luo shook his head, then suddenly stood up and left with his phone. Seeing this, Tang Yu immediately frowned and felt annoyed. She had cooperated so well with Qin Luo just now, and didn't even bother with some rude things. She thought she could get an answer from Qin Luo in the end, but now it looked like Qin Luo was about to leave. He had no intention of cooperating at all, which made Tang Yu feel like he was being fooled. Tang Yu had her own pride. She had been called smart and talented since she was a child. Now that she was played by a man, she naturally felt ashamed and annoyed. She wanted to call Qin Luo and use her most forceful attitude to make Qin Luo cooperate with her. However, before she could speak, she found that Qin Luo did not leave, but walked to the window and made a phone call facing the window. Because they were in the library, Qin Luo deliberately lowered his voice. In addition, there was a distance between them, so even though Tang Yu could hear some of the sound, he couldn't hear everything clearly. Why go and make a phone call at this time? Who to call? Shuku or Yanyan? Tang Yu was curious, but her good upbringing prevented her from leaning over to eavesdrop, so in the end she could only barely hear some noises. Yes, I am Qin Luo. It's like this. Regarding what we agreed on before, I have a question I want to ask. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Hearing the unclear voice, Tang Yu looked a little curious, because she found that Qin Luo didn't seem to be calling her 2 roommates. So who did he call? Curiosity is a woman's nature. Even though Tang Yu knew who Qin Luo was talking to and it was none of her business, she still couldn't help but feel curious. But before she could continue listening, Qin Luo put away his phone and walked back. He sat back in his original seat, then smiled and said to Tang Yu, Wait a moment, a friend will come to see me in a while, I will answer your question later. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while, then replied calmly, My patience is limited, I hope you are not deliberately playing tricks on me. Qin Luo smiled without saying anything, changed another book and continued reading. Tang Yu did not take the initiative to talk to him again, but lowered his head and started to deal with his work. About half an hour later, a man in a suit came over. When he saw Qin Luo, his eyes lit up and his steps quickened. He greeted him warmly, Hello, are you Teacher Qin? Chapter 21 I want to be polite then. Tang Yu looked in the direction of their voice, his expression a little puzzled. He didn't know why the friend Qin Luo found was a man who looked like a social person at first glance. Especially since the other party was calling him Teacher Qin enthusiastically. Why would such a title appear on Qin Luo? When did this stinky little brother become a teacher? Facing Tang Yu's puzzled gaze, Qin Luo stood up and shook hands with him, with an equally enthusiastic smile on his face. Hello, you can just call me Qin Luo, what's your name? My name is Liu Ming, and I'm Mr. Shen's agent. I've come here on Mr. Shen's orders to sign a contract with you. Do you think it's convenient for you now? Liu Ming took out his business card while speaking, and Qin Luo took it and responded, It's convenient, it's fine here, but I don't know if Teacher Shen has communicated with you about the matter I talked about with Teacher Shen before. Liu Ming smiled and said, Of course, I've understood the situation clearly. Teacher Shen said it's totally fine and she seemed very happy. She said this is also a very good stage for her and she is very happy about it. That's good. Please take a seat. Qin Luo nodded and asked Liu Ming to sit in his previous seat, while he naturally sat next to Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't pay attention to this little detail. Instead, he became more and more curious about what Qin Luo and Liu Ming were talking about. Their words, teacher, contract, and a stage made her think of the entertainment industry. So a certain thought naturally emerged in her mind, which made Tang Yu feel surprised. Could it be that Qin Luo was valued by a company because of the song he sang yesterday, and now he is going to sign a contract with an entertainment company and debut as a star? The moment this thought came up, Tang Yu felt it was very reasonable. After all, she had heard Qin Luo's song before, and she had to say it was very nice. Especially since Tang Yu was Shuku's good friend, she had witnessed with her own eyes how deep Qin Luo's feelings for Shuku had been over the past 3 months. This song was Qin Luo's expression of his love for Shuku, so naturally she felt more touched than other listeners. In her opinion, such an excellent song is indeed enough to add a layer of glory to Qin Luo. Now this song seems to have become popular on the internet, and Qin Luo himself has good appearance conditions. Combining these factors, it is reasonable for him to be noticed by scouts. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's anger towards Qin Luo just now subsided a little. After all, compared to the twists and turns in the road of love, the development and future of personal career are undoubtedly more important. She can understand that Qin Luo is trying to evade her because of this serious matter. Although she just wanted an answer and Qin Luo only needed to say one word, Tang Yu thought that business was more important, and it was understandable that Qin Luo was not in the mood to talk about those sad things now. At the same time, Tang Yu felt a little sad. She had heard Shuku say more than once before that in her eyes, Qin Luo was no different from the other men who pursued her, ordinary and confident. The only difference was that he was more persistent than others. But what about now? In just 2 days, he has become a completely different person, and is even on his way to becoming a star. How unpredictable things really are. When Tang Yu was still daydreaming, Liu Ming suddenly glanced at Tang Yu and said with a smile, "Is this Mr. Qin's girlfriend? Mr. Qin is really amazing. Not only is he handsome and talented, but his girlfriend is also very charming and beautiful. It's really enviable." These words directly pulled Tang Yu out of his inner world, and he quickly clarified, "We are just ordinary friends." Just an ordinary friend. Liu Ming looked at her in surprise, then smiled and said to Qin Luo with a hint of meaning, "So that's how it is, you are still in the courtship stage, but in my opinion, the two of you are a perfect match, it's only a matter of time before you get together." Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. She didn't like others making up the relationship between her and others like this. Normally, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely not compromise, but would make things clear. But considering that this person might represent Qin Luo's future development and prospects, she forced herself not to say anything, but her fake smile was obviously a bit distant. Qin Luo didn't care about these things and said to Liu Ming, "Brother Liu, let's talk about business." Liu Ming smiled and handed a contract to Qin Luo. "Teacher Shen called me on their way back to the company, and I rushed out the contract as soon as possible. Take a look at it. If there is no problem, just sign it." Qin Luo nodded and picked up the contract to browse it. Because it was only the copyright for the cover of the song, the content of the contract was not much. Qin Luo nodded to indicate that he had no objection after reading it, and turned to Tang Yu and said, "Can you lend me the pen?" Tang Yu picked up the pen at hand, but did not hand it to Qin Luo directly. Instead, he asked him, "Can I take a look at the contract?" Qin Luo was a little surprised. "Are you interested in this?" Tang Yu said calmly, "Aren't you also interested in my work?" So Qin Luo smiled awkwardly and handed the contract to her. Tang Yu took the contract and read it quietly. It was true that she was somewhat interested, but this time it was not simply out of interest or curiosity, but because she was afraid that Qin Luo would be cheated. Today's society seems bright and beautiful, with all walks of life booming. The entertainment industry is the most colorful flower among them. But we must know that beautiful things often hide corresponding ugliness, and this is especially true in the entertainment industry. Tang Yu had never been in the entertainment industry, but she knew the evils of it very well. She was afraid that Qin Luo, a newbie who knew nothing about it, would be deceived into selling herself with just a contract, so she wanted to help Qin Luo check to see if there were any traps or loopholes in the contract. Although Qin Luo's previous behavior that seemed to tease her made her a little unhappy, there was not much interaction between her and Qin Luo. But as she said, the two have known each other for quite a while, and she doesn't have any bad impression of Qin Luo himself. She was even quite moved by Qin Luo's previous friendship with Shuku, so she was willing to make friends with Qin Luo. It was a matter of course for her to show concern for her friends on crucial matters. However, after reading the contract, Tang Yu realized that he had overthought. This is not a sale contract at all, but simply a copyright contract for a cover of a song. So she returned the contract to Qin Luo and said instinctively, "No problem, sign it." Qin Luo looked at her with a little surprise. "You were just looking for any traps in the contract?" Tang Yu looked a little embarrassed when his true thoughts were spoken out like this. She pretended to be calm and responded, "After all, I said that we are friends now, and I originally thought you were going to be a star. The entertainment industry has many twists and turns, so it is never too cautious. But now it seems that this is just a cover copyright of a song, so there is no problem." After hearing this, Qin Luo looked at her with an increasingly subtle look. He didn't expect that this young lady would actually worry about him. Did she really regard me as a friend? Or was she just kind-hearted? Tang Yu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and stared at him expressionlessly. "Why are you looking at me? Sign your signature." Qin Luo chuckled, took the pencil and signed the contract. Liu Ming took the contract, looked at it, and nodded, "Okay, that's fine." As he spoke, he put the contract into his bag, then took out a new contract from his bag and asked Tang Yu, "You are the vice president of the Student Union of Magic City University, responsible for the planning activities of the 30th anniversary celebration of Magic City University, right? What's your name?" Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Liu Ming knew his identity, nor why he suddenly asked him these questions. She instinctively looked at Qin Luo, as if she wanted to get an explanation from him, but Qin Luo just smiled and said nothing. So Tang Yu had to look away and nodded in response, "Yes, my name is Tang Yu." "Okay, Tang Yu, your school wants to invite teacher Shinfang to participate in the 30th anniversary celebration and be responsible for the opening performance. After communication between our company and teacher Shinfang, we have confirmed that there are no problems. Here is the contract we have prepared. If there are no problems, please sign it. Or do you need to contact the school leaders?" After Liu Ming finished speaking, he handed the contract he had just taken out of his bag to Tang Yu. After hearing what he said, Tang Yu was completely stunned. She seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue, her expression was a little dazed, and her eyes revealed deep shock. However, this state only lasted for a short second. She quickly came back to her senses, then stared at Qin Luo with sharp eyes, and asked very seriously, "Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with you. Tell me, what's going on?" Qin Luo ignored her serious look and responded with a smile, "Didn't I tell you before that I would ask you to tell me the reason for your sigh? Maybe I can help you." Although teacher Shinfang hasn't appeared in public for many years, she was a top singer back then. Letting her participate in the performance can solve your problem, right? Tang Yu listened to Qin Luo's words quietly and did not say anything for a long time. The pair of eyes fixed on Qin Luo's face flickered with extremely complex colors. There is surprise, joy and gratitude. Why does he know Shinfang? Why could he let Shinfang participate in the school anniversary activities? Why would he go to such lengths to help me? Why did he? Questions popped up in Tang Yu's mind one after another. He looked at Qin Luo intently, eager to get answers from him. But she knew that this was not the time to say these things, so she pressed those questions to the back of her mind and said softly, "I'll thank you later. I owe you a favor for this." Qin Luo blinked, "Will you treat me to lunch at noon?" Tang Yu agreed without hesitation, "Sure, you can choose any place you want." Qin Luo grinned, "Then I won't be polite. Chapter 22 I can make you die here. The invitation to Shinfang to perform at the 30th anniversary celebration of Shanghai University went very smoothly. Maybe Shinfang wanted to be close to Qin Luo, or maybe she really needed more opportunities to show up. In any case, the contract she offered was very sincere, and the remuneration she asked for was similar to that of today's quasi-first-tier singers. Considering her achievements back then, this amount of remuneration may not even be a fraction of the cost of one of her performances. Even though she has not appeared in public for many years, her legend is still circulating in the world, and her comeback will also be a very eye-catching thing, so this is somewhat charitable in nature. Even so, this amount of money still exceeds the funds allocated by the school. But Tang Yu was very helpful. She took the contract directly to the school leaders. Qin Luo didn't know what she said to the school leaders in the office. After she came out, the contract had been signed and stamped. The school leaders also seemed very happy, and their words and actions were full of praise and appreciation for Tang Yu. Although we have slightly overspent, the amount is still within an acceptable range, especially for a talented singer like Shinfang. We are actually getting a good deal by inviting her with such a small amount of money. The school leader sighed first, and then said seriously, "Tang Yu, after the summer vacation, you will be a junior. At that time, the student union will change. As long as this school anniversary party can be held perfectly, you will also make an invaluable contribution as an event planner. At that time, I will directly recommend you to be the chairman. Tang Yu was not happy about this, because in her opinion, the chairmanship would always be hers. It was just a matter of time, but Qin Luo's appearance made the progress a little faster. She smiled reservedly and replied, "This is not my credit. The school has limited funding. Although teacher Xinfang has been keeping a low profile for a long time, I don't dare to target her." The school leader was a little surprised after hearing this. He thought that this matter was promoted by Tang Yu. Hearing this, he asked, "Then how did you reach a cooperation with Xinfang?" "Through a friend of mine," Tang Yu explained while organizing his words. "His name is Qin Luo, and he is also a student of our school, in the same year as me." Qin Luo. This name sounds familiar. Oh, the student who is very popular in the campus forum. Yes, it was him. Teacher Xinfang seemed to like the song he sang, so she and him came into contact. And it was through this incident that he helped us reach a cooperation with teacher Xinfang. He can be said to have made a great contribution to this matter. What do you think, leader? The school leader hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, "He has indeed made an invaluable contribution. How about this? Ask him if he is interested in joining the student union. Such a talented student should not always indulge in love affairs. If he is willing, I can make the decision to let him serve as the deputy director of the literature and art department. Although he will have to wait until next year's term change, it can be regarded as a reward from the school for him." Tang Yu smiled and nodded. "Okay, I will tell him about this, then I will leave first." Tang Yu nodded and was about to leave, but the school leader seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help asking, "That Qin Luo, after he stopped pursuing Shuku, he started pursuing you?" Tang Yu paused, and said helplessly with a bit of embarrassment, "Leader, why are you so interested in this kind of thing? We are just ordinary friends, not what you think." The school leader smiled and said, "I'm not interested in the love affairs of young people. Who makes Qin Luo so famous in school? Sometimes I check the campus forum. Although I have never seen him, I have heard of him for a long time. But Tang Yu, I don't think he treats you like an ordinary friend." Tang Yu raised his eyebrows, suppressed the urge to ask, and just looked at the school leaders quietly. The school leader explained, "Xinfang's cooperation with our school this time can be said to be a big concession. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is charity. If this matter was facilitated by Qin Luo, then maybe he owes Xinfang a favor for it. You know, favors are the most difficult debts in the world. If it is an ordinary friend, can he do this for you?" Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. His face was full of confusion and his mood became a little complicated. In fact, with her intelligence, she could naturally think of what the school leader said, but she was never sure, or she didn't want to be serious about it. Because she didn't think Qin Luo would give too much for her, who had just had her first formal interaction today, especially since she had contacted Qin Luo today to question him, the atmosphere naturally seemed a bit tense. In addition, Qin Luo had acted too relaxed before, as if he had a good relationship with Xinfang and could handle the matter easily, so Tang Yu thought it was just a piece of cake for Qin Luo. Of course, her gratitude to Qin Luo would not be discounted in the slightest because of this, and she would still thank him. But now that the school leader said this, she felt a little unsure. Although they had known each other for quite a while, today was the first time she and Qin Luo had officially met, and Qin Luo had helped her so much without making any noise. What on earth was he trying to do? Is he kind-hearted? Or maybe? Thinking of a certain possibility, Tang Yu's mood suddenly became subtle, and a blush appeared on her delicate oval face. Then she shook her head, threw away those messy thoughts, and said absent-mindedly to her leader, "I'm not sure about this. I'm leaving first. Goodbye." After saying that, she left in a hurry. The school leader looked at her from behind and couldn't help but sigh. He then touched the sparse hair on his head and said with a sigh, "It's great to be young." While Tang Yu was having a conversation with the school leaders, Qin Luo and Liu Ming were also having a friendly exchange on the other side. "Teacher Qin, are you really going to reconsider? In my opinion, your level in music is quite good, especially your appearance is also extremely excellent. In addition, with the support of teacher Xinfang, I can guarantee that as long as you sign a contract with our company, you will be the main artist promoted by our company in the second half of the year, and becoming a big star is just around the corner." "No, Brother Liu, thank you for your kindness, but I really have no interest in the entertainment industry. Liu Ming was obviously a little excited, and his words were full of persuasion and guidance, but after Qin Luo shook his head and refused, he could only sigh helplessly. Before coming to Shanghai University, Liu Ming learned some basic information about Qin Luo from Shenfang. After meeting Qin Luo, he also judged his outstanding personal conditions, so he wanted to sign Qin Luo into the company. It was a pity that Qin Luorji was not here. No matter how he tried to persuade him, he just smiled and shook his head. Helpless, Liu Ming had to give up this plan and just said, "Well, if you change your mind, you can always come back to me. By the way, don't forget the appointment you made with Teacher Shen. Teacher Shen still takes it very seriously." Qin Luo responded casually, "Don't worry, I'll send it to her in 2 days." Liu Ming nodded, and at this moment Tang Yu also came over. The two completed the handover of the contract. Liu Ming did not stay any longer and turned to leave. Only Qin Luo and Tang Yu were left at the scene. The ancient beauty stood in front of Qin Luo with a calm and reserved smile on her face, and there was a hint of lightness in her words. "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." Although the contract signing process went smoothly, it still took some time. It's already 11 o'clock, so it's a good time to have lunch. Qin Luo was not polite and said directly, "Then I will kill you." Tang Yu smiled and said, "You have helped me a lot, you can rip me off, you are welcome, I have quite a lot of living expenses." "Wow! I didn't realize she's a rich woman." Qin Luo looked at her with interest, then took her to the dining place. Now, Tang Yu couldn't laugh anymore. She looked at the school cafeteria in front of her dumbfoundedly for 3 full seconds before she asked in a complicated tone, "Is this what you meant by ripping me off?" Qin Luo nodded. "Yeah, some dishes in the cafeteria are quite expensive, like the braised pork at window number 8. Last time I went to buy it, I only got 8 pieces for 16 yuan, which is 2 yuan per piece on average. Each piece is only half the size of my finger. Isn't this expensive?" Tang Yu had a lot to complain about, but her good upbringing prevented her from saying anything vulgar, so she could only keep it in her heart, feeling a little confused and withdrawn. It is quite interesting to see a beautiful woman who usually behaves dignified and elegant suddenly become disheveled. Qin Luo's evil taste was greatly satisfied, and he even joked, "Why? A young lady who claims to have a lot of living expenses, can't you even afford a meal in the cafeteria?" Even though Tang Yuhan was well-mannered, he couldn't help but glare at him when he heard this, and said, "I'll make you die in here." "Then let's go." "Well, how about changing places? I know there's a Cantonese restaurant outside the school that's pretty good." "No, I'm in the mood to eat in the cafeteria today." "But..." Tang Yu was conflicted for a while. She just thought Qin Luo was being weird at first, but now she was hesitant to go in because she was afraid of some rumors in the campus forum. Given Qin Luo's special status and popularity in the school, if there is any woman other than Shuku around him, it is possible that she will be photographed and uploaded to the forum. Haven't you seen that photos of Yao Yanyan and Qin Luo are flying all over the forum? Now Yao Yanyan has become Qin Luo's girlfriend. Although everyone knows that this news is mostly a joke, Tang Yu still doesn't want to put himself in this situation. On the one hand, she was very disgusted with such rumors, on the other hand, she was afraid that Shuku would misunderstand and thus further aggravate the already disharmonious conflicts in the dormitory. Seeing that she had been silent for a long time, Qin Luo suddenly restrained his smile and said calmly, "Forget it, I don't want to eat so much suddenly. I'll go back to the dormitory first." After he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Tang Yu suddenly became anxious and grabbed his wrist. "Wait a moment." Qin Luo paused, without saying a word, and looked down at her white jade hand that was holding his wrist. Tang Yu also noticed his gaze, and his face was unnatural for a moment, then he quickly withdrew his hand and said calmly, "I just feel that this is not enough to express my gratitude to you. Forget it, since it is your decision, the cafeteria is the cafeteria. Let me be photographed. It's just a meal, and it happened in a public place. Even if Shuku misunderstands, I have legitimate reasons, so it's not a big problem." Tang Yu took a deep breath, then walked towards the cafeteria. Faintly, his supposedly beautiful back revealed a bit of determination. Qin Luo followed silently, looking Tang Yu up and down, with a somewhat mischievous smile on his face. Chapter 23. What if Shuku likes you? As Tang Yu thought, when she, as a campus celebrity, appeared in the cafeteria with Qin Luo and ate at the same table, she quickly attracted the attention of people around her. The students were even surprised, and their stunned expressions were even more exaggerated than when they saw Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan walking together yesterday. Yao Yanyan was despised for her personal behavior, and although others were surprised that she would get together with Qin Luo, they were also able to accept it, and even felt that it was quite natural. But Tang Yu is different. She is the pride of the campus and the object of admiration of countless students. Even the school leaders praise her highly. She can be called a perfect woman with no flaws. And even someone like her is now together with Qin Luo, which is really puzzling. I woke up quickly. I saw Qin Luo and Tang Yu sitting together for dinner. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Don't sleep, brother. I'm afraid if you sleep again, this kid will have someone else by his side. No, why? Yao Yanyan is fine, but why is he hooking up with Tang Yu? Hey! How vulgar is the word hooking up? That's my goddess Tang Yu, how could she have any unspeakable secrets with Qin Luo? I don't want to listen. Anyway, I just don't like that guy. I thought he was manly enough to wake up and stop licking Shuku, but now I see that he is really a scumbag, Hatue. Why do I feel like this guy has let himself go since he stopped pursuing Shuku? First it was Yao Yanyan, then Tang Yu. Damn, he's not going to catch all the goddesses in one fell swoop, is he? They are just having a meal together. Maybe they have something serious to discuss. It's not as dirty as you think. Stop imagining nonsense and just eat. I understand the logic, but what does it mean that you are staring at him while sharpening the knife? It's okay, I just suddenly wanted to cut something, don't worry about it. Modern college students are mostly a group of bored young people who always want to have some fun in their peaceful lives, so it's no wonder that they always pay attention to these gossips. Tang Yu knew this very well and understood their reactions, so he didn't pay too much attention to the gossip around him. She just picked at the sumptuous meal on the table bite by bite. Qin Luo showed no mercy and really ripped her off. He ordered all the most expensive dishes in the cafeteria. Although the student cafeteria didn't sell any expensive dishes, this table cost Tang Yu more than 200 yuan, although it was nothing to her. I don't know if it's the beauty effect, why do you make so much more braised pork than I do? Qin Luo picked up a piece of braised pork and said, on weekdays he could only buy 8 pieces of braised pork with 16 yuan, but today when Tang Yu came to buy it, he got 6 more pieces, and the price was still the same. It's unfair. It's so unfair. The world is full of oppression against men. Can this society ever get better? When will men really stand up? He was shivering with anger over there, and Tang Yu felt less depressed when he saw him pretending to be indignant. She thought for a moment and said softly, thank you for what you did today. Qin Luo waved his hand nonchalantly, oh, we are all friends, why thank you? Besides, you treated me to a meal, don't worry about it. Tang Yu shook his head and looked at him steadily, it's just a meal. I'm afraid it can't make up for the favor you owe to teacher Shinfang, right? However, to her disappointment, Qin Luo did not have any obvious reaction to this sentence, as if his help was just a piece of cake and he really didn't owe anyone any favor. Then she heard Qin Luo say, it's just writing a song for her, it's not a big deal. If you think one meal is not enough, I'll give you a few more meals later. After all, she's a rich lady, it's a waste not to take advantage of her. A song? You promised to write her a song. This statement was a little unexpected to Tang Yu, so much so that she didn't even care about the title of rich young lady. Qin Luo responded casually, well, I invited her to attend our school's anniversary party. In addition to the appearance fee that the school will pay her, I will write another song for her personally. She seems to like my song very much. Tang Yu pursed her lips and looked at Qin Luo quietly, her eyes becoming more complicated. Qin Luo seemed to say it easily, but she knew that Qin Luo really owed a favor to the big man. It's just a song. It's easy to say, but how many people who have a dream of music have been stumped by just a song? Judging from the song, You Are the April on Earth, Tang Yu can be sure that Qin Luo has talent in this area, but no matter how good the talent is, there is a limit. In addition, Shinfang is a veteran and powerful singer. If he wants to write a song that can satisfy her, how long will it take? What's more, You Are the April in the World was created because of Qin Luo's inspiration when he was pursuing Shuku. Now that he has lost this mental journey, what song can he write again? Tang Yu's mind was a little confused for a moment. She didn't expect Qin Luo to pay such a price. Although it was not unacceptable, she knew in her heart that her relationship with Qin Luo was far from that point. If they are very good friends, then Tang Yu can accept it with pleasure, as long as he thanks Qin Luo in other ways afterwards. But it just so happened that they had known each other for such a long time, but they had only had a formal intersection until today, and Qin Luo was willing to owe her such a big favor. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, and the chaotic emotions gathered in his chest, eventually turning into deep guilt. I'm sorry, she looked straight at Qin Luo and said seriously, I didn't expect you would owe me such a big favor. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you. It's just a song. It's not a big deal to me. You don't have to take it so seriously. Qin Luo was a little amused by her sudden serious attitude. After all, he was a man with cheats, such as songs like You Are April on Earth or Better. There were countless songs in the classic music library. He could just pick one at random to deal with Xinfang. How could it be as exaggerated as Tang Yu thought? However, Tang Yu certainly didn't know about these things, so she just thought Qin Luo's indifference was just a pretense of being relaxed. So she said, I know you are very talented and you may be able to write a song and give it to teacher Xinfang soon, but your efforts for me are real, and I will keep this in mind. Okay, as long as you are happy. Seeing her serious look, Qin Luo certainly would not explain anything more, but was happy about it. But compared to Tang Yu's usual seriousness, he still prefers to see Tang Yu with a lively expression and occasional embarrassment, so he said jokingly, Can you stop asking me that question now? Forehead. Tang Yu didn't seem to expect Qin Luo to bring up this suddenly. It was only at this time that she remembered that she still had something important to ask Qin Luo. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed and said, You've helped me so much. Since you don't want to answer some questions, I certainly won't question you again. It's just. Just what? I'm just curious. Is this question difficult for you to answer? You've obviously told Yao Yanyan about it, so why can't you tell me again? Or did you never tell Yao Yanyan that, and she deliberately lied to Shuku to provoke him? Facing Tang Yu's questions, Qin Luo hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Yao Yanyan didn't lie. I did say that. Really? You really don't like Shuku anymore? Tang Yu pursed his lips and couldn't help asking again, What if I tell you that Shuku likes you? After asking this question, before Qin Luo gave an answer, Tang Yu felt a little regretful and couldn't help but lower his head. To be honest, she now doesn't want Qin Luo and Shuku to be together anymore. To be fair, in the emotional drama between Qin Luo and Shuku, she has always been watching as an outsider. She could see Qin Luo's affection for Shuku, and she could also see Shuku's silence towards Qin Luo. Shuku never responded to Qin Luo's affection, but took his kindness to her for granted, which made Tang Yu very uncomfortable and he persuaded Shuku many times. It was for this reason that after Qin Luo gave up pursuing Shuku, Tang Yu developed a little admiration for Qin Luo, thinking that it was not too late for him to wake up and that he was not yet hopeless. But Shuku's subsequent series of reactions changed her mentality again. From a woman's perspective, she felt that Shuku must like Qin Luo, but her brain circuits were a little different from those of normal people, which made things a little complicated. In addition, the contact between Yao Yanyan and Qin Luo caused a rift between the roommates, and Tang Yu could no longer turn a blind eye to it. So she felt that she needed to come forward to help them solve the problem, and the root of the problem lay with Qin Luo. As long as we get a definite answer from Qin Luo, it will be much easier to solve the problem. If Qin Luo still likes Shuku, then she will find a way to bring them together so that everyone will be happy with the ending. If Qin Luo no longer likes Shuku, then she will tell Shuku the fact. No matter how violent her reaction is, she will not comfort her anymore, just to make her face the truth. As for why she suddenly regretted after asking the question, and why she didn't want Qin Luo to be with Shuku anymore, it was very simple, because now she felt that Shuku was not worthy of Qin Luo. Complex thoughts floated in Tang Yu's mind. After an unknown amount of time, she finally got the answer from Qin Luo. I don't know why you think Shuku likes me, and I don't want to know. My answer is still the same. I don't like her anymore. Tang Yu raised his head and looked at Qin Luo with sharp eyes, looking at his seemingly calm smiling face. For some reason, Tang Yu suddenly felt relieved. Chapter 24 Close Your Eyes. Qin Luo originally thought that after he answered Tang Yu's question, Tang Yu would continue to ask more questions given his personality. However, the fact is that Tang Yu did not ask any more questions and did not say anything more. She just ate quietly, her movements gentle and slow, like the ladies from noble families on TV, with elegance and delicacy revealed in her every move. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Qin Luo felt that her eyebrows seemed to be relaxed a little, with a hint of lightness in them, and even the corners of her mouth seemed to be slightly raised. After finishing the meal, Tang Yu wiped his mouth and said to Qin Luo, "I'm full, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Thank you very much for what you did today. See you next time." Qin Luo glanced at her and suddenly said, "Close your eyes." Tang Yu looked at him puzzledly. "What are you going to do?" Qin Luo did not answer, but smiled and said, "Close it for a while, it will be fine soon." "It's in public, are you still worried that I will do something bad to you?" Tang Yu couldn't help but frowned. She would definitely not agree to such a thing under normal circumstances, but now she felt that her relationship with Qin Luo had reached the level of good friends. In addition, Qin Luo had helped her before, so she instinctively didn't want to resist Qin Luo's request. Besides, it's not a big deal to just close your eyes. There are so many people watching around here. Even if Qin Luo really has some bad intentions, he can't do it under the gaze of so many eyes. Thinking of this, Tang Yu slowly closed his eyes, and at the same time did not forget to say, "Hurry up." She didn't notice that her voice no longer had its usual calmness and confidence, but was slightly trembling, and even her slender and long eyelashes were shaking slightly. The moment her sight disappeared, the remaining darkness and the anxiety of not knowing what was about to happen made her quickly lose her sense of security. She tried to take a deep breath and relax herself, but her heartbeat began to speed up involuntarily. Just then, she felt her face being touched. To be more precise, it was the area around the eyes that was touched. Tang Yu's breathing stagnated and his body tensed up instantly. He instinctively wanted to open his eyes and slap the hand away. But Qin Luo's gentle voice slowly entered her ears. "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." For some reason, that gentle voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and it easily calmed Tang Yu's inner tension. She resumed her breathing, tried to relax her tense body a little, and finally did not open her eyes. When vision is temporarily blocked, other senses are amplified. Tang Yu could feel a finger gently moving around his eye sockets, and that finger seemed to be coated with something resembling facial cleanser, which was cool and smooth to the touch. When it spread around his eye sockets, Tang Yu felt inexplicably comfortable. But the more this happened, the faster her heart beat. Even though she already regarded Qin Luo as a friend and had a certain gratitude towards him in her heart, this behavior was already a bit too much. A feeling she had never experienced before began to invade Tang Yu's heart, making her emotions become flustered. She knew she couldn't go on like this, so she asked out loud, "What are you doing?" As she spoke, she finally opened her eyes. The moment her vision returned, she saw that Qin Luo had just retracted his right hand, with a hint of white grease still on the outstretched fingertips, and in his left hand he was holding a small and exquisite wooden box, which contained something like vanishing cream. "Okay," Qin Luo looked at Tang Yu's flawless face with admiration, and nodded with satisfaction, "it looks much better now." Tang Yu raised his eyebrows and subconsciously touched his face. "What did you apply to me?" Qin Luo explained casually, "A skin care product that is very effective for skin whitening." Tang Yu had a subtle expression. Qin Luo's explanation was somewhat beyond her expectations. Although what he had in his hand did look like skin care products, what kind of nice guy would suddenly take out skin care products and apply them on a girl's face after dinner? She had never seen such a shady operation in her 21 years of life. Tang Yu felt offended, or even teased, and for a moment, the look he gave Qin Luo was somewhat unfriendly. Qin Luo took out his mobile phone nonchalantly, operated it for a while, and then pointed the screen at her. Tang Yu took a look and his expression gradually became surprised. She couldn't help but touch the area around her eye sockets, and saw clearly that on the phone screen, the dark circles around her eye sockets, which should have been quite obvious, had completely disappeared. Not only that, but the skin seems to be much more delicate, white and smoother than before. This is not an illusion, nor is it the result of the phone turning on the beauty filter, but a real effect. There is no woman in this world who doesn't love beauty, even someone like Tang Yu who rarely wears makeup and doesn't seem to care much about her appearance. Being able to become whiter and more beautiful is what every woman wishes for, so this was a sudden surprise to Tang Yu, and the resentment of being offended and teased just now disappeared all of a sudden. What a magical skin care product! It actually made my dark circles disappear with just one application. What brand is this? Tang Yu couldn't help but ask, and thought about buying 2 boxes to stock up after leaving the cafeteria. However, Qin Luo said, "It has no brand. It is just a test product given to me by a friend. It has not been mass-produced yet, so this is the only one I have now." Test product. Tang Yu's tone revealed a bit of nervousness. She was afraid that this 3-no product might have side effects. While women love beauty, they are also afraid of becoming ugly. No woman can accept damage to her skin, so it is normal for Tang Yu to be nervous. Seeing this, Qin Luo smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I have used it many times myself, there are no side effects. Speaking of which, in the more than 3 months since we met, haven't you noticed that I have become more and more handsome? Tang Yu was speechless for a moment, then he complained, let's put aside whether you are handsome or not, but I find that you are quite narcissistic. After saying that, she looked at Qin Luo carefully, her eyes focused on Qin Luo's face, and finally accepted Qin Luo's statement. Because what Qin Luo said was true. Over the past 3 months, he has indeed become more and more handsome. I remember when Qin Luo went to Shuku to confess his love more than 3 months ago. Although Qin Luo was very tall at that time, his temperament was not outstanding, and his appearance could only be considered above average. He could be considered handsome, but not to the extent that women would be fascinated by him. But after more than 3 months, his appearance has become more and more improved imperceptibly, and his temperament has become better and better. Tang Yu had not noticed this before, but now that Qin Luo reminded her of this, she realized that it was indeed the case. Is this all the effect of that skin care product? As Tang Yu thought so, his eyes suddenly became hot as he looked at the skin care products. Qin Luo noticed this, so he grinned and slowly put away the beauty cream. Tang Yu. She looked at Qin Luo with resentment, wanting to ask for it, but she couldn't open her mouth. Then Qin Luo said, I've used this before. My friend will give it to me again later. I'll give you a brand new box then. Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't help but curl up his lips, but he quickly regained his composure and replied expressionlessly, it's okay. Actually, I don't really want it, but if you insist on giving it to me, I won't refuse. After all, it's a token of your love. Wow, you're being arrogant again. Qin Luo looked at her with a smile, then left the cafeteria with her. After a brief chat, they separated and returned to their dormitories. Tang Yu didn't notice that on their way back to the dormitory, his steps seemed to be much lighter than usual. She just felt that she was in a good mood, and she knew that this was all the influence of Qin Luo, but she didn't go into it deeply, just because this feeling made her feel very comfortable. However, this comfortable mood did not last long. It was easily broken the moment she returned to room 606 of the girls' dormitory. There was a lingering gloomy atmosphere in the room. Tang Yu was not unfamiliar with this atmosphere, because ever since Qin Luo did something weird at the door of the girls' dormitory the day before yesterday, this kind of atmosphere had often appeared in the dormitory. The source of this negative atmosphere was naturally Shuku. At this moment, this beautiful lady was sitting upright on the chair. She faced the door and looked expressionlessly at Tang Yu, who had just walked in. Her cold eyes flickered slightly, like a cluster of dancing flames. Because it was lunchtime, everyone else in dormitory 606 was there too. Yao Yanyan was lying on her back on the bunk, also squinting at Tang Yu, with a hint of amusement in her expression of doubt and surprise. Chu Si-jin was eating snacks as usual, with potato chips in her left hand and a Coke in her right hand. Compared to her twin sister, she, as the older sister, sometimes acted more like a stay-at-home. There was deep surprise in her eyes when she looked at Tang Yu, and her twin sister was the same. Even Chu Liunian was unusually not watching anime or playing games today. The shock on his little face was undisguised, as if he had just met Tang Yu for the first time. Tang Yu saw their reactions and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew without guessing that the photo of herself and Qin Luo eating in the cafeteria must have been uploaded to the campus forum, and they also saw it on the campus forum. All this was within expectations, so although Tang Yu was helpless, he had already prepared a response in his mind. She slowly walked to the table and sat down, then said to Shuku calmly, I unexpectedly ran into Qin Luo today. I wanted to ask him what he thought of you now, but I didn't expect him to help me so much. So I treated him to a meal. Don't think too much. Tang Yu spoke slowly and logically, and his reasons were very legitimate, so it was hard to hear anything wrong with them. But the other people still had strange expressions. Shuku sneered and punched directly, am I thinking too much, or are you guilty? These words were so aggressive that Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. You don't have to say such things to me. He and I are just friends. Friends? Can friends do such a thing? Shuku seemed to have his tail stepped on. He stood up from his chair with some emotions out of control, picked up his cell phone and pointed the screen at Tang Yu. Tang Yu took a look and immediately felt his temple throbbing. Chapter 25, Are we going to be dragged into this too? At this moment, what appeared in front of Tang Yu was a photo of Qin Luo applying beauty cream on her face with his fingers. But because of the angle, Tang Yu's hair blocked Qin Luo's hands to a certain extent, making it look as if Qin Luo was touching Tang Yu's cheek. Tang Yu in the picture has her eyes closed and is motionless. In the dimness, one can even see a hint of girlish shyness. Qin Luo has a smile on his face and his gentle eyes seem like he is looking at his beloved. The two of them together form this aesthetically pleasing photo, whose visual beauty is no less than the photo of Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan smiling at each other that was posted on the forum yesterday. So Tang Yu couldn't help but take a look at the ID of the poster Nana who loves taking photos. As a person with a good memory, Tang Yu felt that if she remembered correctly, the photo of Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan yesterday was also uploaded to the forum by her. Tang Yu used to not care much about her classmates' gossips and mischief, but now, she feels that she can take some measures as the vice president of the student union. Alas! Although I guessed that someone would take photos and upload them to the forum, I didn't expect there would be photos like this. It's all Qin Luo's fault. Why did he suddenly apply skin care products to me when I was fine? You naughty brother, look at what you have done. Tang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, the hostility in Shuku's eyes became more and more obvious. She sneered and said, "You two are just friends, so why are you so intimate? You're just friends, but you're having dinner with him. You're just friends, so you let her touch your face." Tang Yu's eyes twitched, but he remained calm and replied, "I told you, we're just friends. In this photo, he was helping me remove the rice grains from my face." Shuku didn't believe it at all. Hearing this, he sneered again, "Are you still lying to me? Har har, I didn't expect that you are so serious on weekdays, but now you will lie for others. Is Qin Luo so good? Yao Yanyan is also, and you are also, one by one, betraying me for him? None of my business." Yao Yanyan on the bed retorted, but Shuku ignored her and just stared at Tang Yu intently. Compared to Yao Yanyan, she is now more angry with Tang Yu. When Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan were together yesterday, they were just sitting together in class. Although the song they sang was for Yao Yanyan, it was created because of Shuku. The most excessive thing was that the two of them ran out to play. After a night of self-digestion, and Qin Luo pulled her off the blacklist, she no longer cared so much about what happened yesterday. But Tang Yu was different. Tang Yu had been comforting her yesterday, saying that Qin Luo still liked her, but Shuku never expected that Tang Yu and Qin Luo would be together the next day, and Qin Luo even touched Tang Yu's face with his hand. In Shuku's opinion, this kind of intimate action is something that only lovers can do, but Qin Luo did such a thing with Tang Yu. How could she accept it? Tang Yu could see that Shuku was very angry now, and his emotions were even more agitated than when he faced Yao Yanyan yesterday. Given Tang Yu's nature, she was unwilling to compromise with anyone, but when she thought about the fact that she did have some responsibility in this matter, she also didn't want to cause further rifts in the relationship between her roommates. So she had to comfort him softly, "Shuku, calm down first. Things are not what you think. The reason why I had dinner with Qin Luo is, first, because he helped me today, and second, because I want to help you find out his feelings and ask him whether he still likes you now." Hearing this, Shuku's eyes lit up, and he asked hastily, "Then what? What did he say?" Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to tell the truth. "Yanyan didn't lie to you yesterday, he did say he didn't like you anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Yao Yanyan glanced at Shuku jokingly. Chu Si-jin, who was eating potato chips, couldn't help but speed up her chewing, as if she was watching an exciting part of a movie. Chu Liunian had no interest in following the show or playing games. His eyes kept moving between Tang Yu and Shuku, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Shuku suddenly laughed. She shook her head and slowly sat back in her chair. When she looked at Tang Yu again, her eyes were extremely cold. Although the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, there was no trace of a smile. "Tang Yu, I never expected that I used to like you very much, but now you treat me like this. Those words you said to me yesterday were all to comfort me, right? In fact, you chatted with Qin Luo immediately after you lay down, right? I was wondering why Qin Luo suddenly stopped replying to my messages. It turns out it's all because of you. It's all because of you who are interfering. You and him even did intimate things, but now you're still saying that we're just friends and that you had dinner with him just to help me. You even lied to me together with Yao Yanyan. Tang Yu, don't you think it's hypocritical for you to say these things? Shuku said a lot of words in one breath. As a high-class girl who usually speaks no more than 10 words to strangers and most of the time only responds with hum and shake head, it is enough to see how excited she is at the moment. Compared to her, Tang Yu's current mood is definitely not calm. It was the first time for this dignified and beautiful lady to be scolded like this. Her expression kept changing and her chest heaved, as if she was trying hard to control her temper. But Shuku's aggressive attitude and hurtful words were really hard for her to ignore. Obviously I went to find her for you, and now you blame me. The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, as if she was so angry that she laughed. Her originally stiff face suddenly revealed a subtle smile, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Shuku no longer had the previous calmness and gentleness. What replaced it was a coldness that was not much colder than Shuku's. Shuku narrowed her eyes. She hated people looking at her like that, so she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Yu's smile remained unchanged, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his words that was not usually seen. "Nothing, I just suddenly felt that, you have a very short vision." Hearing this, Yanyan, who had been watching the show on the side, suddenly raised her eyebrows, and Shuku's face suddenly became a little ugly. Because she had heard the same words once last night, and at that time, it was Yanyan who said it. She knew very well what they meant by this sentence. It was nothing more than saying that she was short-sighted for not accepting Qin Luo's confession. So she gritted her teeth and replied, "What does it have to do with you whether I have good taste or not? Qin Luo likes me, it's your turn to talk about it." Yanyan finally couldn't help but sneered, "Pathetic." Tang Yu cooperated with her for a rare moment and said, "How pathetic?" The close contact between these two people and Qin Luo already made Shuku very angry. Now seeing that they actually started to sing the same tune, Shuku inexplicably felt like he was betrayed by the whole world. However, this time, Tang Yu and Yanyan did not give her the chance to attack. Instead, they walked out of the dormitory tacitly, and no one knew what they were going to do. The small dormitory suddenly became quiet, with only Shuku and the Chu sisters left. Shuku looked at the tightly closed door of the dormitory, gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time, and finally leaned over the table, without making any sound for a long time. The Chu sisters looked at each other and communicated secretly using the telepathy unique to twins. "It's so exciting. I eat potato chips faster than when I watch horror movies. It's so exciting. If this show was on every day, why would I play games or watch anime? By the way, if they keep quarreling like this, won't it be a bit bad? Will we get dragged into it too? Nonsense, there's no way we have anything in common with Qin Luo, there's no way he could get us involved anyway." "That's true." So Chu Si-jin felt relieved and silently put the chubby hand into the bag of potato chips. Suddenly, Shuku, who had been lying on the table, raised his head. She looked at the Chu sisters lying on the bed. The coldness and anger that had been exploding in her eyes disappeared completely, replaced by a hint of crystal and pleading. When the Chu sisters saw this, they immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts. Chu Si-jin's hands froze in the pile of potato chips, and she asked hesitantly, Shuku, are you okay?" Chu Yanyan also asked hesitantly, "Do you want me to play a few games with you to relax?" Shuku pursed her lips and said softly, "Xiao Jin, Yanyan, can you do me a favor?" The two sisters swallowed and asked in unison, what help?" "It's very simple. I want you to go find Qin Luo and ask him face to face whether he still likes me or not." As soon as these words were spoken, the sisters' faces suddenly became bitter and embarrassed. Chu Si-jin took out potato chips from the bag with a wronged look on her face and begged, "I can't do this kind of thing. Why don't you just eat some potato chips? I have other snacks here. You can eat anything else if you want." Chu Yanyan said helplessly, "Shuku, you know, I'm not interested in three-dimensional men at all. I can't help you with this kind of thing. How about I take you to play games?" Seeing the two sisters refuse, Shuku's voice suddenly became weak, "Please help me, Yanyan and Tang Yu are doing something behind my back. They just don't want Qin Luo to pursue me again. Now I can only rely on you, can you help me?" After a pause, she continued, "You just need to help me ask him this question. After that, I will give Xiao Jin a snack gift pack, and Yanyan, I will give you a limited edition figurine." The two sisters wanted to refuse, but when they saw and heard the keywords, snacks, and figures, they subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Although the two sisters like different things, their attitudes towards the things they like are exactly the same. It is difficult for them to say no to the attractive conditions offered by Shuku. So they looked at each other tacitly. Just now you said that this matter had nothing to do with us, but now it's all your fault for gloating over others' misfortune. What does it have to do with me? It's not me who's wrong, it's this world. So what should we do now? Promise her. That's all we can do. We are friends after all. But how can I help? I don't know. Haven't you played a lot of gal games and have a lot of experience in dating? Go ahead. I just want to ask him whether he still likes Shuku. You can just ask directly. What kind of relationship experience do you want? Go ahead. You are the younger sister, so you go first. I am the older sister, so I should give way to my younger sister. You are the elder sister, so you go first. I am a younger sister, so I should give way to my elder sister. Chapter 26. I suspect he is choosing a concubine. While the twin sisters were still looking at each other, a pair of good sisters were also secretly chatting. Yao Yanyan looked at Tang Yu with subtle eyes, smacking her lips from time to time, making a clicking sound, her expression as playful as possible. Tang Yu was made uncomfortable by her and couldn't help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. I have something else to do." Yao Yanyan chuckled, "What are you busy with?" Secretly dating Qin Luo. Tang Yu looked at her coldly and said nothing. Yao Yanyan shrugged and didn't care. She said slowly, "To be honest, if Qin Luo still likes Shuku, then I can understand why she uses me as a pawn to stimulate Shuku. After all, my reputation is not very good. It is reasonable for her to choose me among the people around Shuku. But besides me, he actually found you. This is very puzzling. Especially since a woman like you who is praised by everyone would get together with her for no apparent reason. This is what surprised me the most. How vulgar is the word fuck." Tang Yu looked at her unhappily. "So, what do you want to say?" Yao Yanyan smiled and said, "The most important thing is that he has already said that he doesn't like Shuku. If this is his true thought, then his purpose in approaching us is very intriguing." Tang Yu frowned. "He went to your class to attend class with you on his own initiative, but it was just a coincidence that I ran into him. I was planning to go to the library to handle work, but I didn't expect him to be there." Yao Yanyan said calmly, "Then have you ever thought about why he, who rarely goes to the library on weekdays, suddenly went to the library to read books?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yu's expression suddenly became subtle. Indeed, what happened today was a bit strange. She often went to the library, but had never seen Qin Luo. She happened to see him today, and Qin Luo happened to help her a lot, which made the relationship between the two of them, who were not familiar with each other, become closer all of a sudden. Afterwards, they had dinner together and did some very intimate actions. Suddenly, Tang Yu had an inexplicable feeling that he seemed to be tricked. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that this was too far-fetched. There are many conspiracy theories in the world, but this obviously shouldn't happen to Qin Luo, who had been making great strides in the dog-licking path before. So she didn't respond to Yao Yanyan's question, but asked back, "How do you know he doesn't go to the library very often? Are you paying close attention to him?" Yao Yanyan's smile froze for a moment, and then she calmly replied, "I usually like to browse forums. Someone has counted what Qin Luo does when he's not licking Shuku. There are still people who continue to update the posts. You can never imagine how boring those who post are." Tang Yu deeply agreed with this statement and could not help but nodded, then continued, "My meeting with him today was just a coincidence. Even if according to your thinking, he approached us for another purpose, what could that be?" "It's very simple." Yao Yanyan narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Then she gently uttered two words, "Select, concubine." Tang Yu. The beautiful lady with ancient charm did not say anything, but looked at Yao Yanyan as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. She felt that Shuku was not the only one with abnormal thinking in Dormitory 606, but Yao Yanyan was also not an ordinary person. How did a small 606 bring together both the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick? Yao Yanyan didn't pay attention to her offended look, and just explained cheerfully, "It's an exaggeration. Anyway, I think he really doesn't like Shuku anymore, and he plans to find his next target among us. You and I are just one of his targets. And if I'm not mistaken, he might approach Xiaojin and Liunyan next." Tang Yu didn't react to Yao Yanyan's words. Hearing this, he just replied calmly, "Although today is only the first time I have in-depth contact with him, I don't think he is as bad as you say." Yao Yanyan replied, "On the contrary, I think his actions over the past few days have really overturned my impression of him. To be fair, I think he has the potential to be a scumbag. Let's not talk about whether he is as bad as you think. Even if he is, it has nothing to do with me. I only regard him as a friend. If he is not, then you have no right to judge him. After all, he is single and it is his freedom to pursue him. Yes, I understand. So you are sure you won't steal someone from me, right? What's the meaning? It's nothing. I'm just afraid that you'll fall in love with Chin Luo. The other guys in the dormitory are all stupid and pose no threat to me, but you're different. If you try to snatch someone from me, I really don't have much confidence. Tang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Yao Yanyan subtly. Do you like him? Yao Yanyan said with a smile, no. He is handsome, talented, and most importantly, loyal. Shuku treated him like that before, but he still pursued her persistently for more than 3 months. Why can't I like such a good man? Hearing this, Tang Yu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Before, he asked Chin Luo whether he still liked Shuku. When she heard Chin Luo say that he didn't like her anymore, she felt relieved and felt that Chin Luo made the right choice because Shuku was not suitable for Chin Luo. Compared to Shuku, Yao Yanyan is not much better. Tang Yu thinks that she and Chin Luo are definitely not a good match. She instinctively wanted to persuade Yao Yanyan to give up this idea, but after thinking about it carefully, it was Chin Luo's freedom to like whoever he liked. Similarly, it was not her business to control who Yao Yanyan liked. So she just sighed and said faintly, didn't you just say that he has the potential to be a scumbag? But as long as you are happy, I just hope that our dormitory won't fall apart because of this kind of thing. After all, 2 days ago, we were still very good friends. Upon hearing this, Yao Yanyan's playful smile also subsided a bit, and she said with a wry smile, I know, I was just saying that. To be honest, if possible, I don't want to make things too awkward with Shuku. Although I don't like her sometimes, after all, you are one of my few friends. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, and then as if he had thought of something, he said in a complicated tone, who in our dormitory is not like this? Yao Yanyan looked at her and said, you're not. Don't you have a lot of friends? Tang Yu shook his head, lowered his eyes and said nothing, just letting the complex emotions overflow and spread. Your bad man character is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The weekly sign-in is successful. You get the reward, 100,000 yuan in money, cooking skill +1. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Chin Luo didn't react much and continued to walk into the classroom with his 3 roommates. A week has passed since I updated the character of Scumbag. This week, Chin Luo established a good relationship with Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu respectively. Now he would go to Yao Yanyan to attend classes whenever he had time, but no dating-like behavior happened again. Yao Yanyan would occasionally say something suggestive, and every time this happened, Chin Luo would use the same routine to deal with it. After deliberately understanding the methods of bad girls, he is now more adept at dealing with Yao Yanyan. Tang Yu was quite conventional. After the first in-depth communication, Chin Luo would occasionally go to the library, but he did not run into Tang Yu again. However, there was one time when Tang Yu went to find him specifically, and they talked about serious matters, such as asking Chin Luo to join the Arts and Literature department of the student union. He also said that the school leaders were very grateful for his contribution to the school this time, and stated that after the student union's term change, Chin Luo would be appointed as the deputy director of the Literature and Art department. Chin Luo had no interest in this kind of job, so he refused without hesitation. He thought Tang Yu would try to keep him, but unexpectedly Tang Yu did not say much. After a brief chat, he left. Compared to the day of their first in-depth communication, Chin Luo could feel that Tang Yu seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance when facing him. Although he didn't know the specific reason, it didn't matter to Chin Luo because his goal had been perfectly achieved. With the help of Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu, he has now been labeled a scumbag by many people. Those who used to treat him as a bootlicker and look at him with contempt and disdain, now look at him with envy, jealousy and hatred. After all, Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu are both top beauties, especially Tang Yu, who is the dream lover of countless male classmates. So after the photo of Chin Luo touching Tang Yu's face was circulated, there were many elegant people in the school who would greet Chin Luo at every turn. Of course, most girls are still disdainful of Chin Luo, although quite a few of them will look at him with admiration, and some bolder ones will even take the initiative to ask for his contact information. But Chin Luo always kept a polite distance from these vulgar women. He would not be too cold, but he would not establish any friendship with them either. After all, he became a scumbag in order to take advantage of the system, not because he really liked being a scumbag. The power of Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu was enough, so there was naturally no need to create more trouble. He didn't even try to get close to the Chu twins. Of course, leaving aside the twin sisters, if Shuku is added to Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu, Qin Luo feels that his next 100-day sign-in will be secure. He was even very clear that given his current situation, the person he should contact most was Shuku. Just imagine, he used to pursue Shuku relentlessly, but suddenly he gave up and turned to contact two other girls, and then turned around and interacted with Shuku again. Isn't this a scumbag? However, Qin Luo did not do so. Even though Shuku kept sending him messages and always asked him to accompany her to class, Qin Luo did not agree. The messages were just perfunctory replies. If Shuku lost his temper or questioned him about something, he would just go offline. Over the past few days, he never faced Shuku directly once. Even he didn't realize that he was consciously avoiding Shuku. Even if he realized it, he wouldn't think too much about it. There is no reason, I just don't want to see you, is that okay? In this state, Qin Luo spent a stable week and attended 2 classes with his 3 roommates that morning. After class, they went downstairs while discussing what to eat for lunch. When they were near the entrance of the teaching building, they suddenly saw a group of people gathered together. In the center of the gathering, a petite figure was curled up on the ground. Is that Chu Sijin? Qin Luo frowned and strode forward. Chapter 27. Chu Sijin has a stomachache. That seems to be Chu Sijin, right? What's wrong with her? Is she sick? I don't know. I just suddenly ended up lying here. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. I don't know when the ambulance will arrive. Will no one take her to the infirmary? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with her, let's go find the teacher first. People gathered around, talking in a constant whisper. They could all see that Chu Sijin was in great pain and in urgent need of help and treatment, but no one dared to step forward to lend a helping hand. Qin Luo frowned when he saw this scene. He walked forward and pushed away a boy who was blocking him. The boy was pushed aside and turned around unhappily. Who is it? Qin Luo scolded angrily, if you don't want to help, get out of the way. You are addicted to watching the fun, right? The boy curled his lips and said nothing. He and Qin Luo lived in neighboring dormitories and were good friends. He was not angry after being scolded, but he was a little suspicious because he had rarely seen Qin Luo angry. Other people around also recognized Qin Luo. Seeing that he looked aggressive, they all hid aside, fearing that this man would vent his anger on them. Qin Luo ignored the reactions of the people around him and came directly to Chu Sijin. Instead of helping her directly, he observed Chu Sijin's physical condition first. Chu Sijin is small, estimated to be barely 1.6 meters tall, with her semi-long black hair tied into a simple ponytail. At this time, the ponytail had fallen limply on the ground. Under the rustling bangs, her slightly chubby face showed a look of pain, her eyes were slightly closed, her mouth was slightly pale, and her breathing seemed a little rapid. Under the pink t-shirt, her body was trembling slightly. Her 2 white arms, not covered by the short sleeves, hung in front of her. Her 2 small hands were tightly covering her lower abdomen, as if that was the source of her pain. Next to her head, there was a pink bag. It was the bag that Chu Sijin carried with her to carry snacks. When Qin Luo saw Chu Sijin before, she always carried her bag with her. Other girls' bags always contained cosmetics, tissues and other various things, but her bag was always filled with snacks of different categories. But now, the zipper of the bag was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Qin Luo frowned and observed for a while, then leaned over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" His voice reached Chu Sijin's ears, causing the little girl's closed eyes to open slightly. After seeing Qin Luo's face, her painful expression froze for a moment, showing a moment of confusion, but was quickly covered by pain. "I have a stomachache." Chu Sijin murmured, "I've eaten all the snacks." "What does a stomachache have to do with running out of snacks? Do you think you are so hungry? If that's the case, then you are awesome." Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He couldn't accept that a person could be so hungry, but he could guess that her pain was related to her stomach or the physiological state of women. So he thought about it, put his arms through Chu Sijin's back and legs, and picked her up horizontally, while not forgetting to lift the strap of the bag with one finger. This action made Chu Si-jin a little panicked. She subconsciously wanted to struggle and scream, but the pain forced her to cover her lower abdomen with her hands, and the scream from her mouth turned into a painful groan. That little ball, when nestled in Qin Luo's arms, was just like a wounded little animal, whimpering so pitifully. Qin Luo didn't dare to delay and ran straight to the infirmary with her in his arms. The people around were extremely surprised by this scene. Some people subconsciously wanted to take out their phones to take pictures. Li Chenggang walked up to him and glared at him, cursing, "Take pictures of your mother, take pictures. You only know how to take pictures for such a trivial matter. It would be fine at other times, but can't you see that this is a rescue? You don't want to help but are just here to watch the fun? If you dare to take out your phone again, I'll smash you." Li Chenggang is a big and strong man, and he looks very ferocious when he glares. Several people around who wanted to take pictures subconsciously protected their phones and took a few steps back in fear. When Wang Chen and Wu Xian saw this scene, they sneered but also felt helpless. They have heard a lot of people openly or secretly ridiculing Qin Luo these days. The girls scolded Qin Luo for being a scumbag, while the boys thought that Qin Luo ran to find Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu after he stopped pursuing Shuku, and they scolded him for being crazy. What's interesting is that they seem to be the same group of people who scolded Qin Luo for being a dog licker. As Qin Luo's roommates, they knew very well what kind of person Qin Luo was. Based on the enthusiasm he had shown in the past when pursuing Shuku, they didn't believe that Qin Luo was a fickle person. Although they didn't know why Qin Luo changed so much after he stopped pursuing Shuku, they had no objection and were even relieved about it. Being a scumbag is better than being a bootlicker, right? But no matter how much of a scumbag he is, it is not other people's turn to make random comments, especially when he takes pictures of Qin Luo with other women and uploads them to the forum. At first, several roommates treated it as a joke and would tease Qin Luo from time to time. However, Qin Luo had no reaction these days, and they became a little impatient. Now, when they saw someone taking out a cell phone from Qin Luo, they couldn't help but get angry. "Oh, you looked down on me when I was pursuing one girl, and now I'm looking for another girl, and you still look down on me. You guys are all stupid, right?" After the people around him slowly dispersed, Wu Shen looked at the direction Qin Luo left, pushed his glasses and said, "Old Qin seems to have taken her to the infirmary. Should we go over and take a look?" Li Chenggang said without hesitation, "Of course we'll go over and take a look, in case there's anything she needs our help with. By the way, we can also ask her roommates to come over. She relies on her parents at home and her friends when she goes out. If the little girl is sick, she always needs someone to accompany her." Li Chenggang is 20 years old this year, and so is Chu Si-jin, but he is so rough that it doesn't make people feel uncomfortable when he calls Chu Si-jin little girl. Wu Xian had similar ideas, and the two were about to go find Qin Luo, but Wang Chen suddenly said, "Let's not go, and don't contact her roommates. Let Luo handle it himself." The two stopped and gave him a puzzled look. Wang Chen explained, "Think about it, Chu Si-jin is Shuku's roommate. Although Luo Ji is no longer pursuing Shuku, he has been very close to Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu recently, and they are also Shuku's roommates. Everyone is saying that Luo Ji is a scumbag. We know that Luo Ji is not that kind of person, but what if? What if Luo Ji really has a relationship with one of them? So, it's better to let Luo Ji handle this matter himself. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be embarrassing for us." After hearing what Wang Chen said, the other two people immediately had a picture in their minds of several women surrounding Qin Luo, frowning and glaring at each other, and sparks flying in the air. Even though those women were first-rate beauties, they still shivered involuntarily and cast approving glances at Wang Chen. Li Chenggang patted Wang Chen on the shoulder and sighed, "My dear, you are really thoughtful." Wang Chen smiled innocently, then wondered, "There is one thing that puzzles me. Luo Ji rarely gets angry, but he got so angry just now. Could it be that his real, rumored girlfriend is not Yao Yanyan or Tang Yu, but that Chu Si-jin?" Li Cheng was stunned for a moment, then he stroked his chin and said with a click of the tongue, "I never thought that this guy is actually a low-liter control. Then is there a possibility that Lao Qin was so angry simply because she was Shuku's roommate? In other words, he was still angry because of Shuku." Wu Xian pushed the frame of his glasses, and a ray of wisdom flashed through the thick lenses. The other two fell silent after hearing this. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to say that this possibility was indeed the greatest. After all, only those who truly understand Qin Luo know how much Qin Luo likes Shuku. Qin Luo carried Chu Sijin all the way to the infirmary. It was a winding road of a mile. He was holding a living person in his arms, and he ran all the way there in one breath without stopping at all. This was due to the multiple strength attribute points he had gained before, which gave him physical fitness that surpassed that of ordinary people, so running a kilometer while carrying someone was nothing. On the other hand, he was really worried about Chu Sijin's safety. Although he didn't know much about Chu Sijin, he had only seen Chu Sijin a few times when he went to see Shuku before, and they basically didn't talk much, but he still had a deep impression of this girl. When I saw her in the past, she always had various snacks in her hands. Her cute face with baby fat would puff up her cheeks when she ate. Coupled with the snack bag that she never left, she looked as cute as an innocent child. In fact, Chu Sijin does have a mascot-like identity in the school. People who know her care for her very much, but she seems to be a little introverted and shy, so she doesn't seem to have many acquaintances in school, limited to those in the same dormitory. This is also the reason why when she collapsed in the teaching building and was seen by so many people, no one came forward to help her. On the one hand, he was afraid that he would do more harm than good, and on the other hand, because he was not familiar with Chu Sijin, he felt that it was inappropriate to do so and that a more suitable person should extend a helping hand. While Qin Luo was daydreaming, the door of the infirmary appeared in his sight. "Teacher! Is the teacher here? Is anyone there?" He ran to the door of the infirmary while shouting, and seeing that it was ajar and not closed tightly, he simply pushed the door open with his knee. However, the quiet infirmary was empty, and at such a critical moment, the medical teacher had disappeared. Qin Luo smacked his lips, gently placed Chu Sijin on the clean bed, and said softly, "Lie here for a while, I'll go find the medical teacher and come back soon." As he said this, he was about to turn around and leave, but the moment he took a step, he felt someone grabbing his sleeve. Looking back, Chu Sijin was looking at him with a pair of pure and flawless big eyes. There seemed to be a fluorescent glow in her eyes. Combined with her current weak and painful appearance, she looked so cute and pitiful. Even a tough guy like Qin Luo couldn't help but feel soft-hearted after seeing this scene. So he leaned over and comforted her again. "Don't worry, it's okay, I'll be back soon." Chu Sijin shook her head, and her slightly pale lips opened and closed, as if she wanted to say something. Qin Luo listened carefully, but couldn't hear clearly, so he leaned closer with his ear tilted. Then, he heard Chu Sijin weakly say, help me buy Lay's potato chips." Qin Luo. Chapter 28, Reincarnation of Snack Bag. Looking at Chu Sijin lying on the hospital bed with a look of pain on her face, Qin Luo's expression was dull, his face twitched, and he was completely speechless. He knew that Chu Sijin was a foodie and always carried snacks with her when she went out. 99 out of 100 times he saw her, she had potato chips or other snacks in her hands, and the remaining one time she was on her way to buy snacks. He originally thought that Chu Sijin was just greedy and would feel horny if she didn't have snacks for a while. But now it seems that she is not just greedy. She is still thinking about potato chips even when she is in such a bad condition. The word foodie is enough to describe her. She is simply the reincarnation of a snack bag. He wanted to vomit so much that it came to his throat, but seeing Chu Sijin's uncomfortable look, he swallowed it back and said, "Don't you have a stomachache? Don't eat potato chips for now. I'll go find a medical teacher to check you out. I'll buy you some potato chips after I make sure you're okay." Qin Luo was about to leave, but Chu Sijin stubbornly grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. Even though she was in so much pain that she had no strength left in her body, she still used the little strength she had left to hold onto Qin Luo. She looked at Qin Luo pitifully and said weakly, "Just buy some snacks. This is not the first time. I know my situation well. After eating some snacks, it won't hurt." Qin Luo frowned. If this was not the first time Chu Sijin had encountered such a situation, then she should know very well how to deal with it. But, what's the matter with eating snacks? Are you the reincarnation of a snack bag with a debuff that makes you get a stomachache if you don't have snacks in your stomach? There are so many things to complain about that Qin Luo doesn't know where to start. But seeing Chu Sijin's increasingly unbearable pain, Qin Luo hesitated for 2 seconds and finally chose to believe it. "Okay, I'll go get some chips now, you wait here for me." Qin Luo turned around and left after he finished speaking. When he reached the door, he heard a voice coming from behind him. "Remember to buy Texas barbecue flavor." "Qin Luo, I'll buy it all for you." He glared at Chu Sijin unhappily, then ran towards the nearest small supermarket. It was lunchtime and there were still quite a lot of people in the small supermarket, with many people queuing to check out. Qin Luo picked up the basket and ran straight to the snack area. He raised his hand and swept all the Lay's potato chips on the shelf into the basket. Then he turned around and went to the cashier. He said to the girl at the front of the line anxiously, "Excuse me, can you let me in for a moment?" The people around were shocked at the time, and looked at Qin Luo with admiration. "Wow, it's broad daylight, right?" The girl was about to get angry, but when she turned around, she saw a tall and handsome guy. Her face turned red and she stammered, "No, that's not good. It will be done soon. I'm in a hurry." "Thank you. Even if you are in a hurry, you can't be so careless. Besides, this kind of thing doesn't happen quickly." The girl's face became redder and redder, and she lowered her head silently and began to twist the corner of her clothes. Qin Luo didn't understand why this guy was being so shy. Was he blushing so much just because he cut in line? So he simply got on the bus first and bought the ticket later, pushed the shopping basket directly in front of the cashier, took out a few bills and said, "No need to change." After saying that, he picked up the basket and ran away, not forgetting to take a bottle of Coke with him before leaving. Hey. Wait a minute, classmate. When the cashier waved at him with the banknotes, his first reaction was that he had received a counterfeit bill, and he began to think about notifying the school office. However, when I put the banknotes into the money detector, I found that they were all real. This money is enough to buy the basket, not to mention the dozen bags of potato chips. As for the rest, the salesperson silently operated the cash register, then quietly put the remaining money into his pocket and said to the queue without changing his expression, "Next." The girl at the front of the line was so embarrassed. She just realized that Qin Luo was talking about cutting in line. She had thought it was something else just now, which made her heart flutter. Now that she realized what was going on, she felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to kill herself on the spot. So she simply gave up buying anything, threw the small basket aside, and ran away without looking back. Seeing this, a boy was full of admiration and sighed, "Wow," he was so excited that he chased her directly. Is it possible to chase a girl so directly now? He stood there hesitantly for a moment, then locked onto a girl in front of him, patted her shoulder and said, "Beautiful girl, can you let me fuck you?" The girl looked back at him with a gentle smile on her face. The boy was suddenly overjoyed, but before he could take the next step, he saw the girl took out her cell phone and silently entered the three numbers 110. "No, lady, calm down, it's all a misunderstanding, let's talk it out. You can start making it up. I'll have the police come over to grade you. Come on." Qin Luo rushed back to the infirmary without stopping. He did not see any medical teachers along the way. When he returned to the ward, Chu Si-jin was still the only one in the room. The little girl was curled up in a ball on the hospital bed. Because she was wearing pink clothes, she looked like a pink doll, both pitiful and cute. She had her eyes closed, but she opened them when she heard the noise. When she saw the basket in Qin Luo's hand, her eyes lit up and she struggled to make an excited voice, quick, give it to me. "Qin Luo, don't move, I'll open it for you." He walked to the bedside with mixed feelings, raised his hand to open a bag of potato chips, picked up a piece with his hand and put it to Chu Si-jin's mouth. Chu Si-jin immediately opened her mouth and swallowed the potato chips with a R. Because the movement was so large, she even swallowed Qin Luo's fingers. For a moment, Qin Luo felt a touch on his fingers that he had never felt before. He subconsciously retracted his hand and leaned back tactically, but found that Chu Si-jin didn't seem to have any special reaction. The moment she ate the potato chips, she seemed to be healed. Her originally stiff and trembling body calmed down, her expression was no longer so painful, and she even showed an expression of enjoyment while chewing. In a trance, it seemed that what she put into her mouth was not potato chips, but some panacea that could bring people back to life. "I want more." She looked at Qin Luo with burning eyes. "This is really outrageous." Qin Luo withdrew his gaze with a conflicted look on his face, then pinched another piece of potato chips and handed it over. Chu Si-jin took another bite and then ate Qin Luo's finger again. Although he didn't want to admit it, Qin Luo had to say, he was a little addicted. So he silently handed the bag to Chu Si-jin and asked her, "Can you eat it yourself?" Chu Si-jin nodded hurriedly, holding the bag in one hand, and with the other hand grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth, filling her mouth in an instant. She had a bit of baby fat to begin with, and now that her mouth was stuffed full, her cheeks were noticeably bulging, and they kept moving as she chewed, making her look like a cute little hamster. Qin Luo even had the urge to pet her. But he finally resisted the urge and focused his attention on the bag of potato chips. Seeing Chu Sijin enjoying and being satisfied like this, for some reason, he suddenly felt a little greedy. So he reached into the bag and stuffed himself with a potato chip as well. After chewing it for a while, he didn't feel anything special except for the crispy texture and a hint of umami. Chu Sijin, on the other hand, saw his action and immediately said anxiously, "Don't grab it. It's mine." He looked nervous and anxious, like a puppy guarding its food. After he finished speaking, he hid the potato chips behind him and stared at Qin Luo with vigilance in his eyes. Qin Luo pretended to be angry and said, "I bought it for you anyway, so what's wrong with me eating one?" Chu Sijin thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she handed Qin Luo a piece of potato chips with grievance and reluctance. Then you eat it." Qin Luo was really confused by her funny look. He took the potato chips with a helpless look on his face, and then put it to Chu Sijin's mouth. Chu Sijin instinctively opened her mouth and swallowed the potato chips with an expression of enjoyment immediately appearing on her face. Qin Luo also enjoyed it, and then opened another bag of potato chips. "A piece for myself, a piece for Chu Sijin, a piece for myself, a piece for Chu Sijin, a piece for Chu Sijin, a piece for Chu Sijin." Crack. Just as the two were happily feeding the baby and eating, the door of the infirmary was opened. The two men paused and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a woman in a white coat and rimless glasses standing at the door. She looked at the two people in the room silently, her eyes scanned them both, and finally stopped on Qin Luo's fingers and Chu Sijin's mouth. After a brief silence, she said, "Sorry to bother you. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Hey. Hey. No. It's a misunderstanding. Come back quickly." Qin Luo realized it later and immediately pulled out his finger, then ran out and caught up with the medical teacher. Seeing him standing in front of them, the medical teacher said with understanding, "Don't worry, I understand. It's understandable that young people like to pursue excitement. But my suggestion is that this scale is almost enough. Anything bigger is not appropriate. After all, there are surveillance cameras in the infirmary." After a pause, she took out her phone and said, "You may not believe this, but last time there was a young couple who spent more money than you. Their precious video is still saved in my phone. Are you interested in taking a look?" Qin Luo. Looking at the inexplicably smug expression on the medical teacher's face, Qin Luo's eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. From teachers to students, how could this small Shanghai university be able to gather so many talented people? Chapter 29. I'm tired, let's destroy it. She has acute gastritis, which is a very common disease. But the cause of her illness? TSK, gastritis caused by not eating snacks for a long time is unheard of. In the infirmary, a medical teacher in a white coat was sitting on a chair. She had just finished examining Chu Sijin's body and she made a clicking sound from her lips. The look she gave Chu Sijin was full of surprise, as if she had seen some rare animal. Qin Luo was also very upset. He had complained countless times before that Chu Sijin couldn't have a stomachache because she didn't eat snacks, but when the facts were laid out in front of him, he felt a little numb. Not to mention that the medical teachers have never heard of this. Even if they call in the world's top doctors, they will have 3 question marks over their heads. Then the medical teacher said, "Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" Qin Luo looked at Chu Sijin and found that she was still sitting on the bed eating snacks. Her little mouth kept chewing. Her bright big eyes were full of pure colors. She had no intention of answering the question at all. So Qin Luo sighed and said, "Let me tell you the bad news first." The medical teacher said calmly, "Although the symptom is acute gastritis, the cause cannot be cured. At least I can't cure it. I have never seen a similar case. Maybe it's the first time in medical history." The words were so serious that Qin Luo frowned all of a sudden. "What about the good news?" The medical teacher smiled slightly. "The good news is that if a few authoritative doctors are called to see her, she might be able to give her own name to the cause of her illness." Qin Luo. "Besides 6, is there anything else you want me to say?" He rubbed his temples tiredly, sat aside helplessly, and said, "Let's not worry about the cause of the disease for now, let's treat her first. Isn't it acute gastritis? It shouldn't be difficult to treat, right? The medical teacher thought for a moment and said, acute gastritis is not difficult to treat, but if it were an ordinary person, they would have to receive intravenous drips, take medication, or be hospitalized for observation. As for her, she can heal herself. Qin Luo was stunned for a moment. The medical teacher raised his chin towards Chu Sijin. Well, take a look for yourself. Qin Luo turned his head to look at Chu Sijin and found that she seemed to have fully recovered. As she continued chewing, her cute baby face was filled with happiness, and her clear eyes were filled with satisfaction. From time to time, she would shake her body as if she had enjoyed the meal. How could she still look like she was in so much pain that she seemed to be dying on the spot when she was brought to the infirmary? The panacea that could cure all this was the bag of potato chips in her hand. To be exact, it was the third bag. Suddenly, a feeling of powerlessness came over me. Qin Luo leaned back in the chair somewhat dejectedly. He looked up at the white ceiling, his eyes gradually becoming empty, and his whole body exuded an air of despair. He was wondering why he was so anxious and even lost his temper with his classmates. Let us not talk about whether she needed an injection or an. It would be fine if she just took 2 pills, but she recovered just by eating a few bags of potato chips. How can anyone accept this? Very depressed. He is feeling very depressed, extremely depressed. The medical teacher looked at this scene and found it quite interesting. He said, it's nothing to be surprised about. It sounds magical, but human organs are actually affected by emotions to a certain extent. We often hear people say that anger makes their liver hurt, or their stomach hurts, etc. Although most of these statements are exaggerated, when people's emotions fluctuate drastically, it is true that their internal organs will be affected. Although I don't know what exactly caused her illness, you can rest assured about her condition. I just checked her out and there's basically nothing wrong with her. I'm going to leave first. Call me if you have any problems. She left after she finished speaking, and Qin Luo did not stop her this time, so he and Chu Sijin were left in the room again. After 2 crunch sounds, another bag of potato chips was eaten by Chu Sijin. She looked at the empty snack bag blankly, then at the basket full of potato chips beside the bed. When she found a bottle of Coke in it, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her hand and tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve. What? Qin Luo asked weakly. Chu Sijin said weakly, I want to drink Coke. Qin Luo, I think you look like Coke. He sat up in shock from his dying illness and glared at Chu Sijin in annoyance. Chu Sijin shrank back a little, looking at Qin Luo with a little timidity in her eyes, but perhaps she couldn't suppress her desire for Coke, so she still stubbornly refused to look away. Qin Luo felt helpless after being stared at, and could only silently take out the Coke and hand it to her. Chu Sijin was instantly surprised, took the Coke and twisted it hard. Perhaps because she had just recovered from a serious illness, she didn't have much strength and couldn't open it at once. She had to look at Qin Luo for help again. I can't open it. Qin Luo. Tired, destroy it quickly. He took the Coke back, unscrewed the bottle and handed it over again. The feeling of holding back so much anger but not being able to spit it out made him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. After a while, Qin Luo calmed down a little and asked, you just said that this situation happened before. Was it because there were no snacks to eat? Chu Sijin just took a big sip of Coke. She burped without any ladylike image, and said with a happy and satisfied expression, well, I don't know when it started, but whenever I want to eat snacks and can't eat them, I feel very uncomfortable. No wonder you always had all kinds of snacks around you when I saw you before. Qin Luo nodded in sudden realization, and then naturally handed Chu Sijin a bag of potato chips. Chu Sijin happily took it, tore open the package and ate it happily. While chewing, she said, yes, so I always carry various snacks with me, but I ate too much these days and forgot to replenish my stock. Today, I couldn't help but eat it all during class. I originally thought that I would go buy some after class, but I didn't expect that it would be like that before I even got to the supermarket. Oh, by the way, where's my bag? She seemed to have thought of something important, and her expression became a little flustered. Qin Luo pointed to the pink bag that he had thrown on the bedside before. It's there, I brought it to you. After seeing this, Chu Sijin was relieved. Fortunately, it's a gift from Yanyan. If I lost it, she would be angry. Qin Luo said casually, you two sisters have a pretty good relationship. Of course, they are twins after all. Besides your similar looks, I really can't tell how you two are twins, especially since your face shapes are different. Qin Luo looked at Chu Si-jin with great connotation. Chu Si-jin was a petite girl with a baby face. After dressing up, she would become a standard cute little loli. Chu Yanyan was over 1.7 meters tall, fair, thin and had a small face. Apart from their similar looks, there was really nothing similar between them. It was probably difficult for most people to mistake them for twins. Chu Si-jin obviously knew this, and after hearing it, she said a little depressed, "You can't blame me for this. After all, people have different physiques, and I'm also working hard to lose weight now. I will definitely lose weight." After saying that, she angrily stuffed a handful of potato chips into her mouth. "Give up, little silly girl, the word weight loss should not appear in your life." Qin Luo looked at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes, which then gradually turned into contemplation. Chapter 30, Can Eat a Lot. According to the medical teacher, although Chu Si-jin had acute gastritis, it was not actually serious. It was not caused by a virus or bacterial infection, but might be a disease induced by emotions. It seems like many people are so angry that their livers and stomachs hurt or something like that. Chu Si-jin is probably in that situation. And Chu Si-jin also said that this situation had happened to her before. She would feel very uncomfortable whenever she wanted to eat snacks but couldn't get them. From this, we can judge that when she was extremely craving for snacks, if her craving for snacks was not satisfied, it might cause a stress response in the stomach. It feels a bit magical. Compared with the physical stress response, it seems more like a neurological or mental problem. After all, emotions are affected by the brain. Qin Luo frowned, but in the end he didn't go into it any further. He looked at Chu Si-jin and saw that she was almost done with another bag of snacks, so he said, "It's almost done. Snacks can't be eaten as meals. I'll take you to have a proper lunch." Chu Si-jin said, "Snacks can also be my regular lunch. I ate snacks every day when I was a kid." "So you are the reincarnation of the snack bag." Qin Luo looked at her with a caring look for the mentally retarded. Then Chu Si-jin froze, as if she suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed, That's terrible. What's wrong?" "I forgot something very important." Her expression suddenly became serious, and she looked a bit nervous and anxious, as if she had thought of something serious. It was the first time that Qin Luo saw her so nervous, so he couldn't help but become serious and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Si-jin pointed at the wall clock. "Look. It's already 1 o'clock. Qin Luo glanced over there. So it's almost too late." Chu Si-jin remembered that she was eating potato chips slowly, and said hurriedly, "The food club has an event this afternoon. Many people will make delicious food on the spot. The person who gets first place can also get a coupon for the food club. You can go there every day to eat for free. I can't miss this event." After Qin Luo heard this, his expression was a little out of control, and his voice became a little distorted. "Is this what you said? Very important." Chu Si-jin said seriously, "Being able to eat all kinds of delicious food is of course important." Qin Luo. "I was so stupid, really. I thought she was just the reincarnation of a snack bag, just a greedy person. But I didn't expect that she was actually the reincarnation of a glutton. Her world only had food, and only things related to eating were important to her." Qin Luo suddenly felt so tired and blocked in his heart, and he had an urge to fall asleep. Seeing this, Chu Si-jin hurried over and pushed him, begging, "Can you take me there?" "No. Please. If you don't want to go, you don't want to go. Please." Chu Si-jin was like a little child, gently pulling Qin Luo's sleeve. Her voice was sweet and soft, coupled with her big, adorable eyes. The coquettishness she showed could simply get into people's hearts. Qin Luo really couldn't turn a blind eye to her like this, so he had to say, "Why don't you go by yourself? Why do you have to call me?" Chu Si-jin said weakly, "I can't take so many snacks now. What if I suddenly get sick again? Then ask your roommate to go with you. Shuku doesn't have classes this afternoon. It's too late. The event is about to start. Please, I beg you. At worst, I can share my snacks with you later." Hearing Chu Si-jin say this, Qin Luo suddenly felt moved for some reason. For someone like Chu Si-jin, being willing to share her snacks with others is probably no less important than an average person being willing to lend money to others. No, it may be even more important. So he sighed helplessly, stood up and said, "Let's go." Chu Si-jin suddenly smiled happily, Thank you, you are a good person. No, I'm not, I'm just a jerk who doesn't have any feelings. Qin Luo glanced at her expressionlessly and walked out of the infirmary. Name, Chu Si-jin. Appearance, 96. Height, 93. Special, 96. Hobbies, eating snacks. Features, a big eater. Qin Luo. On their way to the food club activity venue, Qin Luo held a bag of potato chips in his left hand, slowly took off his magic glasses with his right hand, and couldn't help sighing. Chu Si-jin's hobby is eating snacks, which is not surprising to him at all. It is a bit outrageous that she can turn eating a lot into her specialty. Chu Si-jin was carrying a pink bag with several bags of potato chips in it. She was holding another bag in her hand and was eating as she walked forward, jumping every 3 steps. She is like a little girl full of childlike innocence. Every detail of her body fully illustrates what innocence and youthfulness mean. Cute is her byword, and foodie is her true self. But no matter how much Qin Luo wants to complain, he has to admit in his heart that Chu Si-jin is a beauty who is no less beautiful than the other members of the goddess group. Even when he was with her, Qin Luo felt more relaxed and happy, as if he was also infected by her emotions, and the previous depressed and speechless mood was also swept away. He couldn't help but say, "You said that the food club's activities are based on how delicious the food is. Can you cook?" Chu Si-jin said without hesitation, "No. It's really righteous." He looked at Chu Si-jin speechlessly. "Then why did you run over to join in the fun?" Chu Si-jin explained, "Although I can't cook and can't participate in the competition, I can go to taste the food. Participants have to let others taste the food after they make it, and then the people who have eaten it will vote and score." Qin Luo was silent for a long time after hearing this, and then he said, "It's you who deserves it." Chu Si-jin chuckled, her bright smile shining brighter than the sun in the sky. The weather in Shanghai in June was already quite hot. Chu Si-jin sucked her fingers that were stained with potato chip residue, then threw the empty bag into the trash can beside her and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then she tilted her head to look at Qin Luo and found that his white shirt had been soaked with sweat in several places at some point. The sunlight shone on his body, reflecting the sweat between his hair with sparkling spots. Chu Si-jin seemed to suddenly think of something, and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I was eating potato chips too seriously in the infirmary just now, and I think I bit your hand several times. It's okay, come to me anytime next time you want to eat potato chips." Qin Luo glanced at her, shook his head and said nothing. Then Chu Si-jin said again, "Lower your head." "What?" Qin Luo asked, but his body had already lowered. Chu Si-jin didn't say anything, but rubbed Qin Luo's forehead with her white and tender hands. This action made Qin Luo stunned, and the look he gave Chu Si-jin gradually became subtle. After wiping off the sweat on Qin Luo's forehead, Chu Si-jin took back her hand and said with a satisfied smile, "Thank you so much just now. I saw that you sweated a lot. I will help you wipe it." Qin Luo squinted his eyes and looked at her for a while, but didn't respond. He said, "Let's go. The food club is just ahead." Chu Si-jin nodded, followed Qin Luo obediently, and walked forward step by step. Chapter 31. You want me to chase you, right? Unlike high schools, which have a complex academic schedule and focus only on grades and further studies, universities place more emphasis on the all-round development of students. Therefore, most schools encourage students to participate in various interest activities. For example, students who like playing guitar will set up a guitar club, students who like anime will set up an anime club, students who like painting will set up a painting club, and so on. They may not all apply for majors that match their interests, but most of them will join corresponding clubs based on their interests. Such a large group of people with the same hobbies get together to talk about their hobbies, discuss and exchange ideas with each other, which is also a beautiful landscape unique to young people in the university. For example, the food club, as the name suggests, is a gathering place for people who love food. They may not all be greedy foodies like Chu Si-jin, but they definitely love the process of making delicious food. They may not be very happy when they eat the food they make, but they will definitely be happy when others eat it and get positive praise. This is exactly why the food club organized this event. The food club's activity room was converted from a classroom. When Qin Luo and Chu Si-jin arrived at the food club's activity venue, quite a few people had already gathered there. About 20 or 30, actually not a lot. After all, it is a small event organized by the club itself, and of course we can't expect it to attract much attention. In addition to the members of the food club, there were also many foodies who came here because of its reputation. Some came to join in the fun, while others had the same purpose as Chu Si Jin, which was simply to feast on their food. The event hasn't started yet. I'm hungry. Me too. I didn't even have lunch because of this event. My goodness, are all the dishes in the cafeteria not enough to satisfy you? Nonsense, you have to pay in the cafeteria, but it's free here. And you know how rip-off our school cafeteria is. 16 yuan for 8 pieces of braised pork, anyone who eats it will complain. Qin Luo. Thanks, I am offended. He casually glanced at the people around him, then looked at Chu Si Jin and found that the girl could not help swallowing her saliva. Her eyes were fixed on the members of the food club who were making the final preparations before the event not far away, her face full of anticipation and desire. A cute girl noticed her and immediately reached out her hand to greet her. Xiao Jin, you're here. Her voice was quite loud, and when she shouted, many people turned their eyes over. Then, one by one, they all stared at Qin Luo, with various expressions on their faces. Fuck, Luotian. Why is he here? Is he here to eat for free like us? Do you think everyone is as good as you? It seems like you came here with Chu Si Jin. No, isn't he having a hot relationship with Yao Yanyan now? I saw him having dinner with Tang Yu before, why is he with Chu Si Jin now? Oh no. This guy is going after the entire goddess group. He deserves death. He deserves death. Calm down. Look at what you guys are like. As a man, you should be like me, calm and composed. Brother, if you want to talk, just talk. Why is there a crunching sound in your mouth? Stop talking, help me contact a dental clinic outside the school, I think there's something wrong with my back teeth. Again, as one of the campus celebrities, even if most people here have never seen Qin Luo himself, most of them have heard of his wonderful deeds, and the photos of him and several beauties are also circulated wildly in the forum, so he can be recognized at a glance. Chu Si Jin is a campus mascot, so naturally there are many people who know her. Because Chu Si Jin was Shuku's roommate, and Qin Luo had been having a hot relationship with Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu recently, they found the fact that the two of them were together particularly intriguing. Amid the whispers of discussion, their looks towards Qin Luo became subtle. Qin Luo was already used to similar situations and was able to turn a blind eye to them. Chu Si Jin, who was a bit thick-skinned, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the atmosphere at all. She was still waving her little hand and greeting the people from the food club, I'm here to eat. The girl who had called her just now walked over step by step. She looked at Qin Luo strangely at first, then smiled and said to Chu Si Jin, you came at the right time. The event will start soon. I will make a dish of fried shrimp with garlic broccoli. I guarantee you will like it. Really? Hiss. Chu Si Jin, this useless girl, was drooling just by hearing the names of the dishes, which made Qin Luo speechless. He wondered where all the potato chips she had just eaten went. For those puffed foods, 1 or 2 bags would be enough, not to mention that she also drank a bottle of Coke. But she ate so much but didn't seem to feel full at all, which really made people feel sorry for the dead potatoes. Let me explain the rules of the event. After the event begins, everyone has to use the ingredients available on site to make a dish on their own. It can be a stir-fry, cold cuts or desserts. But you only have 30 minutes, and you can make it within the time limit. After that, we will ask the students who are participating in the food tasting to evaluate the dishes of the contestants in turn. The one with the highest score will receive a special invitation ticket prepared by our club. With this invitation ticket, they can come to our club every day to eat and drink for free. Please make final preparations. Our event is about to begin. Currently, there are 6 contestants confirmed to participate. Are there any others who want to join? If so, please tell me now. I won't wait any longer. The president of the food club is a chubby guy with a simple and honest look. He speaks with great vigor and seems to be an expert at cutting and stirring food. The others looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this, and said that they were only here to eat and drink, and had no intention of wielding swords and spoons. The few contestants who had already registered for the competition were already making preparations. Qin Luo looked at the scene in front of him with interest and found it quite interesting. He has been in college for a while and is about to become a junior, but he has not joined any clubs yet. Because he doesn't have many hobbies and interests, his lifestyle is relatively Buddhist. He may get involved in a little bit of everything, but he is not obsessed with anything. The most common entertainment activities on weekdays are playing with mobile phones, playing games with roommates, and eating skewers and drinking wine when I feel like it. The other 3 people in the dormitory are no different. They have no chance of having a girlfriend. Wang Chen, on the other hand, joined the anime club because he likes anime, and occasionally participates in some activities. In comparison, Qin Luo's life was dull and boring until he obtained the system more than 3 months ago, and this boring life suddenly had a little different color. Just when Qin Luo was feeling inexplicably emotional, the little fat man suddenly came over and asked him, "Qin Luo, do you want to compete to see whose craftsmanship is better?" Qin Luo looked at him strangely and thought, "We are not even familiar with each other, is it really appropriate to call him so affectionately?" He responded casually, "I'm sorry, I just came here to take a look, I don't plan to participate." The little fat man snorted and laughed, "Really? Then it seems that you and Chu Si Jin are destined to have no fate. This way I feel relieved." When these words were spoken, the eyes of the people around them lit up, as if they were about to see something wonderful, and they couldn't hide their excitement. Qin Luo also raised his eyebrows and said speechlessly, "What are you talking about without any reason?" The little fat man said, "Chu Si Jin likes to eat delicious food so much, so of course she will find a man who is good at cooking in the future. For example, I am very good at cooking, so in comparison, I have more advantages than you." Chu Si Jin sat aside with her head tilted, originally a little confused, but when she heard the words, she nodded subconsciously and agreed, "That makes sense." Qin Luo. So a little girl like you can be easily kidnapped with just a nice meal, right? It's a miracle that you can live to this age in good health. He rubbed his temples with a slight headache, and guessed in his heart that this little fat boy liked Chu Si Jin. This is normal. The goddess group is all very beautiful, and their styles are different and unique. They have countless suitors. It doesn't make sense that there are so many people who like Shuku, Tang Yu, and Yao Yanyan, but so few who like Chu Si Jin. When Qin Luo was in contact with Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu before, he was even wondering whether there would be any suitors around them, and then come over to provoke him like a retard. After all, similar plots are endless in online novels, and they can be said to be classics among classics. If a beautiful woman doesn't have a few provocative and idiotic dogs around her, she is not worthy of being called a goddess. But to Qin Luo's regret, Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu didn't have that kind of person around them, but Chu Si Jin actually attracted one. However, when he looked at the little fat boy carefully, although he could see that he liked Chu Si Jin, his words and deeds were not disgusting, and he did not behave like a fool. He was even a little naive and cute. Therefore, Qin Luo had no intention of competing for it, and responded with a smile, "Then do your best." The little fat man didn't seem to expect Qin Luo to be so happy. He was a little doubtful for a moment and said hesitantly, "Are you sure you don't want to try hard?" Qin Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why should I work hard? She and I have said less than today in total since we met. We don't have any friendship at all. You don't think I'm pursuing her, do you?" The little fat boy said, "Oh, for a moment, but as far as I know, you have already extended your claws to the entire goddess group. Not to mention Shuku, Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu have been taken down by you one after another. There is no reason for you to let such a lovely Chu Si Jin go, right? What you said makes a lot of sense, I am speechless." "Bullshit, when did I ever lay my hands on their entire dormitory?" Qin Luo's eyes widened with anger at being wronged. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, Chu Si Jin beside him suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Qin Luo subconsciously turned his head to look at her. "What?" Chu Si Jin said weakly, "Why don't you join in?" Qin Luo was amused at the time. "What do you mean? You want me to chase you, right?" Chu Si Jin hesitated for a moment before saying, I just thought that if you join me, I can have one more dish. Is that okay?" After saying that, she blinked at Qin Luo, with a hint of hope flickering in her clear eyes, which was so cute that it almost emptied the health bars of the people next to her. "You really are worthy of me." Qin Luo's mouth twitched and he sighed helplessly. Chapter 32. Everyone is going crazy. I don't know what his mentality was, but Qin Luo eventually became the 7th contestant in this event. The fat boy seemed quite excited about having a new rival in cooking and love. After Qin Luo came on stage, he didn't even look at other opponents, but said to Qin Luo with great interest, "As the president of the food club, I, Yu Dao, will openly eliminate you, the love rival, today." Come on, let's compete in cooking skills and have a hearty food battle. Qin Luo glared and almost couldn't help but want to go out to see whether the sign outside said, Food Club, or Animation Club. As soon as Yu Dao said this, the spectators who had been watching the show from the beginning became excited and started shouting with their arms stretched out. Damn! It's on fire! Youth is grandmotherly knocking on the door. He actually challenged his rival to a legendary food battle just for the woman he loves. He really made me cry. Qin Luo, although you are handsome, tall, can write songs and sing, and are better than Dao in all aspects, but when it comes to cooking skills, Yu Dao will not lose to you. Just accept your failure obediently, then go back and hug your Shuku, Yao Yanyan, and Tang Yu and cry. Woo woo, my Tang Yu. Hey, when you get crazy, why do you even stab yourself? Are you mentally okay? Hearing the rumors coming from his ears, Qin Luo almost rolled his eyes. TNND, are all of them really going crazy? The girl who had just greeted Chu Sijin smiled and covered her mouth, whispering, Don't mind it, Yu Dao is an old 2D fan, he gets crazy at any time, and he talks about food battles when cooking. Those who came today are all his friends, and everyone is used to him. In the beginning, we didn't cooperate very well, but after a while, we found that it's quite interesting. Qin Luo turned his head to look at her. The girl smiled and nodded, and asked him, Don't you think it's interesting? Qin Luo thought about it, and glanced at the classmates who were laughing and making funny faces, as well as Yu Dao who was standing aside with his hands on his waist and posing. Suddenly, he was filled with the clear, silly and lively atmosphere that was unique to college students. So he nodded, It's really interesting. The girl laughed even more happily after hearing this, and then said, But there is one thing you should pay attention to. Although our president likes to act crazy, his cooking skills are really good. His family runs a restaurant, and he has been helping his family cook since he was a child. And he really likes Xiao Jin, so if you really like Xiao Jin, you have to work harder. Qin Luo looked a little amused after hearing this. Now many people say that I am a scumbag, and you still want me to pursue her. The girl blinked and said, I don't know why you've been so close to so many girls recently, but can a scumbag pursue a girl who has never looked at him straight in the eye for more than 3 months? Qin Luo was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Sijin not far away. She placed her 2 little fists on both sides of the desk, as if she was holding a knife and fork made of air. Her body swayed from time to time. Her cute chubby face was full of anticipation. Her pair of sparkling eyes were always fixed on Qin Luo, as if she was guessing what delicious food he would make next. Thinking back to a few days ago, he was chatting and laughing with Yao Yanyan in class, then had lunch with Tang Yu and had intimate interactions, and now he has to cook for Chu Sijin. If I'm not a scumbag, what am I? Qin Luo smiled, shook his head and said no more. Soon, with Yu Dao's words full of middle school student vibe, the food battle begins now. This not at all formal food competition officially kicked off. Among the 6 contestants other than Qin Luo, one was preparing to bake pizza, one was preparing to fry steak, one was planning to make dessert, one wanted to make sashimi, and the remaining 2 were going to cook, namely Yu Dao and the girl who had just talked to Qin Luo. After all, the competition is only 30 minutes long, and some stir-fries are time-consuming. In comparison, sashimi is the simplest, desserts require some technical content, steak requires the quality of beef and control of the heat, and pizza simply relies on the oven. Of course, if you want to fry eggs and tomatoes, or stir-fry shredded potatoes with vinegar, it doesn't take much effort and doesn't require any technical skills, but the 3 chefs present obviously wanted to show off. The girl was preparing to make a dish of fried shrimps with broccoli and garlic sauce, and she had already started peeling the shrimps on the spot. Yu Dao was planning to make a dish of 9 turned pig intestines. He just moved his hand and took out a fresh intestine. The scene was so shocking that the students sitting in the front seats covered their noses with their hands and leaned back strategically. Qin Luo glanced at Chu Sijin, who was not far away, and found that this little girl was standing closer than others. She leaned forward and stretched her neck, staring at the people who were handling the food. Her expression was more serious than ever, and there was even a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Qin Luo didn't care, he just thought she was looking forward to eating delicious food as soon as possible, so after a brief thought, he picked out a few potatoes from the ingredients prepared by the cooking club. Seeing this, Yu Dao immediately smiled with a confident smile. Are you planning to fry potatoes? This thing has no technical content at all. It seems that the victory of this game is destined to be won by me. As soon as he said this, the middle school student sitting in the front immediately echoed him. What? A duel between large intestine and potato? Who will win in the war between meat and vegetables? Damn it, large intestines and potatoes are so cute, why do I have to eat them, boo-hoo? Qin Luo really didn't know how to respond to these stupid remarks, so he simply chose to ignore them and quietly started peeling the potatoes. Soon, all the potatoes were processed, and Qin Luo started to heat the oil in a pan. At the same time, he put the potatoes on the chopping board, picked up the kitchen knife and started slicing them. The audience originally thought that Qin Luo was going to make dishes like spicy and sour potato shreds or vinegar potato shreds, which did not require much technical skills, but when they saw him burning so much oil, they were a little confused for a moment. The other contestants were carrying out their processes in an orderly manner, and soon, the brother who was making sashimi had finished his dish. In his left hand he was holding a tray filled with slices of sashimi, and in his right hand was a small bowl filled with soy sauce and mustard. It looks like the victory of this game will finally belong to me. He glanced with contempt at the other 6 people who were still busy, then brought his dishes to the crowd. This group of hungry students couldn't contain themselves any longer. Seeing this, they picked up the sashimi with chopsticks, dipped it in sauce and stuffed it into their mouths. Then, one by one, they all covered their mouths and noses involuntarily, with sad tears flowing from their eyes. The guy who made sashimi was surprised at the time. You were all moved to tears. A student sniffed and said with a sad face, too much mustard. Forehead. Brother Sashimi scratched his head, then turned to look at Chu Si-jin and found that she was actually enduring the pungent smell of mustard and stuffing sashimi into her mouth one bite at a time. During this process, her tears fell down, but she refused to stop what she was doing, which made people stand in awe just by watching her. The final result was that among the 20-person tasting group, each person had 1 vote, and Sashimi brother only got 5 votes in total. 4 of them were relatively stubborn, and the other 15 were all irritated by the mustard. The remaining one was Chu Si-jin. She was also very upset, but she was not stubborn. Her vote was purely out of respect for the food. After the sashimi guy finished his job, the dessert maker stepped up. The dessert man was holding a large tray with a mahjong-sized pastry on it. There were also green leaves and strawberry juice on the side, which looked quite decent. It looks like I can't afford it. A classmate who was sitting near the dessert table made a comment and picked up his chopsticks to take the dessert away. Seeing this, dessert brother quickly hid aside and said proudly, such a perfect dessert should of course be given to the person who deserves it most first. After saying that, he strode towards Chu Si-jin. Everyone else thought there was nothing wrong with it. Chu Si-jin was so cute and she deserved the right of priority. Chu Si-jin was not vague either. She put the dessert directly into her mouth and immediately showed a happy smile after eating it. Delicious, she declared loudly. Dessert brother smiled knowingly, while the others urged, hurry up, we haven't eaten yet. Dessert brother restrained his smile and looked at them expressionlessly. When have you ever seen a bunch of identical desserts on a Michelin table? A classmate was stunned and hesitated. So, you mean you only did one? Dessert brother nodded, and then was carried away with 1 vote. The next dishes to come on stage were Pizza Brother and Shrimp Sister, and both of their dishes received high praise, scoring 15 and 16 points respectively. Because Steak Brother failed to control the heat well, the steak was fried to a black color. After seeing this, the others didn't even have the courage to eat it. Only Chu Si-jin tried it, and then her cute little face immediately wrinkled into a ball. Even so, she gritted her teeth and wanted to take a second bite. Unfortunately, for safety reasons, the others carried Brother Steak and his steak away, and Chu Si-jin didn't get to have a second bite. At this point, Yu Dao and Qin Luo were the only ones left on the field. After stir-frying, Yu Dao turned off the fire, turned his head to look at Qin Luo's pot, and his expression suddenly became a little subtle. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he brought the freshly cooked dish to the students and said in a domineering tone, 9 turn large intestine, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. A greedy classmate was quick to pick up a piece of large intestine and stuff it into his mouth. The next second, his facial features twisted into a ball at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he barely squeezed out a sentence from his mouth. Brother, tell me the truth, did you clean your large intestine? Why does it taste weird? Yu Dao snorted coldly, I retained some of the original flavors of the ingredients during the production process. It's normal that the taste is a little special. Was it intentional or accidental? Of course it was intentional. Then the classmate vomited, and the others looked at the plate of large intestines with horror and shrank away to one side. Only Chu Si-jin was still swallowing her saliva, looking at the dish with both anticipation and fear, taking a step forward and then shrinking back, looking like she was struggling. Is it that exaggerated? Yu Dao scratched his head. In the end, he couldn't bear to give this thing to Chu Si-jin, so he ate it slowly. At this time, Qin Luo's dishes were finally out of the pot. Chapter 33 Qin Pu Shannan Little Licking Dog Unpromising Man Luo. There's only one person left. What did Qin Luo do? I didn't pay attention just now. Look at it, it looks like potato chips. Under the various gazes of others, Qin Luo put the contents of the pot onto the plate bit by bit, and finally sprinkled seasoning on it, and that was it. The others took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a plate of potato chips. It smells pretty good. It looks good, golden. I just don't know how it tastes. Is it as good as the ones sold in supermarkets? Everyone else's eyes fell on the plate of potato chips, and they couldn't help but want to taste it, but no one was the first to reach out for chopsticks, because everyone naturally thought that Qin Luo would give Chu Si-jin the first bite. However, the fact is that Qin Luo then served out a few more plates of potato chips and placed them on several tables. After finishing all this, he carried the last plate towards Chu Si-jin. Here, eat. Qin Luo placed a plate of potato chips in front of Chu Si-jin. Chu Si-jin had been craving for food for a long time. On the one hand, she was curious about Qin Luo's cooking skills and wanted to try the food he made. On the other hand, Qin Luo actually made her favorite potato chips, which made her unable to control herself. So she didn't even use chopsticks, she just picked up a potato chip and put it into her mouth. With a crunch, the potato chips broke into pieces in her mouth, and then the taste of seasoning mixed with the taste of potatoes spread in her mouth. Chu Si-jin's eyes lit up quickly, and she said while chewing, "It's delicious, and tastes different from the potato chips I bought. These potato chips that are just out of the pan and still warm are definitely different from the potato chips you buy. There will be certain differences in texture and taste." Qin Luo himself has a certain foundation in cooking skills. His mother is from Sichuan. When he was 8 years old, he could stand on a small stool and stir-fry a dish of twice-cooked pork that his parents praised. Now that he had the system, he gained cooking skill +1 from his weekly sign-in today. Although it wasn't a big improvement overall, it was just a dish of fried potato chips, so it wasn't difficult to make. While Chu Si-jin was busy stuffing potato chips into her mouth, the others had already finished up the other plates of potato chips, and were still speaking words of praise. It's delicious. These potato chips are surprisingly delicious. The taste is different from what I buy in the supermarket, but it's pretty good. It's hard for me to comment, because I was poisoned by the mustard and couldn't taste anything. You're fine. Look at the brother who just ate the large intestine. He's still rinsing his mouth. With the unanimous approval of the classmates, Qin Luo's dish, which seemed funny but was actually quite serious, received a high score of 48 points, ranking first in the whole venue. The only two people who didn't score, one was still rubbing his nose and the other was still gargling. Yu Dao was dissatisfied with the result and said, "Is this appropriate? Can potato chips be considered stir-fried dishes?" Shrimp Girl smacked her lips and said, "If you lose, you lose. Don't play around." Yu Dao blushed. "It's not that I can't afford it, I just think these potato chips can't be considered a formal dish." The others shrugged their shoulders when they heard this, but Qin Luo smiled and asked him, "This is a food event, there is no rule that you have to cook. As long as what you cook is delicious, isn't it fine? Does it matter whether it is a formal cooking or not?" Yu Dao wanted to say something, but Shrimp Girl came over and said to him earnestly, "Boss, let me tell you, although food is made by chefs, it is the people who eat it who can really define it. As long as the diners think it tastes good, what does it matter whether it is a formal dish or not?" After that, she raised her chin towards Chu Si-jin again and said, "Look, Xiao Jin, you are eating so happily, happier than eating anything else just now." Yu Dao subconsciously looked at Chu Si-jin and found that she was eating happily. Her two little hands and pink lips were greasy from eating. A large plate of potato chips was finished by herself in no time. She even had the urge to lick the plate. After she finished eating, she said to Qin Luo with her big watery eyes, "I haven't eaten enough. I want to eat more." When Yu Dao saw this scene, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He shook violently and sat heavily on a chair beside him. His expression gradually changed from bewilderment to understanding, and his eyes gradually became firm. He said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "I understand. Only food that can make people feel satisfied from the bottom of their hearts after eating it is the real food. This is the ultimate way of eating food." How abstract this is. Yu Dao's speech this time was too embarrassing. Qin Luo tried to hold it in for a while, but finally couldn't help it. He curled up quietly under the cover of the five-toed shoes and grabbed the soles hard. But Dao is not the only one who is abstract here. "Oh, President, you finally got it. That's enough." What he said before was fine, but now even I feel that his remarks are a bit too much. "Don't worry about the details, let's have a food party to celebrate. Lotion. Fry another pot of potato chips, please. Hey dessert guy, hurry up and bring another serving of your Michelin. One for each person. Otherwise, if the animation club next door sees us, they'll think we can't afford it." Amid the shouts of others, Yu Dao suddenly walked up to Qin Luo and said in a complicated tone, "I lost, and I lost wholeheartedly. Now I have to admit that you are a more suitable man for Chu Sijin than me. Go, take my share and work hard together. You must be happy with Chu Sijin, you enviable bastard. Stop talking, please stop talking, or I will really seize the villa right here." Qin Luo's scalp was numb with embarrassment, and he felt a slight pain in his back teeth. Fortunately, this guy didn't continue to go crazy. After talking to Qin Luo, he responded to everyone's call and held a food party on the spot. The people in the food club all came forward to prepare various snacks or dishes made on the spot for everyone. Qin Luo was also pushed up and had to make a lot of potato chips for them again. Amidst the laughter filled with youthful atmosphere, Chu Sijin ate potato chips silently. Her eyes were always fixed on Qin Luo. Somehow, she suddenly wanted Qin Luo to feed her a bite like he did in the infirmary. When Qin Luo walked out of the food club, it was already evening. Chu Sijin, who was standing by, touched her visibly rounder belly and burped from time to time, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. Not only that, in addition to the potato chips that Qin Luo bought for her before, her pink bag now had 2 more transparent packaging bags without labels, which were full of potato chips made by Qin Luo at the food club. In her pocket, she also had a gift ticket from the food club. Qin Luo looked at her and couldn't help but complain, "For someone like you, it's really not easy to live this long without being cheated away with a bag of snacks." When Chu Sijin heard this, her footsteps suddenly paused, and the expression on her face did not seem so happy anymore. "I definitely won't be easily cheated, because..." She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't finish her words. Qin Luo discovered that her eyes seemed a little dim at this time, as if this topic touched some sad spot in her. No way. Could she have really been tricked by someone with food? Qin Luo raised his eyebrows, but he didn't continue the topic. He asked, "Did you enjoy the meal just now?" "Yeah, it was delicious," Chu Sijin nodded, looking at Qin Luo with gratitude in her eyes. "Not only did you help me today, you also bought snacks for me and made so many delicious potato chips for me to take back. I never realized before that you are such a good person. Is this considered a good person?" Qin Luo was a little amused and asked her, "Then how did you view me before?" Chu Sijin touched her lower lip with a finger, thought for a while and then said, "Shuku said you are a common man, Yanyan said you are a little liquor, Tangyu said you are a man who does not live up to expectations. I don't have any feelings for Yanyan, I just know that you like Shuku very much." Before she finished speaking, Qin Luo interrupted, "Shouldn't Tangyu say that I am a stinky brother?" Chu Sijin was stunned for a moment. "No, why would she call you stinky brother?" "Oh. It seems that the young lady has hidden her true identity very well." Qin Luo smiled and did not answer Chu Sijin's question. Chu Sijin was at a loss for a moment, and seemed to want to ask more questions, but suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, do you still like Shuku now?" Qin Pusin man little licking dog unpromising man Luo, after hearing this question, silently looked at Chu Sijin for 2 seconds, and then said, "This is the 3rd time I have heard this question recently. The first 2 times, it was also people in your dormitory who asked me." "What? Did you collude and want to ask me one by one?" Chu Sijin felt that Qin Luo seemed angry, and quickly shook her head and explained, No, I didn't want to ask, it was Shuku who asked me to ask you, she wanted to know if you still like her." "Then why doesn't she come and ask herself?" I don't know." Chu Sijin seemed a little entangled, and said hesitantly, "Shuku's recent state is a little abnormal, he is distracted at any time, and he always quarrels with Yanyan. Last time, he even quarreled with Tang Yu. He looked scary. Tang Yu is the most gentle in our dormitory. Everyone likes her. Although Shuku often quarrels with Yanyan, he has never quarreled with Tang Yu. Although I also thought Shuku looked a little scary when I first met her, but after we became friends, I found her to be quite gentle. She is completely different now. I think the problem lies with you, but I don't understand why. Yanyan also said he couldn't understand. Wow, I've never been in a relationship, and I feel like your story is so complicated. She mumbled a lot, and finally looked up at Qin Luo and said weakly, so, you really don't like Shuku anymore? Chapter 34 He is such a good man. Qin Luo listened to Chu Sijin's words quietly. After listening, he was silent for a long time, and then he responded softly, it doesn't matter. Chu Sijin felt that his answer was a bit strange. Either he said he liked it, or he said he didn't like it. What did it mean that it didn't matter? But before she could continue asking, Qin Luo waved at her, then turned around and walked forward, as if he was going to leave directly. Chu Sijin subconsciously chased after him, her two short legs moving very fast, and soon she caught up with Qin Luo. Qin Luo turned his head to look at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, anything else. Chu Sijin was at a loss for a moment. She actually had nothing to look for Qin Luo for, but she just chased after him instinctively, her body moving faster than her brain. Because she didn't know why she came after him. Maybe it was because she felt very happy to be with him today. She felt that he was very good to her. Or maybe she still wanted to talk to him. Chu Sijin couldn't understand it. Her little head was always filled with all kinds of delicious food, not other messy things. So she simply stopped dwelling on the issue and asked her, are you free tomorrow? Qin Luo asked back, what? You want to date me? Chu Sijin seemed to be quite indifferent when it came to topics or behaviors related to the nature of men and women, so she didn't show any shyness or timidity when she heard Qin Luo's question. She just chuckled and said, Yanyan wants to invite you to the comic convention tomorrow. You can't pretend you didn't hear this. Qin Luo paused, and asked her with a puzzled and surprised expression, your sister? Invite me to the comic convention together. Yeah. Chu Sijin nodded and said with certainty, she wanted to find you a few days ago, but she was too embarrassed to call you, so I, as her sister, had to help her make an appointment with you. After all, I am her sister. You didn't look like a sister at all when you were eating chips and licking the plate. Qin Luo instinctively complained in his heart, then thought about it, and suddenly took out a pair of earphones and put them in his ears. The next second, Chu Sijin's voice rang directly in his mind. Eh? Why is he wearing headphones all of a sudden? I wonder if he will agree. I think he will. Yanyan said before that boys have no resistance to pretty girls, and Yanyan is pretty. He, stinky Yanyan, relying on the fact that she is his younger sister, he insisted that I ask him questions first. Now I will send Qin Luo over directly, let's see how she can hide. By the way, will he catch me lying? He looks so smart, but that shouldn't be the case, right? After all, I'm not stupid. Wow, Qin Luo's fried potato chips are so delicious. Should I share them with them when we get back to the dormitory? There are so many for 4 people to share at once. I feel a little reluctant. I've decided. I'll ask him to fry it for me after we finish eating. He's such a nice guy, he won't refuse me. And Shuku said she would give me a gift bag of snacks. I completed my mission so smoothly. I can ask her for it when I get back. Qin Luo. To be honest, every time Qin Luo listened to the voices of the goddess group members with headphones, their image in his mind would be refreshed. And this time, Qin Luo deeply understood what it meant to not be from the same family and not enter the same door. The staff of Shanghai University obviously have a discerning eye. They brought them together not only because they are all beautiful women, but also because they had already discovered the funny hearts hidden beneath these women's gorgeous appearances. For example, Yao Yanyan, who appears to be charming but is actually a drama queen, Tang Yu, who appears to be decent but actually likes to call people his stinky brother in his heart, and Chu Sijin, who appears to be a foodie, but is still a foodie at heart. Okay, I admit that you have a pure heart. Qin Luo looked at Chu Sijin with emotion, then took off his headphones. Chu Sijin asked him curiously, why are you wearing headphones suddenly? Qin Luo didn't explain and said directly, okay, tell me the address and time, I will go to her tomorrow. Really? Chu Si-jin's eyes lit up, and she was immediately surprised. She couldn't help but say, great, now Yanyan can't escape. After she finished speaking, it took her several seconds to realize that she seemed to have let the cat out of the bag, so she looked at Qin Luo nervously, only to find that he didn't seem to have any special reaction, so she breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't seem to be that smart, but is a good guy. Chu Si-jin silently labeled Qin Luo one label after another in her heart, then exchanged WeChat with Qin Luo and waved goodbye to each other. Qin Luo returned to the dormitory slowly, while Chu Si-jin returned to the dormitory happily with a bag full of snacks. It was evening time and the students were either hanging out outside or staying in their dormitories. The members of the goddess group all look glamorous, but in fact, they have the little-known attribute of being stay-at-home girls. For example, now, when Chu Si-jin came back, they all gathered in the dormitory. Chu Yanyan didn't know what was going on. When Chu Si-jin just entered the room, she was walking out in a hurry, as if something important happened. So, Chu Si-jin bumped into her twin sister's chest as soon as she opened the door and entered the room. With a muffled bang, Chu Si-jin took 2 steps back, covered her forehead and said aggrievedly, Yanyan, what are you doing? It's you. Why did you suddenly come in and bump into me? You hurt me. Chu Yanyan looked aggrieved and was rubbing his chest while speaking. The other 3 people in the room looked over in the direction of the sound, their gazes lingered on Chu Yanyan's chest for a moment, and they showed sympathetic looks in tacit understanding. It was Chu Si-jin's bad luck. If it were the other people she bumped into just now, they wouldn't have pretended to be in pain. After all, everyone has a brain pad. But Chu Yanyan was different. As the girl with the bustiest breasts in the goddess group, hitting her chest with his head was no different from hitting a wall. Chu Si-jin rubbed his forehead and asked Chu Yanyan, what are you going to do in such a hurry? Chu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to remember something, and said nervously and puzzledly, I just heard that you suddenly fell ill in the teaching building, lying on the ground motionless, and I was planning to look for you. But you are fine now, did they lie to me? The other people also reacted after hearing what was said. They had just learned that Chu Si-jin had suddenly fallen ill today, so they all looked at Chu Si-jin with concern and confusion. When Chu Si-jin heard this, Qin Luo's figure naturally emerged in her mind, and she smiled and said, it's okay now. Qin Luo sent me to the infirmary, and then he bought me some snacks. I was fine after I ate them. Oh, right, we went to the food club to participate in the event together. I was originally planning to just go for the food tasting, but Qin Luo also went up to participate. He fried a lot of potato chips, and they were all delicious. In the end, he won first place and gave me the reward ticket. He is such a good man. Chu Si-jin seemed to be telling about some wonderful experience, with a smile of joy from the heart on her face. While she was talking, she raised the invitation card like a little girl showing off her treasure. The others listened in silence. Although they were no longer worried about her comfort, the way they looked at her became more and more strange. But Chu Si-jin didn't notice it at all. Instead, she opened her small bag and said, look, these are the potato chips that Qin Luo fried. He even packed a few bags for me to bring back. You guys should try some too. As she spoke, she took out the potato chips, 4 of which were fried by Qin Luo. Chu Si-jin took out 3 bags and planned to give them to her roommates. But when he looked at his bag, he saw that there was only 1 bag left. After thinking for a while, he stuffed another bag back in. He held the remaining 2 bags and asked the others pitifully, I don't have much either. 2 bags should be enough for you, right? Seeing her cautious and cute look, everyone except Yanyan couldn't help laughing, and the strange expressions on their faces gradually faded away. The appearance of the keyword, Qin Luo, caused them to instinctively have some emotional fluctuations. In addition, Chu Si-jin was their roommate, so of course they would not have no reaction at all. Just like when Yanyan and Tang Yu had contact with Qin Luo one after another, everyone would have various reactions at that time. But when things came to Chu Si-jin, the situation was different. After all, what bad intentions could a little snack bag with a head that only knows how to eat be reincarnated into? Keep it for yourself. I don't really eat snacks, Tang Yu said gently. Yanyan said, I just want to taste it. I am not interested in snacks. Chu Si-jin was so happy, you are all good people. Then, Shuku at the side slowly said, I want a bag. These 4 short words almost made Chu Si-jin so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She reluctantly gave a bag of potato chips to Shuku, and another bag of potato chips to Yao Yanyan. Yao Yanyan took out a piece and took a bite, then nodded and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect he could actually cook." "Really?" Tang Yu seemed to be in the mood and took a piece to eat. After chewing, he nodded and praised, "It tastes really good. I didn't expect he had this skill. It seems that the more I interact with him, the more I can find some differences between him and before." Tang Yu's words were just a sigh from the heart, but you have to know that there is another person in the room who has a close relationship with Qin Luo, and that person's brain circuit is not normal, so Tang Yu naturally received the death gaze from Shuku. Tang Yu coughed twice, turned around and put on an "I didn't say anything just now" look, and handed the potato chips to Chu Si-jin. Chu Si-jin smiled happily, and just as she was about to take the potato chips back, Yanyan stretched out her little hand and snatched them away. Chu Si-jin was anxious at that time. "Give me back my time." "No." Chu Yanyan said firmly, "This is what you gave us, so it's my share. You still have 2 bags left, so go eat your own." But 2 bags are not enough for me." "Then I don't care. After you eat, let Qin Luo blow you up. I just consumed a lot of energy to find you, and now I have to make up for it. You haven't even left the dormitory, what energy are you wasting?" Chu Si-jin glared at her twin sisters indignantly, but Chu Yanyan didn't care at all. He sat back at his table with a full bag of potato chips, and started watching anime while eating potato chips. On the other side, Shuku looked at the full bag of potato chips in his hand, without doing anything for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up and asked Chu Si-jin, "Did Qin Luo say anything to you?" Chapter 35. Chu Yanyan is tangled. Here it comes, the highlight is here. Yao Yanyan, who was playing with her mobile phone on the bed, quietly changed from lying to leaning, wanting to hear what Chu Si-jin would say next and how Shuku would react. You know, after she spent a day with Qin Luo, Shuku directly had a fight with her. Although she didn't think there would be any intimate interactions between Chu Si-jin and Qin Luo, and Chu Si-jin's personality wouldn't cause a fight with Shuku, but Shuku's brain circuits were different from those of ordinary people. Who could guess how she would react? Tang Yu, who was working at the desk planning the school anniversary party, subconsciously straightened his back and was ready to stop Shuku at any time. Chu Si-jin's gentle personality and cute appearance make her be regarded as a mascot whenever she goes out, and she is naturally loved in the dormitory as well. Except for the occasional bullying between Chu Yanyan and her, everyone else treats her as a cute little sister. As Tang Yu is like the nanny in the dormitory, it is easy for her to overflow with maternal love when it comes to Chu Si-jin. Therefore, she must prevent Shuku from behaving in a similar manner to what he did to her and Yao Yanyan before. Once there is such a sign, she must cut it off immediately and protect the harmony of Dormitory 606 at all costs. Even Chu Yanyan pressed the pause button on the anime, then picked up a crudely shaped figurine on the table that was unrecognizable as what kind of character it was, and while playing with it in his hands he looked at his twin sister. Chu Si-jin was not surprised by Shuku's question. After all, she approached Qin Luo with a purpose this time. Although this approach was just an accident when she received Shuku's previous commission, she argued with Yanyan several times about who would go first and who would go second, and then she was entangled for a long time, and then she never had the courage to take the initiative to find Qin Luo. However, her sudden illness today led to an encounter between the two of them, which was a perfect opportunity. Chu Si-jin was very satisfied with this wonderful coincidence because she had seized the opportunity and completed her task. So she answered proudly, "It doesn't matter." These 4 simple words immediately silenced the other 4 people in the room. Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu looked confused. They didn't understand for a moment whether her words were an answer to Shuku's question or had some other meaning. Chu Yanyan blinked, his big eyes full of confusion. Shuku was actually smart enough to understand Chu Si-jin's words. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "After you asked him, did he say these 4 words to you?" "Yeah." Chu Si-jin nodded. Shuku asked, "If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What does he mean by saying it's not important?" "I don't know," Chu Si-jin answered confidently. After all, the task she received was just to ask Qin Luo that question. She only needed to tell Shuku the answer Qin Luo gave. As for what the answer was, it was not within her consideration. Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu listened to the conversation between the two, and suddenly there was enlightenment in their eyes. They finally understood that Chu Si-jin actually asked Qin Luo the same question today, and the answer she got was, "It doesn't matter anymore." After understanding this, the expressions of the two people became a little strange. Because Qin Luo's answer this time seemed a bit ambiguous, and it was different from what he had said to Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu before. She had clearly given a very affirmative answer of, I don't like it anymore before, so why did it become, it's not important, when it came to Chu Sijin? Is it because he gave different answers to different people? Or does Qin Luo have other ideas in mind? Yao Yanyan couldn't figure it out for a moment, while Tang Yu recalled the scene when he asked Qin Luo that question. Qin Luo did say, I don't like it anymore, at that time. Tang Yu recalled some of the details in his mind and found that Qin Luo seemed a little hesitant when he said this. Thinking of this, Tang Yu seemed to be thinking about something. As for Chu Liuyan, she looked at Chu Sijin with a somewhat shocked expression. She didn't expect that her twin sister was so brave and actually went to find Qin Luo. Although their meeting was a bit of a coincidence, the question was asked, and Chu Sijin had now brought back the answer, which meant that her mission had been accomplished. And what about Chu Liuyan? She had never thought that her sister would have such courage, so she had always been very confident and calm, and never thought that this incident would happen to her. It's bad, it's bad. Chu Sijin will definitely ask me to find Qin Luo again, but I can't handle three-dimensional men at all. What should I do? Should I just pretend to be dead? Chu Liuyan started brainstorming and thinking about the feasibility of the plan of pretending to be dead. On the other side, Shuku was silent for a long time before he slowly said, Xiao Jin, can you tell me in detail what you said and did to Qin Luo today? This, you said too much and I can't remember it clearly. Chu Sijin seemed a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, just tell me what you remember. Shuku looked at her with burning eyes. Seeing this, Chu Sijin felt that this was a bit embarrassing, but she was a submissive person. In addition, there was the temptation of the snack gift package promised by Shuku, so she had to honestly tell him what she remembered about the conversation and what she had done with Qin Luo. I finished my snacks during class today, and I wanted to buy some snacks after class at noon. But I got sick before I even left the teaching building, and I lay on the ground and couldn't get up. After hearing Chu Sijin's opening remarks, the other people looked at her with a little more heartache and helplessness in their eyes. They have been together for such a long time, so they naturally know about Chu Sijin's problem. They can't understand why someone would suffer from acute gastritis because of not having snacks for a long time. Chu Liuyan seems to know it, but she has never told others the reason. Fortunately, Chu Sijin's illness would disappear quickly as long as she was given snacks, so other people didn't pay much attention to it. But in fact, they also knew that if Chu Sijin didn't eat snacks in time when she was sick, it would be really painful. For example, Chu Liuyan was getting ready to go out in a hurry just now, which was her reaction after suddenly knowing about this matter. She was usually not interested in anything other than anime and games, so such a reaction was rare. So everyone knows that if Qin Luo hadn't helped at the time, Chu Sijin's situation might have been very bad. In particular, they learned from a post on the forum that many people saw Chu Sijin fall ill, but no one offered to help. Qin Luo happened to pass by, and after seeing Chu Sijin, he directly sent her to the infirmary, and even seemed to have lost his temper and cursed at people at that time. Accustomed to Qin Luo's cheerful, gentle and casual appearance on weekdays, they couldn't imagine what Qin Luo would look like when he was angry. At the same time, they were a little confused and didn't know why Qin Luo was angry at that time. Was it because he was worried about Chu Sijin's safety? Or was he angry that the people around him didn't lend a helping hand? Or is it because of something else? Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu glanced at Shuku subconsciously, while Shuku sat quietly in the chair, listening carefully to every word of Chu Sijin. Soon, Chu Sijin finished explaining what happened today and restored about 50%. For a carefree little girl like her who only knows how to eat and drink every day, this is her greatest effort. However, she was very careful to hide the fact that Chu Liuyan invited her to attend the comic exhibition together from Qin Luo if for no other reason, just to let Yuchen's sister feel the sinister nature of human nature. After finishing all the words that could be said, Chu Sijin asked cautiously, is this okay? Shuku didn't say anything and fell into deep thought again. Yao Yanyan's expression seemed a little amused. She probably guessed why Qin Luo's answer today was, it doesn't matter anymore, instead of, I don't like it anymore. Perhaps it was what Chu Sijin said after asking him the question that caused Qin Luo's mood to fluctuate. According to Chu Sijin herself, she told Qin Luo that Shuku was not in a good state recently, as if she had been stimulated by something, and Qin Luo was the source of that stimulation. After all, Qin Luo liked Shuku so much in the beginning. Even if he really doesn't like her now, it is possible that he will soften his heart after hearing these words. This man is soft-hearted, so naturally his words won't appear too heartless. TSK, what a loser this man is. Yao Yanyan curled her lips and silently cursed Qin Luo in her heart. Tang Yu noticed another detail, which was the conversation between Qin Luo and Chu Sijin in the infirmary. Chu Sijin said that she wanted Qin Luo to accompany her to the food club, but Qin Luo didn't want to go at first. She also said that Shuku had no classes in the afternoon, so she asked her roommate to go with her. So the question is, how did Qin Luo know that Shuku had no class this afternoon? Is it simply because he has a good memory? Or did he remember everything about Shuku when he was pursuing her? Or is he still paying attention to Shuku silently? Tang Yu couldn't give an answer immediately, but no matter which possibility it was, it meant that Qin Luo's attitude towards Shuku was definitely not as decisive as his words, "I don't like her anymore." TSK, my little brother is so useless. Tang Yu curled his lips and silently cursed Qin Luo in his heart. As for Chu Liunyan, she no longer had the energy to care about other issues. Her mind was full of thoughts on how to stand him up. It's not that she hates Qin Luo, it's just that because of her personality, she is not interested in three-dimensional men, and doesn't want to approach them actively or passively. But when she thought about the fact that she had already promised Shuku, she felt a little hesitant. Should I go find him or not? Chu Liunyan held the crude figurine in his hand and struggled on his own. At this time, Shuku finally reacted. Chapter 36, Continue to improve on the path of being a scumbag. Shuku's pretty face, which had remained expressionless till now, finally revealed a smile. Sure enough, he still likes me. Thank you, Xiaojin. I will buy you snacks tomorrow. Shuku seemed to have regained his confidence, and a smile on his face showed a bit of satisfaction. Chu Sijin was happy when she heard the word snacks, and a smile suddenly broke out on her face. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said, Shuku, I think it's good for you to be with Qin Luo. After all, he is so gentle and can cook delicious food. If I lose him, Liunyan will definitely laugh at me for having no vision. As soon as she said this, the room suddenly became quiet. Yao Yangyang and Tang Yu looked at Shuku at the same time, their eyes full of meaning. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. This is the third time a similar sentence has appeared in this dormitory. Of course Shuku also knew this, so the smile on her face stiffened a little. Yao Yangyang and Tang Yu had also said before that she had no vision. Although Chu Sijin didn't say it directly, the meaning was the same. However, Shuku felt that Chu Sijin did not mean it, because eating was the only thing on her mind, and she would definitely not do anything weird. So Shuku did not blame her, and was still stubborn and refused to show his complicated emotions. He turned to Chu Liunyan and said, Liunyan, I'll leave it to you from now on. Chu Liunyan shuddered and said in embarrassment, Aren't you sure that he likes you? I don't need it, right? Shuku shook his head and said firmly, What I need is his affirmative answer, an affirmative admission that he still likes me, not an ambiguous answer. Chu Liunyan's face suddenly became sad. He wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He just pouted and became autistic. Chu Sijin was very happy to see her like this. Who asked her to snatch her potato chips just now? As for Yao Yangyang and Tang Yu, they glanced at Shuku without saying anything, then looked away and went back to playing with their phones or doing their work. Just at this moment, the same words popped up in their minds. They wanted to say it to Shuku, but in the end they kept it in their hearts. You don't realize that as long as you don't express your love for him, his answer will never change. Just like he said, does it really matter whether he still likes you now? What really matters is whether you like him or not. Qin Luo, where are you? I have nothing to do today, why don't you ask me to go shopping together or something? Xiaojin told me everything. You didn't say you didn't like me yesterday. In fact, you still like me, right? As long as you tell me that you still like me, I will allow you to continue pursuing me. Are you satisfied? Speak up, don't pretend you can't see me, I know you've been reading the news. Looking at the series of messages from Shuku on the mobile phone screen, Qin Luo thought about it and did not play dead. Instead, he edited a message and replied. My phone is out of battery, let's talk later. What kind of oil is your phone using? Are you kidding me? Reply to my message now. This time Qin Luo chose to turn a blind eye. Just as he was about to put his battery-free phone into his pocket, another message suddenly popped up on his phone. This time it's not Shuku S, it's Chu Si Jin S. What she sent was not text, but a money transfer, and the amount was as high as 10,000 yuan. Qin Luo was stunned at the time and quickly sent a message. Wrong turn. No, this is the money you paid for snacks for me yesterday. Qin Luo opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but take a breath. He thought that he was quite extravagant when he gave the cashier a few bills when buying snacks in a hurry, but now seeing Chu Si Jin's actions, he knew what true inhumanity meant. Just a few potato chips, but they cost $10,000. Who can afford that? The rich woman is next to me. Isn't that a bit too much? It's okay, just take it. After all, you saved me back then. Also, are you at the comic convention now? Yanyan is already waiting for you there. Yes, I am here. That's good. I wish you two a happy date today. By the way, Yanyan is releasing a cosplay of Kaguya-sama today. Looking at the last message sent by Chu Si Jin, Qin Luo couldn't help but think of the image of Chu Yanyan wearing the Chungmei cosplay costume, and then moved his eyes to the transfer of 10,000 yuan on it. Just as I was hesitating whether to accept it, Chu Si Jin sent another message saying, "Accept it quickly." So Qin Luo had no choice but to accept this unexpected fortune with reluctance. After all, he is now a wealthy man with millions of dollars. 10,000 yuan is really nothing to him. Since Chu Si Jin doesn't care, he is too lazy to argue about such a trivial matter. Wu Xian, who was standing by, glanced at him and asked, "Old Qin, why are you so happy?" Qin Luo said calmly, "It's nothing, I just made 10,000 yuan. Then I got the contentious looks from my 3 roommates. Alas, you don't understand the world of rich people." Qin Luo sighed with a look of loneliness on his face. He put away his phone and looked around. What caught his eye was a huge poster with all kinds of anime characters on it. There are Ishigo the god of death holding Tensor Zangetsu, Luffy the pirate king with steam rising from his body, Naruto the Hokage in sage mode, and so on, all of which are very well-known anime characters. Of course, there is also the extremely well-known protagonist of Dragon Ball, Goku, who is shirtless and muscular. He is surrounded by a silver-white glow, his eyes are full of indifference and contempt, and the word, invincible, is written all over his face. His appearance is cool and domineering. The poster is very large and features many anime characters, attracting many people to stop and watch, or to come over and take photos with their cameras. At this moment, Qin Luo is at a comic exhibition venue near a school. The scale is neither big nor small, and there are comic exhibition activities every weekend. With the development and progress of the times, more and more emerging cultures have come into people's sight, among which the two-dimensional culture is the best. As a populous country adjacent to the island country, China has been deeply invaded by the island country's two-dimensional culture in recent years. Nowadays, many young people like to watch anime and read comics, and they will naturally not miss two-dimensional activities such as comic exhibitions. Qin Luo is not a second-rate newt, and he has hardly ever been to comic conventions. But his roommate Wang Chen is like this. Although he doesn't do cosplay, he loves watching anime. If there is a comic convention and he happens to be free, he will come over to take a look. For example, he was not absent today. Counting the other 3, the entire dormitory 404 was present. This made Wang Chen very happy, and he said to Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, why are you so interested in accompanying me to the comic exhibition today? We still need to do some team-building activities occasionally, which helps promote harmonious relations in the dormitory," Qin Luo replied cheerfully, and he was not at all vague when he told lies. The reason why he came to the comic convention today was entirely because of what Chu Si Jin said yesterday. Although he knew that this was Chu Si Jin's conspiracy and Chu Yanyan did not actually ask him out, it didn't matter. He had already contacted the other members of the goddess group anyway, so he might as well touch base with the remaining one. It's just like the collecting habit that everyone has. If you don't aim for that goal at the beginning, then it doesn't matter. But when you see that you are almost done with collecting everything, the desire to collect it all will arise. Qin Luo is in almost the same state of mind now. Of course, he is not collecting beauties, he just wants to continue to improve himself on the path of being a scumbag. Qin Luo has always been clear about his own positioning. Chapter 37, Sister Cheong and 3 gas tanks. Not bad, buddy. Since you stopped pursuing Shuku, you have become more and more clear-headed. As your godfather, I am very pleased. So even though I am not interested in the comic convention, I still came with you. Li Chenggang hugged Qin Luo's arm with a relieved smile on his face. Wu Xian pushed his glasses up and looked at him with disdain. Before you say you're not interested, can you take your eyes off that Yui Chi's thighs? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I didn't see anything, don't accuse me. Li Chenggang cried out loudly, but his eyes were fixed on a girl who was cosplaying as Yuiki not far away, unable to move away. Wu Xian snorted disdainfully and turned to look to the other side. There was another person cosplaying as Tsunade, and although she didn't look that good, her body was quite impressive. Just for this reason, Wu Xian is willing to give her a high score. Wang Chen saw this scene and looked distressed. Superficial, really too superficial. I thought you were all my close friends and came to the comic convention with me, but I didn't expect that you came here for the girls. My heart hurts, very much. After a round of harsh criticism, he turned his gaze to General Lei Jian, who was not far away, smacked his lips and said, "This cook is no good, she is malnourished at first glance, how can she feed the child in the future?" The other three people retracted their gazes upon hearing this, and they all bowed to him, sighing in unison, "It has to be you." The four of them walked and looked along their way, and all they saw were cute Kosa girls. Hatsune Miku with twin ponytails, the barefoot little grass god, Sakurajima Mai as a bunny girl with black stockings. There are all kinds of cute Kosa girls, and at first glance, the main feature is a dazzling array of colors. The only pity is that Qin Luo didn't find the Kosa of Chilmei, and of course he didn't find Chuliunyan. But he was not in a hurry. Although he came here today for Chuliunyan, he was already very focused on consolidating his character. He felt that if he continued like this, his character would not collapse, so he would not be obsessed with interacting with too many women. After walking around for a while, he found that the comic exhibition was actually quite interesting, and he also learned a fact. Many people who come to comic conventions don't necessarily seem to really like the two-dimensional world, or want to make a group of like-minded friends. There is also a group of people who come here specifically for the cute girls wearing various costumes. In this day and age, many things have changed quietly. The nature of comic exhibitions is no longer pure, and the fabrics of Kosa's clothes are getting less and less. I have to say, this is a kind of sadness. Of course, LSP will only be ecstatic, like the big guys in room 404. However, there are some special ones. There is no bitterness in their eyes, only liveliness. For example, a person who is cosplayed as a pink star is lying on the ground, receiving worship from another group of Genshin Impact cosplayers around him. Another example is Ania, who is muscular but wearing a cute dress and a croissant on her head, and is showing off her rugged latissimus dorsi. Another example is a man with white hair parted in the middle, wearing overalls and holding a basketball. He was dancing dynamically and singing skillfully rap. People around him cheered and sent out screaming chickens. Different from those pretty and slim Kosa girls, this group of people focuses on an abstraction. Several people walked and looked along their way. Li Chenggang, Wu Xian and Wang Chen were all admiring the girls, but Qin Luo was different. While he was admiring the cute girls, he was also being admired by others. Thanks to his tall and well-proportioned figure, outstanding temperament and good looks, Qin Luo stands out among his male compatriots when he goes out. It is normal for girls to ask for his WeChat when he walks on the street. For example, a girl who was cosplaying as Kamisato Ayarka noticed Li Chenggang's fixed gaze and was about to turn around and leave. But when she looked back, she trotted all the way to Qin Luo and asked with a bit of shyness and expectation on her face, "Little brother, can you add me on WeChat?" The three roommates glared at me at that moment, their faces filled with accusations and anger at the unfairness of fate. Qin Luo smiled, and was about to respond to the girl's kindness, when Li Chenggang put his arm around his shoulders, with the same shyness as Kamisato Ayarka on his face, and said delicately, "Hubby, there are no coquettish bitches out there who are as good as me." Qin Luo was stunned and almost got goosebumps all over the floor, while the girl couldn't help but widen her eyes, then turned around and ran away with a look of horror. Har ha har ha, I'm dying of laughter, har ha har har. Brother gang, you are awesome. This move is so cool. I am convinced, har ha har har. Wu Xian and Wang Chen were almost laughing to their core. Qin Luo was also almost disgusted to the point of cracking his eyes, and hurriedly pushed Li Chenggang aside. Li Chenggang smiled complacently and was about to speak, but he saw Wang Chen's face suddenly become a little serious. Following his gaze, Li Chenggang saw three women wearing Lolita outfits. They are dressed up beautifully, but their fat and round bodies make them look like walking gas tanks. Compared with those cute cos girls with good looks and good figures, their appearance can only be described as eye-catching. Li Chenggang immediately looked away and advised Wang Chen, "My friend, if you can't bear to watch it, just stop watching it. It's too hot for my eyes." Qin Luo and Wu Xian also looked over there, then nodded with a sad face. However, Wang Chen did not look away because of this, but explained, "I know those people, they are in the animation club like me, they are particularly annoying, and no one in our club likes them very much." Li Chenggang nodded in understanding and said, "It's not a big deal. Just don't look at them. Let's go and look at girls somewhere else. Take this time to clean your eyes." Several people agreed with this and were about to leave, but they found that Qin Luo was still standing there motionless, staring at that place intently. Wu Xian was shocked at the time. "Fuck, Lao Qin, you are not interested in gas tanks, are you?" Qin Luo ignored him and let his sight pass through the 3 gas tanks and finally landed on a figure in the corner. The person had long black hair, which was now disheveled and covered most of her face, but her pretty face could still be vaguely seen. Her body was wrapped in a white dress. Although her specific figure could not be seen, her temperament was excellent. However, he stared at her not because of her good temperament, but because the clothes she was wearing were the cosplay costume of Chungmei. The Sky of Fate was the first anime Qin Luo watched when he was a child. He had a deep impression of the heroine in the anime. In addition, Chu Sijin told him that Chu Liunian was cosplaying as Sister Cheong today, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Because he couldn't see the other person's specific appearance clearly, Qin Luo took out the magic glasses and put them on. The next second, the basic information about the other party appeared in front of Qin Luo. Name, Chu Liunian. Appearance, 97. Body size, 90. Special, 97. Hobbies, second dimension. Specialty, interpretation. It's really Chu Liunian. Qin Luo took off his magic glasses and his eyebrows raised involuntarily. He was a little confused as to why there were 3 question marks after Chu Liunian's name. But before he could think about it carefully, Li Chenggang, who heard his mumbling, asked in surprise, "Who?" "Chu Liunian." Wu Xian looked over there intently for a while, then nodded and said, "It's her, for sure. By the way, old Qin, when did you start thinking about Chu Liunian again?" Wang Chen also glanced over there, and then his expression became more serious. "TSK, she seems to be in trouble." After hearing this, Qin Luo subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Chen frowned and said, "As for those 3 gas tanks, didn't I just say that they are quite annoying? Their usual behaviors include but are not limited to despising other people's cause, belittling other people's favorite works, and excluding people they don't like from joining the club. When I first joined the anime club in my freshman year, the 3 of them were already there. They were sophomores, now they are juniors. I didn't think there was anything wrong with them at first, but after getting to know them for a while, I realized they weren't good people. Then one day, Chu Liunian also wanted to join our club, but was driven away by the 3 of them. They also cursed Chu Liunian in a sarcastic manner. Later, they liked to target Chu Liunian whenever they had nothing to do. For example, they would make a few sarcastic remarks about him when they met him on the street, and post all kinds of messed up rumors on the forums. At this point, he paused for a moment, and then continued, "Look at the 2 on both sides, one is holding a rabbit doll, and the other is holding a white wig. They are all part of the Chungmei cosplay. Chu Liunian should have been planning to do a Chungmei cosplay today, but her things ended up in their hands. At this point, the situation is very clear." Li Chenggang had a bad temper and hated being bullied the most, so his brows were raised at that moment. Wu Xian also pushed his glasses, and his eyes seemed a little angry under the thick lenses. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly added, "But you don't have to worry too much. Chu Liunian is not a good girl. Before, those 3 gas tanks picked a fight with her at school and she scolded them. Don't worry that she will suffer any loss." After hearing this, Li Chenggang and Wu Xian's expressions became a little less serious, but at the same time they were still a little puzzled, as if they didn't expect Chu Liunian to be the type who could argue with others. But Qin Luo was not reassured by this, because from his perspective, Chu Liunian's current situation was obviously not that good. If she would not suffer any loss, would she hide in the corner? Would she let others take her things? That obviously wouldn't happen, so either the news Wang Chen heard was exaggerated, or there was something wrong with Chu Liunian. Chapter 38 I advise you to surrender. Give it back to me. Chu Liunian huddled in the corner, her head lowered, letting her hair cover most of her face. She made a trembling sound, but she didn't even dare to look at the 3 people in front of her. Seeing this, the three gas tanks had smug smiles on their faces, and their mouth corners were pulled up, and the fat on their faces were almost piled together. A woman in a black dress in the middle said with a smile on her face, "Speak louder, I can't hear you. Did you lose your vocal cords at home?" Chu Liunian pursed his lips, and cried in a weak voice, "Please, please, give it back to me." The woman in the black dress sneered, but she was a little confused in her heart, because Chu Liunian was not so cowardly on weekdays. It was just that they bumped into each other accidentally just now, and Chu Liunian's doll wig fell off, and he turned into a quail directly. Of course, she didn't care why Chu Liunian behaved like this. She just knew that she couldn't miss the opportunity to kick the man when he was down, so she turned to look at her companions on both sides. The woman in the red dress weighed the wig in her hand and said with a sigh, "This texture and this color, it looks expensive at first glance." The woman in the green dress nodded and said while looking at the doll in her hand, "I know the brand of this doll, but I don't remember what it's called. It seems to be a foreign brand that specializes in high-end dolls. It's probably more expensive than a wig. I didn't expect she's quite rich." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other, their expressions seemed a little hesitant, and they looked at the woman in the black dress with hesitation. The woman in the black dress smacked her lips and said, "Is it a big deal to be rich? We're just borrowing it to take a look, not stealing it." After that, she looked down at Chu Liunian again and said sinisterly, "Hey, do you remember how you scolded us at school last time? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you kowtow to me and apologize now, I will return your things to you. Anyway, this is a comic convention. No one will be surprised by what you idiots do. There are people over there who kowtow to a pink star. There's no need for you to feel ashamed. TSK, 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 look at me, I've taken so much care of you. Come on, quickly, kowtow and apologize." The voice of the woman in the black dress reached Chu Liunian's ears word by word, making her body covered by the white dress tremble more and more obviously. She bit her lips tightly and tried to speak loudly to get her things back, but the sound seemed to be stuck in her throat and she couldn't make any sound. So she moved her body, as if she really intended to do what the other party said. This scene fell into the eyes of the three gas tanks, making them all smile with satisfaction. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked over and grabbed Chu Liunian's shoulder, stopping her from taking the next action. Chu Liunian could feel someone grabbing her shoulder, but she did not look up to see who touched her. She just continued to keep her head down and curled up, and her body trembled more and more obviously. As for the three gas tanks, their expressions changed to varying degrees as they looked at the man who suddenly intervened. Some were surprised, some were astonished, and some looked unfriendly. Obviously, they recognized who this person was. The woman in the black skirt spoke first, and said in a teasing tone, "Hey, isn't this the most romantic guy in our school? Why are you here if you're not going to chase Shuku?" "Oh, I see. Shuku doesn't want you, so you fell in love with someone else, right? What about now? He's looking for her again. TSK, 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 what a scumbag." The other two women didn't say anything, but just stared at Qin Luo. Besides being surprised, there was obvious admiration in their eyes. And Chu Liunian seemed to have heard the word Qin Luo, which made the amplitude of her body trembling no longer seem so violent. Qin Luo looked at them coldly, then swept his eyes over the wigs and rabbit dolls in their hands, and said lightly, "Article 263 of the criminal law stipulates that anyone who commits the crime of robbery shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years and shall be fined. If the amount of robbery is huge, the sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years. The three gas tanks were confused. The woman in the black skirt asked subconsciously, "What are you talking about? That wig and the rabbit doll are worth at least 100,000 in total. Guess, is this considered a huge amount?" Qin Luo curled his lips. The older sisters could easily transfer 10,000 to him, so it was reasonable for the younger sister to spend 100,000 to buy a doll and a wig, right? As soon as he said this, the three gas tanks all froze in place. The two women holding the wig and the rabbit doll trembled their hands and almost dropped the things in their hands. They looked at the woman in the black dress with fear on their faces. The woman in the black dress kept changing her expression, and finally she smiled calmly, "Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about whether this thing is worth that much. Even if it is, we are friends and we are here to have fun. What's wrong with us lending her things to have fun? You say you are robbing me. I said you were molesting us here." When the other two women heard this, their expressions became calm again, and there was a hint of unkindness and hostility in their eyes when they looked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo sighed, "Whether it is a robbery or not, it doesn't matter what you say, let him tell you." The three of them were stunned for a moment, and were curious about who Qin Luo was talking about, when they saw Qin Luo suddenly take out his mobile phone and operate it for a while, and then pointed the screen of the phone at them. Then, a man in police uniform and with a resolute expression appeared in their sight. "I advise you to surrender," he said in a sonorous voice. The three gas tanks turned pale. They didn't expect that Qin Luo actually knew the police and even came to the scene to have a video chat. The two holding the wig and the rabbit doll were even more panicked. They quickly put the things in their hands on the ground, waved their hands and began to defend themselves. "We didn't steal her things. We just wanted to pick them up and give them back to her. That's right, we just saw her drop something on the ground, so we picked it up and gave it to her." They seemed very flustered, not only because of the video chat in front of them, but also because they knew that the wigs and dolls were not cheap. They had hesitated for this reason just now, and now they were scared by Qin Luo and their brains were short-circuited. The woman in the black dress couldn't keep calm anymore, and quickly said to the police on the phone with a smile, "Uncle Police, we are all friends, we were just joking together, it doesn't count as stealing her things, you see we have returned her things." Before she finished her words, the police on the phone shouted again with full force, "I advise you to surrender." The intimidating power of his skin was so great that the three gas tanks were frightened and their bodies trembled. Their faces twisted rapidly and they wanted to turn around and run away on the spot. However, just as they turned around, a beautiful female voice suddenly came from behind them. "Douyin, record your wonderful life. Qin Luo. Three gas tanks." They turned around slowly, looking at the paused video on Qin Luo's phone screen with stiff expressions, and then fixed their gaze on Qin Luo, their fat faces twitching obviously. The woman in the black dress gave a slightly distorted scream, "You are kidding me." Qin Luo sighed helplessly and silently winked at the person beside him. Then, three big men surrounded them from one side and stared at the three gas tanks with unfriendly expressions. Let alone Wang Chen and Wu Xian, Li Chenggang was different. He twisted his neck and bent his wrists, making continuous, crackling sounds, coupled with that ferocious smile. His lethality was much stronger than those three gas tanks. Seeing this, the anger that had just risen up in the three gas tanks was extinguished halfway at once. Qin Luo looked at them expressionlessly, pulled out a photo with his phone, and said calmly, "If I help you send the photo out to praise you, and let her roommate who is the vice president of the student union add some fuel to the fire, do you think you can still have a good life in school from now on?" The three gas tanks trembled all over, their faces changed again and again, and they couldn't help feeling a little scared, because the photo showed them staring at the trembling Yanyan with unfriendly faces. The woman in the black dress gritted her teeth and seemed to want to say something else, but was glared back at by Qin Luo. "Go away, don't be shameless." Looking at Qin Luo's indifferent and cold eyes, the woman in the black dress didn't dare to say anything after all. They are the kind of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Although they know that they can use the advantage of the venue and their gender to make trouble and confuse the situation, they also know that this is not a good idea. It would be fine if they were strangers, but the key is that they are all from the same school and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet each other in the future. If they dare to make trouble now, what if Qin Luo takes revenge in the future? Especially what Qin Luo said just now made sense. He was a celebrity in the school. Regardless of his reputation, there must be a lot of people paying attention to him. In addition, the vice president of the student union, Tang Yu, was also Chu Liunian's roommate, so the risk was even greater. So they were not afraid that Qin Luo and others would really take action, nor did they think they dared not take action. They just didn't want to take the risks afterwards. Especially when he thought that Chu Liunian's wig and doll alone were worth more than 100,000 yuan, his family must be very rich. Such a rich person might be very powerful. So after weighing the pros and cons, he finally did not dare to play tricks. He glared at Qin Luo and turned away. In today's society, not every domineering person is a fool. Although these three people seem to be stupid, they actually know how to weigh the pros and cons, otherwise, how could they bully the weak and fear the strong? It seemed that some people around had noticed that something was amiss here, and were pointing fingers at this side. Li Chenggang didn't care, but cursed fiercely in the direction where the three gas cylinders left. Bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, what kind of shit is that? Wu Xian cheerfully explained to the people around him, "I'm sorry, everyone. We are all classmates. We just had a small conflict, but it's fine now. When people around heard this, they didn't care much about it. In fact, this is how society is. Strangers basically don't care too much about each other's situations. They just take a few more glances when something special happens, and then forget about it. No one is idle enough to delve into what your relationship is or what specifically happened. After all, everyone is very busy, so just watch it for fun. Wang Chen glanced at Chu Liuyan and whispered to Qin Luo, "Brother Luo, she is a little different from usual. Take a look at what's going on." Qin Luo didn't say anything, his expression seemed a little serious. Chu Liuyan had been huddled in the corner, shivering since just now. If it was because he was afraid of the 3 gas tanks, then now that they were all gone, there was no need for Chu Liuyan to be afraid anymore. But now she is still squatting there with her head down, not saying a word, as scared as a little rabbit forced into a corner. This is a bit puzzling. So Qin Luo squatted down, came up to her and said softly, "Chu Liuyan, I am Qin Luo, they have been driven away, it's okay, you can get up." Chu Liuyan lowered her head and remained silent. After a long while, she slowly stretched out her trembling right hand. The faint humming sound passed through the long hair that covered her face and barely fell into Qin Luo's ears. "Give it back to me." Qin Luo frowned, then picked up the wig and the rabbit doll and handed them to her. When her fingers touched the wig and the rabbit doll, she drew back suddenly as if she had been electrocuted. After more than 10 seconds, she reached out her hands tremblingly again and took the wig and the rabbit doll back. Then, she suddenly stood up, bent over, lowered her head, and quickly ran to the dressing room not far away. Chapter 39 is quite outrageous. "Hey! Where are you going?" Qin Luo shouted at Chu Liuyan's back. Her behavior was too sudden, which caught Qin Luo off guard. Maybe it was because Chu Liuyan looked too pitiful just now, or maybe he was worried about Chu Liuyan's physical condition. In any case, Qin Luo quickly chased after him after he shouted. His 3 roommates looked at each other, then followed him. When they caught up with Qin Luo was already standing there without moving, and his sight was fixed on the makeshift dressing room in the comic exhibition. Chu Liuyan just ran in. Li Chenggang scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Why did she suddenly go in there? Did she suddenly want to change her clothes?" After a pause, he continued, "If she was scared because she was frightened by the 3 gas tanks, that's understandable, but now that the 3 gas tanks are gone, what is she still afraid of?" Wu Xian pushed up the frame of his glasses, and a wise light flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. "I don't know." Li Chenggang glared at him unhappily. Qin Luo was also wondering about this question at this time. He turned his head and found that Wang Chen's expression was a little doubtful. He couldn't help asking, "Did you see anything?" Wang Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Do you remember what I just told you about Chu Liuyan scolding those 3 gas tanks at school?" Li Chenggang and Wu Xian were both stunned, while Qin Luo said thoughtfully, "Is the news you heard exaggerated, or was it simply made up by others? Judging from her cowardly look just now, she doesn't look like someone who can scold others. It would be a pity for her to be scolded by others." Wang Chen said helplessly, "But this is indeed true, otherwise why did I tell you just now that she might not suffer a loss? But her behavior just now was indeed a little different from when she scolded those 3 people. I guess it may have something to do with the clothes she was wearing." Even Qin Luo was a little confused by this, and subconsciously said, "Xiong's sister's cosplay costume. What's the problem with that? I heard it too. You can believe it if you want. If you don't, just treat it as nonsense." Wang Chen first gave a shot of precaution, then he carefully selected his words while explaining, "Someone posted on the campus forum before, saying that Chu Liuyan has a strange personality. Sometimes he is easygoing, sometimes he is silent, and sometimes he is annoying. He speaks with sarcasm and is particularly good at confronting people. No one took it seriously at first, thinking she was just a weird person. But then someone who had a crush on Chu Liuyan said that after observing her, she found that when Chu Liuyan's personality changed, the clothes he wore would change as well. You all know that Chu Liuyan usually wears JK clothes or various cosplay clothes at school. She has never worn normal clothes. Because of this, didn't someone call her the otaku goddess when she was a freshman? So the person who has a crush on Chu Liuyan said that she might be deliberately acting like the anime character that matches the clothes she wears, which is why her personality seems so weird." Wang Chen finished his explanation slowly, then looked at the confused faces of the other 3 people, spread his hands, shrugged and said, "It's outrageous, right? I think it's outrageous too, so I just treated this post as a joke at the time. Li Chenggang hesitated for a moment, as if he had a lot of complaints to vent, but in the end he only said 5 words, "It's quite outrageous." Wang Chen nodded and said, "It's outrageous, so everyone who has read that post said that the person who has a crush on Chu Liunian is overthinking it, or that Chu Liunian is a severe case of chinibia or something. I personally think this explanation is more reasonable." Li Chenggang scratched his head. But if this is true, then it means that she scolded the 3 gas tanks before because she played a strong and sharp-tongued role, and the reason she was cowardly this time was because the sister Cheong she played was cowardly. Wu Xian tried to analyze it. That doesn't make sense. Even if Chu Liunian really was deliberately pretending to be an anime character, her behavior just now was not right. Although Cheong Mei is autistic and introverted and not good at communicating with others, she is not that cowardly. When Li Chenggang and Wu Xian heard it, they both thought it made sense. Then, as if they remembered something, the 3 of them's gazes met in an instant, and their eyes widened. They all said in unison, "Fuck. You've all seen that show." After saying that, the 3 of them looked away at the same time. "Well, my buddy took me to see it when I was a kid." "Me too, my friend said it was a pure love ceiling, so I took a look out of curiosity. My friend told me that this is an anime about family love. I happen to be a person who values family love, so, do you understand what I mean?" The 3 of them began to try to save their dignity over there, and then suddenly looked at Qin Luo, as if questioning him with their eyes. Qin Luo hesitated for 2 seconds and asked tentatively, "Orthopedics?" The 3 of them smiled with relief. "Good brother, we knew you had seen it too. A bunch of idiots." Qin Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while, then said, "I'm going to the toilet." The toilet was not far away, and Qin Luo walked straight in after he finished speaking. He now needed a relatively quiet environment to think about some strange things. Unfortunately, the closer he got to the toilet, the less he could calm down. After all, when you see a man in a Zhongshan suit swaggering into their women's restroom, and a magical girl in a pink dress walking into the men's restroom, there is no way you can ignore it, but since this is a comic convention, it all seems reasonable. It is said that there are 3 most untrustworthy things in the world: men s I just can't get in, women s whatever, and the toilets at comic conventions. Qin Luo has not experienced the first 2 yet, but he has now truly experienced the last one. So he quickened his pace and went to the men's restroom in silence, where he relieving himself while thinking about the problem. What Wang Chen said just now was indeed outrageous. After all, this was not a science fiction film. Modern society is scientific, so how could such a strange situation appear? But in fact, if you think carefully about what he said, you will find that this matter is not that outrageous, because even if what he said about Chu Liunian is true, this matter does not transcend the scope of science. Chu Liunian will play different anime characters depending on the costumes he wears. In a way, he is a bit like the other personality of a person with split personality disorder. But the case of Chu Liunian is quite special, because you don't know whether she has split personality or multiple personalities, or is simply a dramatic talent and loves to act, or is she really obsessed with the 2-dimensional world to an outrageous degree. Even if we take a step back, even if this matter really involves some unscientific field, Qin Luo can accept it. After all, he already has a system. In comparison, Chu Liunian's situation is not that outrageous. When thinking of the system, Qin Luo thought of the situation of Chu Liunian that he had just detected through the magic glasses. So far, Qin Luo has used the magic glasses to look at Yao Yanyan, Tang Yu and Chu Xijin. There is nothing wrong with their names, except Chu Liunian, who has a string of question marks after his name. Qin Luo was a little puzzled at first, but after hearing what Wang Chen said just now, he suddenly had some guesses in his mind. However, this speculation still needs to be verified. Before that, he cannot be sure whether Chu Liunian is really as outrageous as Wang Chen said. As his thoughts were flying in his mind, Qin Luo suddenly felt as if a subtle gaze was focused on him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw the muscular Anyer whom he had seen outside before standing aside, staring at him with a complicated expression. Seeing Qin Luo turning his head to look at him, he gave a polite yet awkward smile, then silently moved 2 steps to the side. It was obvious that he had lost in this sudden battle of long and short duration. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Qin Luo's little hand trembled, and he walked out of the toilet slowly. When he came out, he found that the 3 idiots were gone. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message in a group called Fatherly Love and Filial Son. "Qin Luo, why did you go? Li Chenggang, don't worry about it, the three of us will go to other places to see girls. Wu Xian, old Qin, I just realized that someone on the forum said that you were going for the entire goddess group, and they were right. Wang Chen, brother Luo, I was quite angry when others called you a scumbag before, but I won't be angry anymore in the future. I will join them in scolding you. Li Chenggang Wuxian Wang Chen, the Panderman curses the beast.jpg. Qin Luo, as long as you are happy. He put away his phone and turned to look at the locker room that Chu Yanyan had just entered. Just then, the door of the locker room opened.